On national television, President Jang Won-tak introduces himself and says he has a request to make. He asks everyone to call as many people as possible to watch his broadcast. With that, the message spreads, and everyone shouts to their neighbors to turn on their televisions. The viewership explodes in less than 1 minute, and the president thanks everyone for their cooperation. Then he declares a state of emergency and martial law for 5 in the afternoon on July 16th and warns that the military has already taken control of everything. He explains that he did all this so they could have a dignified end, because by now everyone must know what is coming. Next, he reveals that the scenario from the game, Survival Life, is happening in reality and that the game's asteroid is coming. And after that, he reveals that the United States military tried to intercept the asteroid, but the mission failed completely. As a result, the asteroid ended up falling into the sea near Okinawa. The impact was so strong that it caused a gigantic explosion and catastrophic damage. The president then reveals that, unfortunately, the people of Japan are turning into zombies, and that this is happening because of the spores coming out of that asteroid. The politician then states that this is an unavoidable situation and that no one can escape it. According to him, some people have already awakened powers, and these individuals will not turn into zombies. With that in mind, the government has prepared safe shelters, but they will only open in 1 year. Furthermore, information about the monsters will be dropped from the sky in pamphlets for everyone. The minister is also going to shut down all nuclear power plants for the safety of the survivors. In the end, he says goodbye and prays that the largest number of people manages to survive. He even thanks the anonymous person who warned about the apocalypse and its exact date. On the other side, our MC turns off the television and says that the moment has finally arrived. With his equipment already prepared, our hero states that now he needs to survive. He then reveals himself as the last player of the apocalyptic world of the survival game. The story goes back a few months in the past to a game where a group faces a horde of zombies. One of the players named Puriketsu is worried because if they lose again, it will be the 3rd time in a row. His partner Yusahime, dressed as a bunny, replies that they need to avoid that at all costs. A 3rd player in a kitty outfit mocks them, saying that the two always attack without any strategy. At that, a 4th member named Norimaki agrees but admits that the duo is pretty strong. Annoyed, the duo argues with their companion, who offers them a 1-minute head start to prove otherwise. With those words, Yusahime gets furious and prepares to show that they are wrong. The name of this game is Survival Life, and this virtual reality game is also called Surei and is about an apocalypse. Its theme mixes zombies with various fantasy monsters. The game had such an absurd difficulty that it made even the most experienced players shake in their boots. Because of this, the game blew up at launch and broke all records for concurrent players, but its popularity dropped as fast as it rose, and it was forgotten. And after 1 year, only 4 people played it. And in the end, it became known as a terrible game for being way too difficult. After a long battle, the 4 gather and complain that they lost again, and that the game is very boring. Puriketsu and the kitty player agree that it would not be weird if the game just shut down right then and there. Yusahime is also super bored and begs for a little excitement in his life, please. One of them asks if they do not want to play something else, but the bunny guy says he only plays this. At that moment, Norimaki catches everyone's attention and shows a screen to his friends. A message appears in the chat, and the new player asks if anyone is online on the server. The whole group gets super excited about the arrival of a 5th player to join them. The newbie thanks them for the help and says he will talk to them again after finishing the tutorial. But 2 hours later, the guy comes back saying the tutorial is way too hard and that he is going to throw in the towel. The kitty player gets ticked off and kicks a zombie's head, yelling that the game is a total bust. Yuzami just hopes that in the next update the difficulty will be adjusted, but his friend does not buy it. Yusahime then decides to call it a day and that he is going to stop playing right there. With that, the kitty player says goodbye to his buddy and wishes him a good day at work. Our MC then gets worried and asks him if he is going to come back to play tomorrow. And he just replies with a, maybe? The duo Usahime and Puriketsu also realizes that weird vibe was a sign of goodbye. They then log off and say they are returning to reality because their journey has come to an end. But our hero refused to believe that and kept playing even when everyone stopped logging in. He kept playing solo, doing live streams in the hope that his friends would return. Several months later, the game received a huge update and the difficulty was lowered. Besides the monsters and zombies that already existed, other stronger and enhanced ones appeared in the game. Even with this radical change, his friends did not return, and the game was left with just one player. Tired of everything, our boy yells that he is going to quit that trash game once and for all. But at that exact moment, a message warns that the game's service will end in 1 week. A giant boss spawns, and the archer laments because he really wanted to defeat that monster with his friends. Fed up with it all, he ends the recording and finally takes off his virtual reality headset. Our hero deletes his streaming accounts after 5,500 hours of gameplay, but he keeps the hard drives with the memories and decides to focus on real life as Taiga Tsukiyama. 3 months later, the former player works peacefully, preparing food orders at his diner. The reason he used that weird name on the internet was pretty simple. Actually, Sengho has been running this snack shop for quite some time. Since the place is always busy, it is clear that the business is a real hit. He runs the establishment on the ground floor of the house he inherited after losing his parents and lives peacefully upstairs. While the boy serves the tables, the younger customers call out to him in a very cheerful way. At that moment, a young woman notices the rush and comments that it is being a great day for the shop. Her name is Mi Kyung, a local hairstylist who is a regular there and catches everyone's eye with her beauty. Striking up a conversation casually, she turns her phone screen around and asks if the owner has seen that yet. The online forum shows a viral post about shouting a magic word, something that has become a craze among the new generation. A bit embarrassed, Mi Kyung confesses that she tried to do the trick earlier, but unfortunately, there was no result at all. Amused by the situation, Sanghon says she's too gullible and that there is not a single chance of that working. To prove his point, he extends his right hand and drops the command phrase in a mocking tone. However, the young man freezes instantly when he sees a mysterious light shine directly in his face. Totally shocked by the brightness, he immediately realizes what just happened. The boy lets out a scream of absolute terror when a holographic screen pops up out of nowhere in the middle of his own room. Still panting, the cook tries to process if that is actually a skill panel. The magic screen displays his physical attributes and a special trait, making the MC feel like he already knows that interface. Soon it totally clicks, and he recognizes that the visual system is identical to the world he used to play in. But soon the guy finds the discovery weird because the original version did not focus on unique skills like that. Analyzing the floating letters calmly, the former player finds the activation text a bit cheesy, but decides to test his luck. He raises his hand forward dramatically and commands the spell to happen. Immediately, a dense and swirling energy begins to concentrate, distorting the air in the dark room. A rectangular blue rift fully forms, revealing an appearance just like the invasion gates. Holding his hair in despair, the boy tries to understand if all that indicates the apocalyptic scenario turning into reality. He stammers loose words trying to deny the obvious, thinking the whole situation is a complete absurdity with no explanation. To get the definitive proof, he grabs his cell phone and thinks there should be some news about the game's asteroid. The boy's blood runs cold when he finds an article confirming that the space agency is already monitoring a rock with the same name. In a panic, Sungho tries to convince himself that it is just a brutal coincidence and that it is too early to jump to conclusions. Squeezing the device in his sweaty hand, he cannot shake off the real fear that the end of the world is imminent. The MC turns back to face the rift's energy with the certainty that he needs to take action just in case the catastrophe actually happens. The magical lighting reflects on the floor while he wonders if there is any proof inside. The imaginary countdown in his mind warns that there are only 32 days left until the end of humanity. Gathering his courage, the former player approaches the magic border, hoping to find more vital information. When he is about to touch the unstable surface, he backs away, realizing it is insane to enter an unknown place empty-handed. Changing his mind quickly, the cook returns equipped with a metal soup ladle to use as a test. With extreme care, he sticks the handle of the utensil through the white to feel the texture of the ground that awaits him. Bringing the object back dirty with soft soil, the young man deduces that the place is not a dungeon maze, but rather an open area. After putting on a backpack with supplies, he decides he has done the minimum preparation required for the mission. Facing the glowing path, Singhwan takes a deep breath and weighs the gravity of his own decision to cross the line. Crossing the dimensional boundary all at once, the human is completely amazed by the fresh air he finds. The young man comes across a dense and brightly lit forest, astonished by the richness of life in the unknown environment. Watching a bird settled on the dry branches, he notices that the temperature of that world is considerably cold. Upon checking his phone screen, he notices the lack of network signal and concludes he is in an extremely remote access zone. So he does not lose his way back. The boy uses a marker pen to paint the bark of the trees along the trail. The continuous hike through the uneven terrain ends up leaving the invader exhausted in a matter of a few minutes. Panting, the MC complains about the fatigue and tries to understand how that green woods can be so gigantic. He begs out loud for something useful to happen soon without noticing the red glow forming behind his back. With a jump of pure terror, Sung-ho falls clumsily backward when startled by a sharp sound coming from the bushes. A majestic deer with glowing antlers steps forward, accompanied by a holographic tag revealing its exact origin. The wild animal stares at the human intruder with intensity and presence. Without displaying any trace of aggression, the peaceful beast simply changes its route and walks away through the thick foliage. Still sitting on the damp grass, the young man admits the dread he felt during the scare, but is thankful that the critter was friendly. He concludes that he is still without concrete proof, since that peaceful monster was never part of the virtual reality records. Gripping tightly the handle of the knife strapped to his waist, the boy confesses that deep down he already felt the truth since the very first step. But, scared to death by the weight of that revelation, he kept blocking his own thoughts purely out of survival instinct. With the blade ready, Sung-ho insists on fooling himself by claiming that nothing there guarantees the total disaster of humanity. Unfortunately for Earth, that spark of denial lasts for a very short time. The boy finds a divine tree that the virtual text promptly identifies as being a rare sun apple. Grabbing the golden and glowing food with trembling hands, he decides to take a bite to assess the risks. As soon as the sweet taste hits his tongue, a floating box notifies him that his physical stamina has been partially restored. Alarmed by the miraculous result, the NC notices that the effect is identical to a paid item from the old game. Accepting the humiliating defeat, he lets out a dry laugh and understands that this single fruit puts an end to any remaining doubt. To tank his sanity even further, the human spots goblin droppings piled up along the dirt path. Completely cornered and out of strength, he drops to the ground holding his hair, ordering himself to face reality right now. Aware of the approaching catastrophe, the former player cruelly realizes that everyone's fate is already sealed. Back in the safety of his room, he plugs the old hard drive into his laptop to review every single old video. The guy hurts thinking that his amateur streams from years ago now serve as the only guide to salvation. The page on the monitor shows the data about the imminent fall of the asteroid, reinforcing the little lifetime that remains. While his finger scrolls the mouse wheel endlessly, he remembers how unfair and cruel the punishments of that environment were. The worst of them all consisted of a terrible and fast disease that wiped out any equipment or building using rust dust. The plague would sweep through the areas infested by zombie spores like an aftershock 5 hours later. This would revert civilization back to the Stone Age, and although the disease would recede depending on the region, the problem was that it took from 6 months to 1 year. However, this catastrophic iron-ending disease meant nothing to Sung-ho anymore, since the trait he obtained was the private portal. Because of that, he hypothesizes that the disease should not be able to cross the dimensional rift. With the initial analysis done, the boy spent all the money he had saved to buy all kinds of survival supplies. While organizing the gear for self-sufficiency, he read the online forums and found it incredible how people could be so carefree. As soon as morning came, the former player went straight to buy even more supplies. On the way back, the young man bought a hunting bow in a private sale, thanking the seller for the smooth transaction. Carrying the gear, Sung-ho suddenly begins to wonder if he might be overreacting all by himself regarding all of that. But soon he decides that if the apocalypse does not come, it is no big deal, because he would only need to go through hardships for about 2 or 3 years. Arriving home after finishing his errands, the diner owner hung a temporary closure sign on the door so he would not waste time. He looks at the storefront of his own business, ready to fully focus on his new reality. Right then, Mi-kyung shows up out of nowhere and gets a huge shock seeing the sign, wanting to know what happened overnight. The girl asks if he is going to close the place for good, but Sang-ho plays it cool, saying that the shop is old and he plans to do a renovation. Excited, the hairstylist comments that he must have made a lot of money, which he quickly denies. Wanting to drop the subject, Sang-ho lets her know he has things to do and excuses himself. but Mi-kyung calls him again. The young woman hesitates for a moment and ends up saying it was nothing important, saying goodbye to him. Going up the stairs, the guy is confused and wonders what she was trying to say. He recognizes that it was a situation where he could have easily asked the reason for the interruption. However, knowing what was coming, the boy preferred to keep his mouth shut. From that moment on, the former player had very serious things to do, so he opens the portal one more time. His playstyle has always been that of a planner, someone who creates detailed strategies to overcome challenges. Precisely because he focused on the mind, among the veterans, Song-ho was the one who most lacked physical ability during intense combat. In that virtual world, stats were not granted by leveling up but rather gained through the results of hunting and exploration. Prepping the real bow for the first time, he takes a deep breath, questioning if that would work out, but is soon surprised. The MC realizes that pulling the string is easier than he imagined and shoots several times, feeling that he only needed to focus on aiming. He recalls the seller's instruction about the exact moment to loose the arrow. Focusing on the distant target, the boy pulls the string to the max and steadies his own stance. With a firm motion, he releases the arrow, testing his newly discovered accuracy. In his mind, the straw target takes the exact shape of a goblin, prepping his mindset for real combat. The projectile cuts through the wind swiftly and hits the target dead center. Shocked by his own sudden talent, he jokes, asking himself if he had been an elf archer in a past life. Even though he only managed to pull the string right a few times, the young man assesses the pain in his hand and decides to go hard on strength training. With the basic preparations completed, he advances through the forest, knowing he has two crucial things to sort out. The first task was to figure out if his current body would be capable of hunting any monsters. The second priority consisted of building a safe hideout to store all his supplies. Obviously, until his orders arrived, the cook did not intend to do anything crazy or risky. The plan was to avoid taking over Annie's nest, and he celebrates his absurd luck upon finding more golden apples along the way. Prepping for all possible situations was exactly what allowed him to maintain his veteran status back in the day. Pushing some branches out of the way, Sang-hong continues his search focused on something he had seen around there before. With a sharp eye, the MC confirms that he finally found what he was looking for. It was exactly that same pile of goblin droppings he had discovered the first time he crossed the portal. The reason for focusing on this trail was that goblins travel in groups, so a single isolated pile was something totally abnormal. Upon noticing there were only seeds in it, he deduces that the creature had not eaten well and was probably an outcast from the pack. Determined, the young man decides he needs to find that monster at all costs to test his skills in a real fight. Looking around, he grumbles as he notices it is already starting to get dark. Even so, hearing the howl of wolves indicated he was getting closer to the valley region. Suddenly, the hunter finds the creature he was looking for so badly standing near the water. The monster had a terrifyingly identical appearance to the ones he was used to facing in virtual reality. The system screen pops up confirming it is a low-class monster whose main weapons are spears and poison darts. The human remembers well that these creatures love to incapacitate and torment opponents using paralyzing poison. The danger of close-quarters combat was exactly why he chose a bow as his first weapon. Looking closer, the boy notices it is an old, unarmed goblin, probably because of its exile from the group. Keeping his breathing steady, the former player focuses on his aim, certain he can take down the target if he does not lose his cool. At that very moment, the monster notices the weird movement. The arrow hits the creature right on the mark near the shoulder, making it scream in pain immediately. Song-ho admits he aimed for the head, but tries to press his advantage to shoot again, ending up fumbling it. Seeing the human's hesitation, the wounded monster lunges furiously at him. With no time to shoot again, the guy drops the bow and draws his survival knife. With a quick motion, he strikes the wild creature head-on in a brutal clash. Using the momentum, the hunter swings the sharp blade toward the enemy's body. However, the goblin manages to dodge the lethal attack swiftly. Without dropping his guard, the boy lands a powerful blow that draws a groan of pain from the monster. Song-ho grits his teeth, feeling the force of the direct clash, and curses at his opponent. With a final effort, he throws the monster to the ground and raises his knife, ready to end the fight. The blade comes down without any mercy, while the defenseless target screams desperately. Completely taken over by adrenaline, the MC lands several consecutive blows to ensure his victory. The beast lets out its last faint groans before completely losing its life. Panting, the boy laughs when he sees the system message, letting him know he earned 2 points for the hunt. After catching his breath, the human turns his attention to the water flowing right ahead. Going through the monster's belongings, he finds guaca powder and vegetable oil, remembering that this mixture formed an ointment in the game. Right after, the young man starts digging hurriedly to hide the corpse, avoiding attracting the pack or creating a new monster. While finishing the dirty work, he notices some red trout swimming peacefully in the stream. A sudden epiphany hits the boy as he processes that this is the exact valley where those fish live. With wide eyes, the MC freezes in place, begging that his suspicion is not real. A massive glowing red eye opens in the shadows, confirming the boy's greatest fear. The system identifies the terrifying creature behind his back as an owlbear, making Sang Hong Ho admit he is totally screwed. With exactly 31 days left until the apocalypse arrives, old game memories surface. In an old live stream, a charismatic player known as Kimbapshala greets the viewers with excitement. The guy announces that he would continue the rundown on the monsters that inhabit that specific forest. Adjusting his virtual reality headset, he comments that he put a lot of effort into prepping that material. Right then, the streamer thanks a fan for a 5,000 won donation and claims the presentation will be really fun. Joking with the criticism in the chat, Kimbap Jawa guarantees he is not doing that just for the financial reward. Getting back on track, the player recalls that in the last class they covered goblins and kobolds, warning them to avoid the creeping bone creature. Gesturing to the holograms, he reveals that the deadly dangers of that place are the werewolves and the owlbears. The expert explains that the presence of an owlbear dominating a territory means a lot. This shows that the entire surrounding monster ecosystem is perfectly balanced and dangerous. Reflecting on this golden era, the MC confesses that those days of interaction with his most loyal fans were truly wonderful. He even remembers a persistent viewer who kept changing his name live just to grab his attention on screen. Going back to the vital old explanation, the young Kimbap Jawa gets ready to reveal the exact method on how to defeat the fierce monster. Back in the dangerous reality, the boy tenses up, wondering why he is reliving happy memories right now. Facing the massive beast head-on, he even thinks his entire life is flashing before his eyes before the end. However, the survivor shakes his head and prefers to believe it is the voices of his old buddies telling him to wake up. With the knife firm in his hand, the hunter demands of himself to come up with an immediate strategy. The MC remembers that these beasts rip everything apart when they are hungry, but the fact that the ammo is standing still indicates it is already full. Analyzing the calm behavior, Sang Hong Ho quickly deduces what the only thing truly bothering the beast is. His invading presence in the valley, where the valuable red trout live, directly threatened the monster's territory. Holding a flashlight in his free hand, the guy coldly evaluates the only possible escape tactic for that extreme situation. With his boots planted in the dirt, the invader prepares for the dangerous execution of his own theory. Even with the brilliant mind of the old veteran player, he knows very well that his current body is still that of a normal human. Despite the absolute terror taking over the situation, the boy grits his teeth, focused on the pure instinct to stay alive. In a desperate yell of pure provocation, the young man draws the massive opponent's attention to himself. Immediately, the beast reacts to the piercing noise and focuses its killer instinct on the small invader. The former player recalls that the owl head grants the creature excellent night vision, but makes it incredibly weak to bright light. When the colossal claw comes down to tear him in half, Sang Hong Ho throws himself to the ground, calculating that there is only one perfect time window. Thanks to the successful dodge, he understands that he has no magic and needs to improvise the bright light effect another way. In an agile roll through the dark dirt, the human escapes the destruction radius of the furious impact and repositions himself quickly. As soon as the creature turns its face toward him, the survivor turns on the flashlight, shining the maximum light deep into its eyes. Blinded by the sudden beam of light, the beast lets out an agonizing roar of pain while trying to recover its sensitive vision. With all remaining energy focused on his arm, the young man holds the flashlight steady while running desperately for his own life. Far from the magical forest, the loud ringing of the alarm clock echoes through the dark room in the real world. The MC lifts his head from the bed with much difficulty, complaining out loud about the terrible aches spread all over his body. When turning off the clock showing 8 in the morning, he realizes in shock that he passed out from exhaustion the second he crossed the portal back. Remembering the chaotic journey, the guy mutters that he never wants to see an owlbear again, finding it absurd to survive so much stress. The loud rumbling of his own stomach forces him to remember that he has been fasting completely since the afternoon of the previous day. In a failed attempt to stand up from the cold floor, the cook suddenly loses his strength and ends up falling face first on the wooden floor. Lying flat on his stomach, the boy frustratedly admits that his legs simply cannot hold his weight anymore. After dragging himself with difficulty to the open backpack, he grabs one of the precious glowing apples stored at the bottom. It only took a few bites of the magic fruit for the floating box to announce the restoration of his stamina, making the energy instantly return to his muscles. With his body finally renewed and his face more cheerful, Sang-ho declares that the next urgent mission is to actually beat his hunger. Sitting at a table in his own closed diner, the MC feels awkward in front of unexpected company. Young Mi-kyung peacefully enjoys a meal, explaining that this was her second favorite restaurant in life. Confused, the place's owner asks the reason she is sitting at the same table, getting the answer that it is great to have company to eat. With the mood lighter, the former player fakes disinterest and casually asks if the girl tried to open that status window she mentioned earlier. Thrilled by the topic, the hairstylist asks if he also tested the magic word, finally explaining the reason she hesitated the day before. She shows her phone screen full of conviction, revealing her strong belief that those powers and the system are totally real. The news on the device talks about money vanishing into thin air, making the young man wonder silently if she is too naive or just pure. Without changing the calm expression on his face, he lies blatantly, saying he tried to use the command, but unfortunately it triggered nothing. In his own thoughts, the survivor considers that hiding the truth is the safest move for the moment. The internal reasoning is clear, since the dimensional portal skill was made exclusively for solo survival and does not support a team. In a time of extreme uncertainties where not even one's own safety is guaranteed the next day, the old rules of society change. Sang-ho is coldly aware that revealing all his precious cards would be an invitation to be exploited by others during the apocalypse. However, the fact that the neighbor insists so much on the awakening topic proves she has secrets of her own and ends up apologizing out of nowhere. Quite embarrassed, the girl lowers her gaze and confesses with difficulty that she actually ended up lying about something important. Noticing the young woman's clear good nature, the guy breaks the tension, saying it is all right and she does not need to tell him anything right this second. With a friendly and protective smile, he lets her know they still have some time and asks her to share the secret only when she feels brave enough. After leaving the thoughtful hairstylist at the diner, the former player walks back home where several piled-up packages wait for him on the street. The homeowner thanks the exhausted delivery driver for the huge effort, since all the valuable survival orders started arriving in bulk. In the midst of the constant physical effort, the young man carries the future groceries to the safe roof and organizes the urgent gear right there on the floor. While opening the endless cardboard boxes, he focused entirely on the next stage of the complex plan he laid out. Carefully, the strategist sets aside a gas mask, fireproof suit, pepper spray, an axe, gasoline, and other heavy weapons for the new operation. With a sturdy metal pipe firm in his gloved hands, the survivor feels much more protected against close-range threats. In a fearless leap through the glowing dimensional rift, the MC carries the weight of the gear, focused on claiming a decent hideout. During the cautious trek through the green environment, the human invader quickly concludes that finding a good spot would not be such an impossible challenge. This ease happened because the day before, he had already noticed a very suspicious rock formation while tracking the isolated goblin. Hiding behind the thick bushes, Sang-ho observes the entrance of a dark cave and declares that the place is absolutely perfect to serve as a base. Pulling the portable spyglass from his tactical backpack, the explorer knows that the real big challenge is to find out exactly which monster lives inside. With the lens focused on the fine sand ground of the entrance, the zoomed-in view reveals several small, deep tracks scattered around the hole. The hunter analyzes in detail the shape of the fresh footprints and firmly deduces that they belong to a group of kobolds. Faced with such favorable news, the young man cannot hold back a relieved smile and thanks the heavens for the immense luck of finding easy targets. Focused on his strategy against the monsters, Sang-ho checks the wind direction in the middle of the forest. Since kobolds are nocturnal creatures and are sleeping, the smoke will act like a lethal poison against their sensitive hearing and smell. For the plan to work, the human hurries to gather plenty of firewood from the forest, even though he finds the work grueling. After piling all the wood right at the cave entrance, he assesses that the amount is already enough for the trap. Right after that, the survivor pours pure gasoline over all the dry twigs. However, right before he manages to light the fire, he hears a weird noise coming from the tunnel. To the guy's surprise, two kobolds walk out of the shadows at that exact instant. The monsters stop at the entrance, totally confused by the barricade set up there. Caught red-handed, the boy drops a totally awkward greeting to the enemies. At that, the former player rushes forward, prepping a brutal strike with his emergency axe. In an agile move, he throws a handful of magic powder toward the first target before attacking. The weird substance hits the creature's face dead center and creates a large blue flash. Seeing the monster collapse to the ground mysteriously, Sanho wonders if that was a drowsiness effect from the game. The system warns that level 1 has been reached, making the hunter notice he can knock out the targets all at once. Deciding to solve the mysteries later, the MC throws the lighter onto the firewood before the others wake up. The fire grows with intensity, while Sanho remembers that the weak monsters from the game shared one thing in common. The thick smoke invades the cave, propelled by the wind, exploiting the natural vulnerability of these creatures to sudden phenomena. The boy knows very well that burning the whole pack in the bonfire would be a much more lethal and efficient method. The guy tosses out the idea of charring everything inside so he does not have the trouble of cleaning up the charred mess in his new home. Because of this limiting factor, the current strategy focuses only on bothering the residents of the stone tunnel. The main plan is to weaken the monsters, leaving them all in a state of total confusion and panic from the smoke invasion. Desperate for clean air, the kobolds start running through the flames to the outside. With his weapon in hand, the human waits to execute the plan, but finds the much smaller than normal amount for that species strange. Focused on maintaining control of the battle, he analyzes the stunned group to count the total of remaining targets. Wearing his tactical gas mask, the boy concludes he only needs to deal with 3 active opponents. Furious about the ambush in his own territory, one of the monsters leaps toward the human for a lethal strike. With sharp reflexes, Sanho repels the charge immediately, using the force of the axe. The cutting tool comes down, slicing the enemy from top to bottom in a single devastating blow. The surviving companion ignores the imminent danger and also charges furiously at the invader. Far from panicking, the MC draws a can of tactical pepper spray from his utility belt. The pepper spray hits the monster's eyes perfectly, forcing the beast to scream in pain immediately from the chemical. Totally blinded by the extreme burning, the opponent falls to the ground, unable to put up any defense against the hunter. With the isolated threat neutralized, the former player faces the last remaining monster and raises his dangerous tool. Facing the pack leader cowering and trembling, Sanho mocks the pathetic attitude before saying a cold goodbye. The heavy blow comes down without pity, ensuring the invader that this new underground hideout now belongs to him. After the adrenaline completely drops, the survivor sits on a rock to rest, complaining about his lack of physical stamina. Looking at the floating status screen, the guy notices that the negative exhaustion effects work exactly like in the virtual world. Despite the punishing fatigue, he celebrates seeing that leveling up unlocked the system's special shop. Thrilled with the raid's results, the human stands up, focusing on the most important achievement of that stressful day. Sanho's greatest happiness is being certain that the huge natural shelter will be of absolutely exclusive and private use. However, his excitement drops as soon as he looks into the dark interior and realizes the immense mess he will have to clear out of there. Without losing focus on the ultimate goal of the apocalypse, the boy gathers the brooms and starts cleaning the monster's old nest. The space, 15 meters deep, is crammed with disgusting rubble, demanding hard work from the new owner. Dragging heavy bags with his whole body aching, he curses the dead former residents for leaving the place filthy. To speed up the complex renovation process, the MC decides to open his own dimensional rift in the new base. The human crosses half of his body through the blue barrier, holding a hose connected to the real world to wash away the grime. The continuous manual labor takes its toll, making the young man collapse on the ground, nearly passing out from exhaustion and stress. After a moment on the freezing floor, he catches his breath, holding the gear while processing what he just did. Near the active magic, the hunter curiously tests if physical objects maintain their utilitarian functions crossing the rift. The strong water sprays from the hose nozzle normally, leaving the boy shocked by the perfect functionality of 2 united worlds. With the intense wash finished, the cave owner admires the rocky interior that now looks somewhat habitable. Looking at the rustic ground, he drafts a new plan to cover the entire unstable dirt floor using heavy concrete bags. Thoughtful about the logistics, So Hong-ho mentally calculates that the work with cement and insulation panels will require many days of focus. During the technical inspection, the explorer spots glowing and fiery crystals encrusted in the chamber's walls. Gathering the raw ores with his bare hands, the former player is amazed to find precious items essential for newbies. Extremely satisfied with the discovery, the survivor decides he will start mining ores as soon as he finishes the base construction. On the morning of the next day, the diner's storefront remains silent, with only 29 days left until the global apocalypse. The MC gets out of bed wrecked, feeling all his muscles sore from the excessive effort of the day before in the forest. Upon inspecting his own arms, the guy notices several nasty scratches and cuts scattered across his skin without understanding their origin. Even slightly injured, he quickly concludes that such small wounds in no way justify wasting the valuable sun apple. Decided to heal the battered skin, the cook grabs his culinary gear and sets aside the ingredients to attempt an old recipe. The rustic prep requires the guacamole powder and vegetable oil to be poured in exactly equal measures into the bowl. With the items together, the young man mixes the thick liquid firmly, using the spoon to force the chemistry to harden. The system notification recognizes the successfully crafted ointment, validating the kitchen worker's natural and incredible skill. Spreading the dark medicine over the cuts and the reddened skin, the human feels the healing action working, soothing the burning soon after. As much as the magic cream solves the discomfort, the hunter understands that getting hurt like this constantly is going to be a huge hindrance. To increase his own points, he needs to keep the hunt active, but his current lack of conditioning could end him from sheer fatigue. Focused on finding cleaner tactics, the survivor ponders getting potent long-range weapons aiming for instant takedowns. During this complex reasoning involving lethal resources, a brilliant idea crosses the cunning strategist's mind in a flash. A very famous side quest from the server involving massive naval freighters resurfaces vividly in his strategic memories. Pulling his laptop in a hurry, he begins to search the internet to see if that irrelevant story from the game will have a match on Earth. Finding the expected results glowing on the flat screen, the MC relaxes his posture, confirming his own valuable suspicions. Holding his compact file drive, the guy links the digital timeline with the real world, anticipating huge benefits from the catastrophe. Confirming that the disaster timeline stays the same gives an unbelievable planning edge to his next moves. Pumped about his newly updated plan, Son-ho climbs onto the diner's roof, checking out the colossal pile of heavy cement bags. Luckily, the cement bags that Son-ho ordered the night before were already piled up. To grab the rest of the ordered items, the MC goes down to the first floor of the diner. Just then, when he was about to move a pile of heavy packages, a familiar voice calls out to him. Mi-kyung wishes him a good afternoon, all excited, making the guy notice she changed her way of speaking and seems more intimate. He mentions that he has been seeing his neighbor quite frequently, and the young woman replies that she goes there to eat every day. The former player apologizes with a laugh and explains that he has been very busy with the shop's renovation lately. The hairstylist agrees he really looks busy and recalls that the guy used to get his haircut every 3 months. Realizing this is true, he hears the girl suggest a haircut right there to seize the opportunity. Thinking that shorter hair would really help during his explorations, the survivor accepts the offer on the spot. Already at the beauty salon, the girl asks how he wants the cut, getting the straight answer to buzz it all off. Totally surprised by the drastic request, she questions the reason, and the MC claims he wants to mark a fresh start. With that, the professional sprays water on his hair and promises to give him the best-looking cut possible. During the job, Mi-kyung notices that his shoulders have gotten broader, and the guy plays it cool, saying he started working out. Changing the subject, she mentions hearing rumors that the status window is connected to the game, Survival Life. The young woman adds that the Awakened seem to be people who played that title, making the client fake great surprise. Curious about the exact source of this gossip, the cook asks where the neighbor got such specific info from. Before she can answer, a blonde, tattooed guy walks into the salon, saying he was the one who shared the details. The invader says the video creator deleted everything to try to monopolize the survival tips and bolted from the forum. Inhak reveals that his group is hunting down the content creator's address, leaving the hairstylist worried about how illegal that is. Not caring about moral rules, The blonde guy questions in an aggressive tone if they are in any position to choose what to do. He insists that catching the selfish player and spreading the info is an act for the greater good. Pressuring the girl, the tattooed guy tells her to be bolder and demands an answer about joining his crew. Internally, Seong-ho finds the situation ridiculous since he deleted everything out of pure disillusionment and did not even think about monopolizing anything. Losing his patience, the bully grabs Mi-kyun's arm roughly, claiming everything is following the game's scripts. In-hot keeps complaining and blaming his extreme actions on the lack of information from the supposed traitor. Squeezing the girl's arm hard, the dude warns he does not have much time to waste and demands an immediate decision. Seeing the abuse up close, the survivor decides to step in and grabs the aggressor's wrist firmly. Glaring darkly at the invader, Seong-ho coldly tells them to settle this matter another time. Totally offended by the meddling in his recruitment plan, In-hawk turns around pissed, wanting to know who the wise guy is. With a menacing look, the MC tells the blonde guy to scram while he is still being nice and avoid getting beaten up again. Faced with the hunter's silent murderous pressure, the bully gulps and feels fear taking over his body. Giving up on the intimidation, the tattooed guy grumbles that this is not a good day and lets go of the hairstylist's arm to leave. As soon as the salon door closes, the young woman lets out a long sigh of relief for dodging that tense situation. The former player takes the cue and asks to swap cell phone numbers for safety, warning her that guy is bad news. Back in the comfort of his home, Sam-ho leaves the base renovation aside for a sec and turns on his computer to investigate. Searching for his old online handle, he finds an entire forum accusing his account of trying to monopolize knowledge. The guy notices that the community is flooded with heavy insults and death threats aimed directly at him. Reading the aggressive comments, it becomes clear that any user who tries to post useful survival tips also suffers cruel attacks. While reading, the strategist pinpoints the tattooed blonde's exact profile, mocking his stupidity of using his real name on the account. Besides organizing a hunting party against the MC, the delinquent's messages plan to use the hairstylist as bait. Disgusted by the trash of human nature, the survivor shuts off the monitor immediately, feeling all his hatred for society return. However, this wave of bad feelings and frustration does not last long inside his focused mind. Taking a deep breath, the hunter activates his glowing portal one more time, feeling his thoughts clear up instantly in the face of the magic. Over the next 2 days, he focuses entirely on building the underground shelter and relieves stress by mining ores along the walls. With the rocky area cleaner, the dedicated worker starts prepping the cement mix and spreading it across the cave's uneven floor. Using a heavy tool, he levels the wet mortar very carefully to ensure a perfect and straight foundation. After finishing the most grueling stage of the civil renovation, the tunnel owner steps out into the forest, waiting for the floor to dry. Watching the bright moon dominate the Magic Dimension's night sky, a sudden and dark thought crosses his mind. Holding his sharp dagger, Seong-ho decides he will answer injustices with even more violence, denying any hero role. With an unshakable coldness in his eyes, the strategist seals the silent promise that his one and absolute goal is his own survival. Just as he makes this ruthless resolution and turns to walk back, a bizarre sound of rattling bones catches his attention. Casting a glance of pure boredom and annoyance over his shoulder, the human shows no sign of fear of the threat. A massive, creeping creature made entirely of bones emerges from the shadows, catching a mental curse from the guy right off the bat. While the skeletal monster clacks its jaw, preparing a lethal strike, the hunter warns he is in a terrible mood to deal with trash. In a matter of seconds, a giant explosion of flames swallows the entire forest, tearing the enemy to dust in the middle of the night. Sometime later in the real world, a torrential rain pounds the dark parking lot of an isolated campsite near the mountains. Inside his own safe car, the former player uses his cell phone to review battle videos and mentally train the patterns of his next target. After memorizing the required moves, he meticulously checks his headlamp, hunting knife, and all emergency flares. As soon as the digital clock on the dashboard hits exactly midnight, the night hunting op is officially a go. Wearing a thick raincoat to mask his scent, the MC sneaks through the dark woods, beginning the long search. With 2 hours of a frustrating patrol under his belt, the explorer grumbles annoyed upon realizing the storm is only getting worse by the minute. Besides the freezing water hindering his movements, another terrible weather factor starts testing the wet human's patience. An extremely dense fog invades the muddy trail, almost completely blocking the luminous reach of his headlamp. Stomping firmly in the puddles scattered across the ground, he wonders silently from what hole that darn orc monster is supposed to come out. Pulling from his memory, the strategist recalls having inspected every corner and tent of the campsite without finding a single trace. Frustrated, he almost concludes that the pre-apocalypse dimensional invasions might simply not happen in the real world. However, before wrapping up this pessimistic thought, a monstrous, deafening roar echoes through the forest, making the boy tremble. Recognizing the brutal tone right away, Sang-Kon-ho lifts his wet face, knowing exactly which creature made that bizarre sound. The huge silhouette of a muscular orc stands out in the middle of the storm, confirming that the game's anomalies are already among humans. The shock grows when he realizes it is not a common monster, but rather a rare red orc that guarantees a skill book upon death. Keeping a cold and calculating mind, the former player tells himself he just needs to follow the planned tactic to secure the massive prize. Focused on a guaranteed win, the hunter materializes the glowing dimensional rift on the forest floor, drawing the giant beast's attention. The first genius step is lighting a super bright red flare to max out the natural rage of this specific race. In a precise and athletic move, the human throws the blazing stick right into his glowing portal on the ground. Totally blind with animal fury, the red freak leaps into the magic hole, diving straight into the trap set for him. Once it falls into the trap, the red beast locks its glowing eyes in the enemy's direction. Driven by pure fury, the monster charges all out, delivering a brutal blow. However, its movement is cut off abruptly as it crashes against the rocks of the place. Exploiting the perfect opening, Song-ho opens another portal right in front of the target. Unable to break its own weight, the invader plummets through the dimensional hole. Swiftly, the hunter steps back from the edge to prep the next step of his deadly plan. He pulls the pin of a homemade flashbang improvised in a regular can. Deep down in the rift, the big guy glares at the exit with an expression of absolute hate. The human tosses the explosive in there, creating an intense flash that blinds the freak instantly. Knowing the beast's vision returns in 20 seconds, the guy lights a homemade firebomb, fully aware that it is a race against the clock. With his dagger in hand, the strategist jumps through the hole, aiming to slash the opponent's muscles first. The first cut hits the monster dead on, focused on restricting its movements by applying status effects. Feeling the blade tear its skin, the target lets out a muffled roar of pain. Desperate and blind, the orc attempts a counterattack, swinging its arms wildly. Song-ho dodges the strike easily, keeping his stance firm with his weapon ready. In a fluid motion, the hunter lands another precise thrust on the enemy's body. The impact makes the creature let out a guttural groan as it loses its balance. The heavy monster crashes to its knees on the damp cave floor. As soon as both their eyes are on the same level, the beast tries to get back up. At that, the MC already has the incendiary can ready in his hand. With a quick attack, he shoves the explosive right into the target's wide-open throat. A colossal explosion blows up the creature's head, lighting up everything around. Watching the smoke rise, the guy concludes that not even an orc would survive a strike like that. To his total surprise, a reddish arm strikes the ground violently right next to him. The force of the impact hurls the human backward, making him slam against the hard floor. Mad at himself, he curses himself for letting his guard down like a total idiot. The giant gets up entirely engulfed in flames, leaving the survivor on edge. Exhausted, the strategist fears his life might end so tragically right there. Suddenly, the beast collapses, turning to dust, while the system notifies that his level has gone up to 3, granting points and the survival instinct skill. Relieved by the end of the tense fight, the former player leans on the ground, stating he cannot keep risking his life like this. Back at the rainy campsite, the hunter looks around for where the reward item went. The system shows that the bonus turned into a watch on his wrist, relieving the guy since he will not need to dig around in the mud. Staring at the massive dead carcass on the ground, he wonders what he should do with the body now. Thoughtful, the MC pondered if exposing that brutal anomaly to the world would be the most correct move. The boy remembers Mi-kyung's words about the awakened being former players, feeling deeply pessimistic about this revelation. If the rumor is true, it means that at least a few thousand people have already gained powers worldwide. Just a small minority of that fraction would be enough to cause huge damage. The strategist quickly recalls greedy people like Inhok, who would use their skills selfishly. Individuals like that could easily tear down laws and spark violent riots across the city streets. Crouching next to the beast, the human knows that leaving the body there will spawn a terrifying bone creature the next day. But a sudden thought crosses his mind about the possibility of getting infected himself. The survivor realizes there is zero guarantee of immunity against the zombie spores, even being an awakened. Not knowing which path to take, he gives up on making any major moral decision at that moment. The only absolute certainty is fixing the corpse problem, opening a portal right below the heavy carcass. Watching the body sink into the blue light, the former player declares that the world needs to find an orderly end to save the lives of a few. Inside the rift, the guy jams the shovel into the dirt, annoyed by the excessive manual labor. Throwing pieces of the creature into the hole, he complains about the absurd amount of time it will take to bury it all. With his body exhausted, the boy struggles with his lack of physical conditioning to handle such heavy work. Just then, the new survival instinct skill kicks in, filling its owner with pure energy to finish the job all at once. Overpowered by the absurd bonus, the worker buries the remains in seconds, kicking up dust everywhere. Observing the scary result, the MC notes that the magic seems way too strong at first glance. However, as soon as the effect wears off, he staggers through the portal with no strength in his legs. The human collapses right onto the bed in his own room, aware that this power drains all his energy, requiring a long rest. The hours fly by, and the sunlight shines on the quiet diner's storefront. The sleepyhead finally steps out of the room, stretching his body, shocked by the amount of time he was out cold. Checking his phone, the strategist laments that he should already be building his defenses instead of sleeping. The screen shows a news report about the mountain's weather, giving him the certainty that the orc's tracks washed away in the rain. Knowing the late hour messed up his daily schedule, he heads downstairs to enjoy his time off. Using a metal crowbar, the former player forces open a massive, newly delivered wooden crate. His face lights up seeing the inside lined with the tactical medieval weapons he ordered online. Handling the new worm ace, the guy celebrates his purchase, remembering he can use the entire arsenal freely in the other dimension. However, his joy fades when he notices that a few large items from the package have not arrived. Reading the carrier's notice, he finds out that some spears ended up being blocked at the country's customs. The doorbell rings suddenly, making the homeowner yell that the delivery guy can leave the new package at the door. As no one answers from outside, the human walks to the exit, wondering if the worker didn't hear him. With his hand on the doorknob, he tries to reiterate the delivery notice even before unlocking everything. As soon as the door opens completely, the MC is surprised by who he finds in the hallway. Mi-kyung apologizes for the intrusion, shyly stating that she felt like chatting that day. Holding up a heavy plastic bag, the neighbor suggests sharing a meal if he doesn't mind. Adorably, the hairdresser invites the guy to eat some spicy raboki together. Completely speechless at the unexpected request, the former player just stares at the young woman in silence. The host slowly processes the fact that the girl has entered the privacy of his home. The hunter nervously covers his mouth, wondering to himself if this sweet gesture means she has a romantic interest in him. Already settled at the table, Mi-kyung enjoys the spicy dish and tells the guy to eat up, getting an enthusiastic response from him. Faced with a full bowl, the guest changes the tone of the conversation and directly asks what the neighbor's intentions and next plans are. The young woman reveals that she looked into the game and wants to share some information, completely shattering the romantic mood in the host's head. Despite the fleeting frustration, the former player silently agrees that sharing knowledge with her is the right thing to do. With that, the hairdresser points out with great optimism that good people will be very necessary when the end of the world arrives. Taking advantage of the pause, the guy gets up to quickly throw the trash away while a guest gets ready to continue the chat. During this brief exit, he brings his own laptop, knowing that forums are the best place to give tips without giving away his powers. The strategist begins to go over the detailed guides about the plague that destroys iron just a few hours after the chaos starts. Next, he warns that traveling in groups of 6 or more people greatly increases the chances of attracting the attention of zombies and monsters. He also makes sure to emphasize that the perception stat is crucial for managing to survive sudden threats. Taking dedicated notes, Mi-kyung understands that this skill is the most important one, since the main goal is to stay alive. With the first topics wrapped up, the homeowner gets ready to present the next finding on the computer. However, the neighbor suddenly comments on how the Kimbap Jwala account is being harshly criticized on the internet. She wonders why the veteran hides vital information, confessing that she doesn't really get it since she has never played the game. Keeping his disguise perfectly intact, the MC asks the same question back, pretending not to understand the sudden hate from the community. The girl shows a lot of empathy and figures that everyone has their own reasons and circumstances for acting a certain way. Changing the subject, Sehagho mentions that he turned down Inhak's invitation to form a party, leaving the guest curious about the reason. The host grabs his phone and explains that he recorded the conversation when he met with the members of that problematic crew. The audio reveals the group leader suggesting taking the young woman by force since she was playing hard to get. Listening closely to his own recording, the hunter grits his teeth, mentally cursing out the cowardly jerk. He warns that if society truly collapses, many people will show their true, ruthless intentions without any limits. With that, the former player very seriously warns the neighbor not to trust just anyone who crosses her path. Without hesitating at the grim warning, Mi Kyung surprises the guy by asking to form a team with him. The direct proposal catches the strategist off guard, letting a heavy silence take over the dining table. Clenching his fists under the table, he finds it hard to give an immediate answer to his well-meaning friend. The main problem is that his current goal requires reaching level 10 to unlock the system shop before the tutorial ends for good. In the original game, the difficulty level of the monsters that spawn increases a lot according to the focus player's own rank. Knowing this, the MC concludes that it would be a pointless game over for her if she decided to tag along on those insane hunts. Trying to break the tense mood, he thanks her for the offer with an awkward laugh and asks what would happen if he ended up turning into a zombie. As her only response, the hairdresser suddenly activates her magic and a glowing aura envelops her entire body right there in the living room. In the blink of an eye, she teleports behind a guy, letting him know that her skill allows her to easily dodge any bite. Still taking in the revealed power, Sung-ho scolds her careless exposure. But the young woman assures him she only did it as proof of mutual trust. The girl states that even if they don't form an official party, she hopes the two can cooperate in the future if they stay alive. The next day inside his private dimension, the survivor concludes that building a protective fence in the forest isn't that hard after all. Using a lot of physical strength, he hammers heavy metal stakes into the dirt to create the main structure of the defense. With the base quite solid, the dedicated worker carefully unrolls meters of barbed wire around the posts with great attention. Finally, he uses pliers to secure every joint perfectly and ensure that no large beast can get through there so easily. After scattering infrared sensors around the base area, the guy throws himself on the ground, exhausted, hoping to earn dexterity points for the brutal effort. Catching his breath little by little, he calls it a wrap on the construction and decides to start the long haul of all the groceries he bought. With the supply boxes stacked inside the well-lit cave, the hideout finally takes on a safer and more organized look. The next logical step of the plan is to install thermoacoustic panel dividers to efficiently split up the inner space. In the middle of this exhausting mental planning, the tunnel owner is interrupted by a surprisingly strong and violent sneeze. Shivering a bit, he wipes his nose and realizes that the weather in that magical dimension is as freezing as the last days of fall. Knowing that he'll soon have to sleep in that spot, the hunter holds a heater focused on managing the low temperatures of the place. On top of that, the entrance to the underground base desperately needs a real door instead of that flimsy makeshift curtain. Checking his old notes on his phone, the strategist sighs, discouraged to see the list of mandatory tasks growing non-stop. Heading quickly back to the brightly lit civilization, he visits a local woodwork shop to order the new sturdy wooden structure. Walking back home through the deserted streets, the MC uses his phone to study a safe route to scavenge stores before the plague hits. Mentally going over the commercial targets, he is suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice calling his name quite loudly in the street. The former player turns around, completely surprised, and greets Hyungjun, an old friend who works hard as a gym manager. The muscular man approaches with a faint smile and casually mentions how long it's been since they last saw each other. Noticing the tired look on his seasoned buddy's face, San-ha asks what happened, only to hear that a lot of bad stuff went down over the last few days. Impressed by the kid's physique, the manager pokes his chest, praising the return of his muscles, which draws a nervous chuckle from the survivor. Getting back to the concerning topic, the hunter insists on knowing the real issue and hears that the world seems to be coming to an end. The MC asks if he also heard the internet rumors and Hyungjun confirms that a student has been talking about zombies. Curious about a grown man's reaction to all this, Sung-ho asks if he actually believed that bizarre story right off the bat. The man confesses he doubted it a lot at first, until he witnessed firsthand his own students start levitating in the middle of a heavy workout. Spooked by such recklessness in front of others, the strategist quickly lies, stating that he hasn't awakened any special powers yet. Continuing the wild story, Hyungjun says the kid booked a TV interview, thinking he's going to make a ton of money with magic. Sitting on the sidewalk steps, the friend laments the foolish and greedy attitude of someone who just wants to grab the attention of the national media. Next to him, the former player realizes the immediate danger of this and figures that regular people will find out everything about the apocalypse soon. However, the big guy calmly disagrees, revealing that a massive shootout in the Yahello area has already stolen all the public's attention today. Completely shocked by the violent news, the former player asks about the incident and hears that it was the main headline on the morning news. Urgently pulling his phone out of his pocket, he mentions he was focused on other things and is told to check the petition board. The screen displays several angry messages from citizens demanding urgent answers about the suspicious deletion of all reports regarding the case. With his hand on his head, feeling the pressure, Sang-ho is baffled by the ridiculous censorship, remembering that he ignored the warnings on the forum. The older buddy deeply regrets the lack of transparency and questions whether the press is going to give any coherent explanation to the people. Sighing in frustration, young Jun reveals that the military has already locked down the entire city, trying to blame a rogue soldier for the widespread chaos. The man suddenly stands up, convinced and outraged that the authorities are actively covering up a massive danger. Saying a hasty goodbye after remembering an appointment, the manager runs off, jokingly demanding a tub of supplements as a gift next time. Now, in the quiet isolation of his room, the MC tries to gather his thoughts, connecting the heavy shootout with the brutal monster he hunted down. Staring at his folders full of secret game info, it becomes obvious that the government's swift armed response was no mere coincidence. The big question on his mind is figuring out how they knew about something so hidden, since the missing ore in the first rift were absolute secrets. The hunter himself spent hours sweating to bury the freak's remains in another dimension just to ensure a somewhat peaceful end of the world. However, the big clash with the military happened right in the exact window when the first enemy spawns started in the country. Putting the pieces of this puzzle together, he deduces that a smart informant leaked detailed guides, prepping the top brass ahead of time. The survivor theorizes that this mysterious whistleblower forced the attacks right away, staying in the shadows because their powers are useless for actual combat. Thinking about the whole situation, the guy isn't sure who this mysterious person really is. He strongly suspects that there's some hidden figure pulling the strings from the shadows. It's clear that someone highly intelligent is operating directly behind the government. With that, the MC is absolutely certain that the authorities aren't acting alone. Trying to guess the informant's identity, Sun Chon-ho narrows the options down to the creator of the original game. Besides the developer, he also puts 3 veteran players on the suspect list. However, after thinking long and hard about it, the hunter decides to cross the creator off the list. The guy doesn't know how they did it, but the simple fact that the end of the world is happening in real life changes everything. This means that the entities responsible for building that world and the system are the real bad guys. Sitting in his room, the survivor concludes that a creator backed by the government would never allow him to take down that monster. Looking at his notebook, he focuses on the scribbled drawings and pins the 3 veterans as the main suspects right now. With that, the former player circles one of the faces on the paper and wonders if the informant could be his old teammate. If the theory is right, the strategist realizes he doesn't need to take the risk of sharing his own intel with the government. Frustrated by so many doubts, he throws himself back in his chair, admitting he doesn't know anything anymore. Staring at the ceiling, the guy remembers that actions in real life are way different from the game, doubting how this old buddy would act now. Looking at the old group photo on his phone, the former player confesses he misses his old friends a bit. Focused on his plans, the MC decides to trust them for now, knowing that dropping more hints wouldn't stop the disaster. 2 days later, the entrance to the underground stone base already looks much more structured in the dimensional forest. Working hard inside the place, the hunter finally finishes organizing the entire wall of food supplies. Looking over the blueprints of the place, he is pleased to wrap up the first stage of the shelter's construction even before the power generator arrives. The guy plans out the second phase of the project, intending to drill into the wall to install heavy steel shelves there. Scanning the surroundings, he notices that the usable space in the cave ended up being way smaller than he had imagined. The basement has even been waterproofed, but the survivor knows he can't store anything down there until the material dries completely. With that, the young man turns his back on the construction, deciding to deal with the space issues only when he starts the second phase. Walking over to the table, he gets ready to focus on a much more urgent and important task at that moment. Controlling his new drone through the skies of the dimension, the guy is amazed by the insane size of that uncharted forest. Flying swiftly over the treetops, the modern gadget proves to be an absurdly powerful tool. Holding the remote firmly, Singhong celebrates the chance to scout that hostile territory with zero risk of getting ambushed. Taking advantage of the bird's eye view, real-time map-making becomes an incredibly easy and advantageous task. Completely immersed while wearing the virtual reality goggles, the explorer smiles excitedly and is thankful he spent the extra cash on the top-tier model. Moving past a moment of awe at the view, the guy uses the shelter as a center point and begins a full sweep of the terrain. The device flies northwest and spots snowy mountains before it starts suffering from heavy signal interference. Swiftly changing direction, the drone reaches the southern region and reveals the existence of a massive ocean. Checking out a beach, the strategist doesn't spot any dangerous monsters there and decides he needs to set up fishing traps in that spot later on. With the general sweep done, he checks the valley near the base and is super relieved not to find any signs of an owlbear. During the low flight over the dense woods, the hunter finally finds the specific spot he was looking for. The camera focuses on the exact spot where the clash with the monstrous beast took place, revealing that its abandoned remains are completely gone. The MC tries to figure out if the big furball devoured the leftovers, remembering that the creeping creature's bones didn't belong to a goblin. Taking a closer look at the ground through the visor, he scraps the first theory when he spots a huge amount of different footprints in the area. The suspense ramps up even more when the survivor clearly identifies the shape of several goblin tracks left in the damp mud. Quickly calculating the trajectory, the guy realizes that the distance between the valley and his shelter is only about 1.5 miles. The proximity of the threat leaves the former player tense, realizing that the underground base is in much greater danger than he calculated. Certain that there are enemies prowling nearby, the pilot hits the auto-return buttons so he doesn't lose his valuable gear. While the machine flies back on its own, the owner takes off the goggles, surprised by the sheer number of common wild animals living in the area. With all the footage successfully gathered, the hand-drawn map on the table finally gets accurate outlines regarding the geography and wildlife. Staring at his weapons and gear in the box, the hunter decides that he now needs to explore every danger zone on foot. Fully geared up, with a helmet and tactical armor, he gets ready to visit the nearest swamp to see if he can farm there. Before he can even step out, the phone in his hand suddenly beeps, drawing all his attention to the audio alert. The MC rushes toward the cave exit, confirming that the alarm came from the infrared detector set up outside. Already in position near the base's wire fence, the warrior sarcastically remarks on the bad manners of the goblins invading his turf right now. Inspecting the marks left in the dirt, he figures it's not a large pack and guesses there are at most 8 enemies hunting together. The guy's serious expression shows confidence, viewing the unwanted visit as a perfect opportunity to take care of the problem. Wasting no time, the human advances silently along the forest trail to intercept the monsters heading his way. During the tense walk, the former player notices his extremely sharpened senses and deduces that it's the result of his new perception level. The shooter's focus reaches an absurd level, allowing him to hear even the faintest noise of bugs around him. Moving through the dense brush with extreme caution, the masked explorer finally tracks down the source of the threat. Hiding his presence perfectly behind the foliage, the hunter closely watches the invaders aggressively attacking each other. It becomes obvious that the hideous creatures are fiercely fighting over a piece of meat on the forest floor. Taking advantage of the enemy group's total distraction, the survivor posts up in the shadows of a tree and slowly draws his bowstring. Without making a single sound, he fires the arrow at full draw straight into the unsuspecting targets at the makeshift camp. The swift projectile rips through the air and nails the center of the first goblin's skull dead on, instantly eliminating the creature. Before the pack realizes what happened, a second fatal arrow strikes the back of another distracted monster's head. The rest of the group finally notices the mess and freezes in shock at the sight of their fallen buddies on the ground. Curious about the surprise attack, the remaining ones start wildly screaming threats into the trees. Giving them no chance to react, the shooter appears out of nowhere and lands a brutal punch straight to the face of one of the invaders. Seeing their human attacker up close, the creatures charge at him holding their wooden clubs and rusty knives. The enraged pack runs aggressively through the bushes, trying to surround the hunter with their crude weapons. In a quick and lethal move, the strategist blocks the first strike and retaliates with a deep machete slash to the enemy's gut. Spinning his body with insane agility, he combos into slicing the neck of another goblin trying to ambush him from behind. With his blade stained red, the warrior stares at the 4 fallen bodies on the ground, tallying up the success of his ambush. Focusing on the last standing duo, he challenges the monsters to see what their next defensive move will be. In response, the shorties shoot poison darts that just bounce harmlessly off the MC's hard helmet, ticking him off. Seeing their best tactic fail miserably, one of the goblins goes into sheer panic upon realizing the human is invulnerable. The warrior's menacing walk continues unhurried, mocking that the creatures will now have to fight hand to hand. Cheering the opponent's terrible choice not to run, Sing Hong Ho grabs one by the neck while mercilessly driving his machete in. Pulling a red fruit out of his pocket, the MC decides that this valuable item will be used strictly for his own benefit. With his mind made up, he charges without hesitation right between the 2 enemies trying to clumsily attack him. The monsters start choking and writhing in pain on the ground, proving that the status effect worked flawlessly on them. Spotting the perfect opening, the hunter adjusts his grip on his glowing knife, getting ready for the finishing blow. In a fast and lethal move, Song-ho leaps toward the defenseless creatures, declaring that it's time to end this. After neutralizing the threats, the system screen pops up confirming he reached level 4 and earned 16 reward points. Looking at his messy weapon, the former player is impressed with the outcome since he only tried that move because the monsters were weakened by the confusion. A while later, the guy is seen digging a hole in the ground with a shovel, complaining that this manual labor is way too exhausting. As he tosses the dirt aside, he finds it funny how his survival instinct didn't kick in during the battle, but fired up just now. Using a heavy pickaxe to bust the rocks, the survivor irritably questions why the strike's efficiency is so high. Taking a breather, Song-ho relievedly concludes that activating that skill wasn't completely useless after all. Looking at his own hands, the warrior confirms that, unlike the fight against the orc, his health stats didn't drop and the kickback was way smaller. With the heavy lifting done, the guy stares at the fresh dirt pit, satisfied to have buried all the remains. Turning his back on the makeshift grave, he focuses on what really matters and decides to go check the loot his opponents drop. Picking up the fruit from the ground, the system identifies it as a guaca fruit, and the hunter realizes that's what it looks like before it's ground up. Analyzing all that spilled vegetable oil, he deduces that there must be somewhere nearby to harvest these scattered resources. Right after, the explorer reaches out to open the monster leader's pouch to find out what's stashed inside. Upon inspecting the inside of the leather item, the guy is super surprised and doesn't quite understand what he just found. Holding his finding with both hands, he looks at a chubby blue frog and questions the animal's nature out loud. The MC finds the situation weird and wonders why those creatures were carrying a live amphibian instead of a dead one. Suddenly, the sleeping animal lets off a strong, moldy smell that immediately alerts the hunter to danger. Noticing the green liquid oozing from the creature's skin, Se-hung-ho puts the pieces together and suspects exactly what it is. Shocked by the discovery, he realizes that this critter is the main source of the lethal paralyzing poison the goblins use in combat. With this valuable revelation, the former player holds his armored helmet and declares that he is definitely going to keep it as a pet. Thinking about the future perks, he imagines extracting the toxin to boost his own poison resistance, actually finding the little frog kinda cute. The strategist also pictures his weapons coated in this lethal substance, concluding that his next hunts will be infinitely easier. Petting the sleeping amphibian's head, the new owner names him Jodok and promises to feed him real well from now on. At the same time, the system confirms the chosen name and alerts that, because it was sleeping, the critter was forcibly tamed and became his exclusive property. Reading the glowing virtual pop-ups, the guy is confused and tries to remember if there was any pet taming mechanic in the original game. Suspicious of the extreme changes, he wonders if this is some hidden real-life trick, similar to the traits of his dimensional rift. Remembering the server shutdown notice in 1 week, the survivor wonders if the devs dropped some secret update recently. Packing his stuff into his backpack, he dismisses that idea right away, thinking it's absurd for someone to patch a game that's about to shut down for good. The guy stands up focused on the present moment, triggering his dimensional rip to continue his map exploration plans. Making a few quick round trips, the hunter safely hauls his looted items straight to the isolation of his room. Returning to the forest via magic, he finishes reorganizing the valuable resources and focuses on sweeping the perimeter around the camp. Walking through the green woods, the young man finds a gorgeous crystal-clear water spring that the drone didn't catch, totally blown away by the discovery. To really test its purity, the explorer uses a clean metal ladle to scoop a generous sample from the uncharted stream. Sitting peacefully on a damp rocks, Sinquo gladly drinks the liquid, relieved to confirm that it's just regular, safe drinking water. Jotting down the details in his logbook, he concludes that this takes care of his water supply, ditching the need to visit the dangerous swamp. Pushing a bit further through the rough terrain, the MC finds the guaca trees and vegetable oil sprouts he had guessed would be there. Wasting no time, the hunter climbs up the thick branches and goes crazy harvesting as many fruits as he can, tossing everything through the open portal. Scavenging the lower part of the bushes right after, the guy decides to leave a few seedlings intact just to be safe. To avoid getting lost later, the strategist scatters several colored markers on the trees, making sure he'll remember the harvest route. Tucking his pen into his tactical shirt pocket, he evaluates his progress by visualizing his mental map and decides it's about time to head home. The next day, the scene cuts straight to the roof of a commercial building, while an excited voice calls out for the squad's little mascot. Fully protected in a white hazmat suit, the MC uses metal tweezers to offer a bug to his new poison frog. With crazy agility, the big blue critter shoots out its long tongue and swallows the live prey in a single swift motion. Clapping excitedly at the creature's brutal appetite, the owner cheers and reveals he decided to house the animal on the second floor of his home. He set up a cozy terrarium for the amphibian, well aware that this species requires a controlled environment between 18 and 25 degrees. Missing water onto the fake rocks, the former player points out that the little guy would freeze if left in the underground base without proper heating. Besides handling the routine feeding, the guy focuses on his next big chore, carefully extracting the lethal green toxin into vials. Filling dozens of glass test tubes with the hazardous liquid, the makeshift chemist admits this was the most time-consuming process of all. Standing in the kitchen staring at a giant pile of round jars, he regrets going overboard on the healing ointment production because he's heavy-handed with measurements. The survivor stares at the piled-up overstock and rules out gifting it to Mi-kyung since she's a strong awakened and doesn't need it. Thinking fast on what to do with so many leftover jars, he gets a brilliant idea and decides to hand the stuff over to the gym manager. When night finally falls over the quiet city, the sports building's facade still has lights on the top floor. Inside the empty establishment, the muscular Hyung-jun eagerly chugs a bottle after finishing a hardcore workout. Wiping the sweat from his face in a friendly manner, the big guy praises the divine quality of that protein shake bought by his little brother. Sitting calmly in the office chair, Song-ho apologizes for the slight delay, while his buddy confesses he was only expecting the visit the next day. To prove his commitment to their friendship, the hunter places a massive tub of supplements on the desk, leaving his buddy dumbfounded by the surprise. Grabbing one of the small jars from the bag, the manager asks what it is, and his friend brushes it off, saying he accidentally bought too many bandages. Scratching his face awkwardly, Sikon-ho assures him he didn't fall for any shady pyramid scheme, much less become a gullible salesman. Laughing at the bad excuse, Hyung-jun holds up his phone, thanking him profusely for the valuable intel on monsters he received via text. The MC happily nods and states that he's the one who owes him thanks since he never would have known about the massive shootout downtown without that heads up. Looking into the dark gym through the glass door, the former player finds the silence weird and is told that the students went out to organize some plans. Curious about the activity, the guy asks what kind of planning that is, hearing that they decided to turn the gym into a survival base. The news catches the hunter totally off guard, realizing that the old internet gossip influenced the group to take drastic action now. Extremely worried about the obvious risks, he asks how many people will be living there, baffled to discover it will be around 20 students. The former player panics, asking if the man didn't read the manual right, warning that gathering more than 6 people will attract fatal attacks. Crossing his arms with a serious posture, Young Jun states he can't just leave his members to fend for themselves, proving to be a man of pure loyalty. Getting back to the concerning topic, the manager asks what the kid's plans are, who dodges the question by saying he's still weighing his options. Worried about his friend's uncertain future, the business owner emphasizes that he is also a powerless civilian and that the doors will always be open for him. In the middle of this tense mood, a desperate female scream echoes from outside, making the MC rush over, demanding the window be opened. Leaning over the ledge of the dark building, the guy searches for the source of the noise in the street, and his expression shifts to pure panic when he sees the tragic scene. Sprawled out on the cold asphalt below, the hairdresser Mi-kyung is seen collapsed and lifeless, with a large red pool forming as the hunter screams for her. Slowly, Mi-kyung regains consciousness and struggles to open her eyes on the ground of the darkened street. Worried, Seong-ho checks on his friend's condition as she wakes up totally disoriented, not understanding why she's lying there. Trying to think straight, the hairdresser explains she doesn't remember much besides getting sneak attacked, making Hyungjun furious at the cowardice. With that, the hunter tells the manager to head back and protect the gym students, letting him know that he'll scout the area for the attacker himself. Even with his adrenaline pumping, the MC tries to keep his cool to clearly analyze the situation before making a move. Crouched next to the victim, the former player asks if she managed to see the face of the person who hit her, but the girl confesses she blacked out all of a sudden. She tries to give more details about the sudden blackout, stating that they didn't cover her eyes, she just lost consciousness out of nowhere. Putting the pieces of the crime together, Song-ho tenses up as he realizes that looters have already started acting violently around the city. Fearing for her future safety, he sternly orders his friend to trigger her teleportation skill if this ever happens again. The young woman is startled by the blunt warning, and the strategist promises to get her some self-defense gear so she can walk around protected. Reinforcing the gravity of the critical moment, the guy warns that from now on, you can never be too careful around other people. While thinking about the hidden threat, the hunter recalls an old famous internet saying about teaming up. The rule clearly states that in any crowd there will always be someone with bad intentions, since toxic people are everywhere. He remembers perfectly how it worked in his old game, where the lack of rules turned the environment into a paradise for griefers. The classic strategy of that scum was to fake friendship to join newbie parties and lead them straight into a lethal ambush. The cowardly trick involved dragging the rookie squad straight into packed monster nests just to watch everyone get wiped out with no chance to defend themselves. Other scumbags preferred playing the fake nice veteran role, offering free carries for innocent beginners on dangerous quests. However, the moment the target turned their back with their guard down, the traitor would backstab their partner to steal absolutely all their valuable loot. Besides straight-up sneaky eliminations, these troublemakers would also stir up chaotic fights between different groups just for the fun of watching the world burn. For those sick virtual griefers, completely ruining someone else's experience was the best and only fun part of the game. Because of this extreme, unpunished toxicity, the already unpopular game started losing its active player base at a terrifying rate. The mass exodus got so out of hand that only a handful of survivors were left logged in, permanently sinking the server in less than 1 year. The only reason there was any peace left at the end was because Seong-ho's crew relentlessly hunted down and severely punished every single one of those rats with brute force. Sitting in his dark room, the survivor cuts off the flashbacks, noticing that the current chaotic state of the world is perfect for this kind of crowd to run wild. Determined to investigate this grim theory, he logs onto the Awakened forum to analyze the threads after the recent armed shootout in the city. Reading the posts carefully, the guy finds out that members aren't just trading useful tips, but also plotting heavy crimes and traps. What catches his investigative eye the most is stumbling upon several ads from users trying to sell pirated clips of his old gameplay. One specific forum post makes the former player freeze in his chair as he recognizes a writing pattern way too familiar to be a coincidence. The thread author is a known scammer from the game days who is now using the legend's old videos to try and recruit 10 gullible newbies. Annoyed by the liar's audacity, the MC wonders when he ever helped anyone in his life, absolutely sure that this invite is a fatal scam. Analyzing the shady scheme, he figures the fraudster must have heavily edited several old videos to create a fake illusion of help and lure in victims. Even though he finds the behavior pathetic, the strategist acknowledges the scammer's hustle and creativity to manipulate so many people in a desperate scenario. Knowing he'll have to physically deal with this kind of human threat soon, the guy gets up from his chair feeling an urgent need to level up his combat. With a tight survival schedule, he decides to use his dimensional portal to spend more time strictly focused on his combat training. For 13 intense days, the survivor binge-watched countless internet tutorials from experts on advanced martial arts and lethal handling of heavy tools. Until that cowardly street attack happened, his only tactical focus in base building was just managing to take down the wild, beastly creatures of the forest. Furthermore, the hunter realizes a massive flaw in his planning as he focused on modern firepower that will instantly melt when the rust plague hits. To fix this critical mistake before the global event kicks off, he confidently declares that he'll completely switch up his offensive approach from that day forward. Back in the natural isolation of his private dimension, the former player tells himself he needs to pick a main weapon that bypasses the laws of rust. Rummaging through his chaotic supplies piled up at camp, the guy desperately searches for something rustic that works for hunting monsters and taking down humans alike. Upon closely checking primitive options, like a wooden club, a slingshot, and a poorly made stone axe, he realizes his old-school arsenal is pretty limited. To kick off the practical impact tests, the shooter first grabs his slingshot, focused on assessing the actual damage of the crude gear. He knows full well that being able to hit enemies from a distance offers huge tactical versatility to ensure his own safety in fights. Wasting no time on theories, the hunter pulls the leather band back as far as it goes and fires a solid clay marble straight into a thick tree trunk nearby. However, the projectile shatters weakly against the hard tree bark, undeniably proving that this kind of homemade ammo has zero stopping power. Tossing the useless slingshot aside instantly, he wields the heavy tribal club, relieved knowing that this type of weaponry will never be affected by the Iron Plague. The survivor knows the weaknesses of minor mobs perfectly, knowing that smashing a zombie's skull with blunt force is the fastest route to victory. His actual shopping goal is to buy a magic ebony staff available in the system shop, so training with the heavy club right now is a necessary shortcut. With this focus in mind, the warrior swings brutally at the air using the curved wood to quickly get used to the item's awkward weight. While relentlessly smashing his training dummies, the strategist begins to seriously doubt if going for close-quarters combat is really the best choice against human awakened. He is fully and completely aware that if he crosses paths with a telekinetic mage, he'll get tossed away before he can even raise his club. Shaking off the clear fear of being outmatched by enemy magic, the former player delivers a vicious side swing to the wooden base, refusing to back down from his tactics. Taking a deep breath to maintain the explosive rhythm of his strikes, he flashes back to a messy memory about the excessively high bounty the game gave for dropping other players. To try and curb the griefing in open maps, the old server featured a player-killer system that tagged repeat offenders with a black wanted aura. Upon getting this irreversible public penalty, the rulebreaker became a free and lucrative target for any bounty hunters roaming around the map. This mechanic was specifically made by the devs to prevent the reckless farming of rookies who just wanted to level up in the safe zones. Unloading all his pent-up strength onto the dummy, the MC tears off the top half of the target with a brutal spinning move that splits the doll in two. Even though he perfectly mastered the old server rules, a cold uncertainty eats at his logic on how this judgment will work in the punishing real world. The terrible anxiety of having to face desperate cowards with zero moral compass drives him to smash the busted dummy top down with insane aggression. Completely out of breath and sweaty from the intense workout, the guy leaves the weapon sunk in the dirt and stares at his destructive handiwork in the quiet camp. Wiping the sweat off his flushed face with a thick towel, the strategist clearly concludes that the best route right now is to avoid human contact until he finishes his boot camp. Taking advantage of the physical exhaustion, he plans to dismantle all the heavy furniture from his ground floor diner and quickly install a motion alarm on his home's top floor. Suddenly, a distorted, agonizing howl tears through the peaceful vibe of the dimensional forest, forcing the young man to drop everything and stare at the dense brush, completely spooked. Strongly fearing that some stealthy monster breached the perimeter, the explorer sprints toward the barricade, phone in hand, worried about an imminent disaster. Snapping his ballistic helmet visor shut out of pure safety instinct, the hunter freezes in front of the metal fence, unable to believe the absurd size of the downed creature. Resting heavily on the sharp barbed wires of the border, a giant gray wolf flexes such a monstrous athletic build that a full-grown human could easily ride it. Approaching the massive, messy snout with silent steps, the MC immediately notices that there isn't a single trace of breath left in the colossal, sleeping animal. Intrigued by the mysterious event that took down the alpha nearby, he floats theories of the monster just running from a fatal attack or dragging itself until it faded from exhaustion. To practically confirm the traumatic cause of that takedown, the former player cautiously sinks his hand into the body's thick fur, looking for any kind of visible cut or puncture. Crouched with maximum care on the uneven ground, the guy closely examines the beast, trying to process in his mind what could pack enough firepower to drop something of this caliber. Without a sound, a swift movement under the creature's lifeless abdomen violently startles the warrior, making him jump back in fear of an attack from an invisible enemy. Totally breaking his tense expectations, a tiny shivering white wolf pup crawls out from under the fallen beast, barking furiously and bravely at the startled human. Staring in absolute bewilderment at the desperate puppy trying to fight and guard the huge, lifeless remains, the gears of logic finally click into place in the veteran hunter's head. The furious and sad devotion of the cute little guy lays bare the wild drama that the creature hanging on the wires was its own runaway mother, protecting her pup to the very end. Faced with this unexpected tragedy and the defensive glare of the helpless orphan animal, Singho thinks coldly about what to do next with his new, unwanted live find. Seeing the pup whimper while nudging its lifeless mom, the MC feels bad and confesses he doesn't have the heart to forcefully separate the two. Despite the heavy heart, he grabs a shovel, knowing he needs to bury the remains as fast as possible for safety reasons. While digging next to the giant body, the guy figures that if the wolf is a monster, it'll turn into an undead, and if it's normal, it'll attract predators. Finishing digging a massive hole in the hard dirt, the survivor sighs in relief to be done with the heavy labor. Watching the little pup sleep curled up by its mom's snout, he admits the scene touches his heart by reminding him of his own childhood. That cute little critter fondly reminds him of Mung Chi, the pet dog he raised himself when he was just a little kid. Brushing emotions aside, Sangho decides to just go for it and roughly grabs the little guy by the scruff of the neck. With the animal squirming in his hands, the hunter tells the little guy to pay close attention to what he has to say. Pointing to the burial spot, he calmly explains that the pup's mom is going to be sleeping there forever. To comfort the orphan, the former player promises to make a small flap in the hideout door so he can visit his mom whenever he misses her. With that, the guy starts digging through his jacket pockets, looking for something specific. Pulling out a wrapped sausage, he promises his new partner he'll never let him go hungry until he grows up strong. In exchange for all this care, the MC demands the little wolf use its excellent sense of smell to help him survive. Dangling the tempting treat, he asks what the animal thinks of the deal, watching it wag its tail excitedly. Pleased with the critter's tame reaction, the strategist gives the final invite, asking if it wants to tag along. As an answer, the pup lets out a high-pitched bark that the guy instantly takes as a big yes. Petting little guy's head, he decides to name him Dingo and states that he's counting on his help now. At that exact moment, the system pops up notifications confirming the successful communication and registering the gray wolf as his property. Back in the real world, the survivor plays with his new buddy on his rooftop, praising the animal's insane intelligence. Stoked about the training, he tells the little wolf to repeat the tricks it just learned, getting a happy bark of confirmation. Testing its obedience, the owner asks for a paw and tells the critter to spin, watching it execute the commands flawlessly. Next, the sit and lay down orders are also quickly carried out by the attentive pup. Testing its self-control, Sankhold demands silence, making the animal hold back its excitement, and just let out a low whine. The last basic command is telling the little guy to stay put while he slowly backs away across the terrace. Satisfied with the discipline, the former player sticks his hand in his fanny pack, prepping the final challenge. Tossing a toy high up in the air, the MC tells the little wolf to jump and catch it. Showing off its natural agility, Dingo pulls off an impressive leap and snatches the object out of midair with zero difficulty. Impressed by the physical performance, the owner laughs and figures all this ease comes from the fact that it's an otherworldly creature. While petting the animal as it munches on a bone, the guy points out that its tracking skills are an absolute blessing for survival. Totally melting over his new companion's cuteness, he hugs the little wolf tightly, calling him his baby. The peace and quiet are interrupted by his phone buzzing in his pants pocket. Looking at the screen, the hunter finds it weird getting a direct text from Hyun Jun, since he rarely ever started the chats. The gym manager just asks his buddy to search the word levitation on the internet as fast as possible. Pulling up the news on a tablet, Song Ho finds a report about the first superhuman on TV, warning that zombies and monsters will bring disaster. The public drop of the apocalypse caused such a massive shockwave that the story took the absolute #1 spot on news portals. Sitting on the couch, the former player reads the flood of comments from regular folks who still don't grasp the gravity of the situation and doubt the warning. The forum turns into total chaos, with some calling the leaker an idiot for exposing himself, while others awakened panic over the reveal. Finding the whole situation ironic, the MC drops the tablet on the table and concludes that human behavior is downright hilarious. Leaning his head back on the couch, he reflects on the hypocrisy of people who trash-talk those who hide info but freak out when the truth is exposed. Tired of the internet drama, the guy covers his eyes and wonders what the government's official response to this media circus will be. He notices that the panic is making regular people use the shock of supernatural abilities as an excuse to organize street protests. Realizing that stressing over outside politics won't help him survive, the strategist decides not to get involved in that mess anymore. Turning his attention back to the pup next to him, the hunter concludes that everything is going to change for good when the second omen hits. Knowing that the brutal hobgoblin invasion will force the government to take drastic action, he waits to see the real direction the country will head. Not wanting to waste a single second, Sang Hong gears up and tells his partner they need to start exploring right away. Hyped for the mission, the little wolf barks at the ready while its owner states that extreme prep is the only way to survive what's coming. Now walking to his private dimensions forest, the former player comments that he had several options on what to do with his free time. Handing a dirty bag for the animal to sniff, he explains that the priority of this expedition is testing if his partner can track down that target. Sniffing the ground while growling, Dingo starts the search, focused on laying the groundwork for the inevitable hobgoblin event that will ravage the real world. The survivor's tactical plan was to make the pup perfectly memorize the monster's putrid scent to avoid future ambushes. When the wolf finds a torn piece of fabric in the brush, the hunter is surprised by the animal's pinpoint accuracy in finding subtle tracks. Commanding the critter with a hand gesture, the guy decides to move to the next phase of the test and see if it can keep its cool in actual combat. Drawing his weapon with impressive speed, Sang-Ho sprints forward, demanding his partner follow his orders under pressure. Without hesitating for a second, the gray wolf darts out alongside its owner at high speed, proving its instinctive courage. Along the way, the duo spots a distracted white rabbit peacefully grazing in the tall grass. Taking advantage of the target's distraction, the MC launches a swift attack against the herbivore to test his team's hunting dynamics. Anticipating the move, Dingo leaps and sinks its teeth into the rabbit with precision, catching praises from his master for the excellent teamwork. Walking over to the downed prey, the guy confesses that last time the animal managed to slip away and he didn't have time to inspect it properly. Lifting the critter by its long ears, he inspects the heavy body and is shocked by its unusual size and sharp claws. Satisfied with the hunt's outcome, the amazed strategist concludes that this world's wildlife is undeniably stronger than Earth's. After the success with the rabbit, the unbeatable duo keeps walking down the dirt trails, exploring deeper into the forest. Looking at the pup trotting next to him, a technical question pops into the hunter's head about what the wolf's official stats would be. Curious to test their stamina limits, the guy decides to change course and steer the walk toward the mountain valley. Suddenly, the system alerts him that his vitality bumped up by 1 point, leaving the former player shocked at the fast progression. Panting from the effort, he compares his current progress with the max level he had in the old game, realizing he's growing insanely fast now. Pushing through the dense brush, the owner strictly warns the little wolf to never wander alone in the predator-filled forest. Taking a quick break, Sang-Ho fills a small bowl with drinking water for his partner, who is panting, exhausted from the heat. While the little guy quickly quenches its thirst, the MC tries to figure out where the strong burning sensation hitting him came from. Scanning the nearby foliage, he lifts a long green vegetable, suspecting the animal might have eaten it by mistake. the system IDs the plant as a bull pepper, making the strategist's eyes widen at finding such a rare item right there. Hyped about the surprise harvest, the survivor digs up the root with his shovel and promises to load his partner up with treats for the top-tier sniffing. Resuming the walk, they hit the banks of a crystal-clear stream for the final hunt, and the owner asks if the perimeter is clear. Crouched on the wet rocks, the guy remembers that the local red trout don't count as monsters, so they don't draw points when taken out. However, when an orange fish jumps out of the water splashing drops everywhere, the little wolf goes wide-eyed, impressed by the prey. In a surgical move, the hunter skewers the trout mid-air with his blade, stating that the practical hunting experience for the pup already makes it all worth it. Satisfied with the Rift expedition, Sang-hoon decides to wrap up the prep for Phase 2 of construction and head home. The next day, the MC arrives at his business's street and calls the construction crew boss. Watching the workers pull down his diner's huge sign, the guy confirms that this wraps up the teardown process. The worker gives him a heads up to call them within 3 days if there are any repair issues, getting a thank you from the young man for the morning shift. Sighing inside the completely empty and dark place, the former player admits that seeing his business dismantled hits right in the feels. Now walking the streets in the late afternoon, the hunter calmly reflects that closing the restaurant was a completely necessary move. He figures that if someone gets super lucky and doesn't turn into a zombie after the initial spore disaster, naturally, that person will end up looting the emptied city stores to grab basic supplies and survive. Calmly crossing his arms, the strategist concludes he'll be doing the exact same thing, so he has zero right to judge or complain about others. Arriving at his street at night, the guy notices some weird flashlight movement and realizes his neighbors had the exact same idea to loot. Seeing Hyunjun working out in the alley amidst the wreckage, Sang-yu Yong-ho asks what his buddy is doing out there with minimal gear. The gym manager touches the young man's chest in relief, explaining he came to check if he was still breathing since he got left behind the day before. With that, the big guy gets a jump scare seeing the little white wolf growling and asks if the MC always had a husky at home. Crouching down to admire the critter up close, Youngjun praises the new mascot's cuteness, while the animal backs away suspiciously. Ignoring the pup's distraction, the pet owner asks again for the real reason behind the visit, getting the same excuse of being worried. Not really buying the lame excuse, Sang-ho presses the issue, making his buddy scratch the back of his neck and admit that wasn't all. Despite confirming he was actually genuinely worried about the former player's safety in the infested city, crossing his arms with a more serious stance in the dark alley, the gym manager reveals he found out who the guys were that attacked Mi-kyung. Leaning on the diner table piled with groceries, the hunter tells his ally to explain the whole investigated situation better. Sitting on the outside stairs, the MC deduces that Kim Cheol-jun's group was targeting the hairdresser and that the tow truck guy is with them. Pointing to the mountains behind the neighborhood, the strategist remembers that those people supposedly keep a hideout near the abandoned area. Confused by so much specific info, Hyungjun asks how the young man figured out the details of that shady base. The guy calmly explains that the pieces just fell into place, bringing up the man levitating on a recent TV variety show. As a precaution, the gym manager had also hit up that magician to ask about the shady group's activities. The illusionist confirmed he bumped into the gang in an alley, but turned down the recruitment offer because the three guys had terrible personalities. Eating an impromptu snack at the table, Youngjun says the breaking point was when the women started dropping out of his own team. When he asked the reason for bailing so suddenly right after the neighbor got attacked, they all answered they had gotten offers they couldn't refuse. Song-ho quickly catches on to the thug's dirty play and figures these gullible girls got tricked into joining the dangerous crew. Showing the group chat on his phone, Youngjun sighs, shocked, saying his squad is now down to just 4 members. Looking at the screen with disappointment, he remembers there were 20 people just a few days ago, but ends up understanding the side of those who left looking for magic protection. With his arms crossed, the former player finds the situation comical and advises his buddy to accept that people are just looking out for their own well-being at the end of the day. Looking at his daughter's photo on his phone, the gym manager reveals he wants to call his ex-wife, but Son-ho reminds him the circumstances are different. Putting on a cold expression, the MC decides to test his partner's moral compass before locking in any serious alliance in the apocalypse. Straight up, the young man asks if the guy would have the guts to eliminate cowards if society collapsed and those people started threatening him directly. Clenching his fist with absolute resolve, Hyungjun states that in a world with no rules, pure evil has zero value in being kept around. Right after, he finds the dark question weird and asks why the hunter brought up such a heavy, fatalistic topic into a casual chat. Trying to cover up the tension of the test, the strategist forces a laugh to write it off as curiosity. Right as a piercing scream cuts through the street below, both men jump and lean over the railing to look past the wall while Dingle barks anxiously at the sharp noise. Checking his own phone, Hyungjun recognizes the digital sound as the safety app used by youth in danger on the streets. With his eyes glowing with an intense, vengeful vibe, the MC asks his buddy to watch the little wolf for 1 minute while he settles some unfinished business. In an empty alley nearby, Inhak holds the blaring portable siren in his hands and mocks Mikyung's panic. Backed by his 2 armed goons, the delinquent roughly demands the hairdresser come down immediately from the overpass where she took cover. Cornered on the outer stairs, the young woman backs away terrified, asking why they keep harassing her even after she already turned down the invite. Losing his fake patience, Inhak gives up on trying to talk her down passively and warns that he's going to start doing things his own violent way. Resting the bat on his shoulder intimidatingly, the goon in the cap tells her to get down before things get worse in that isolated area. Aiming the glowing tip of the bat at the cornered girl, the thug shows off his magic and warns her not to forget that they are also awakened. Hiding behind the roof wall right above the alley, Sang Hong Ho puts on a dark helmet and whispers that he's going to count to 3 before making a move. Pulling back the double band of his pro slingshot with max force, the hunter starts counting down, aiming at the street below. The metal projectile fires at insane speed, ripping through the night air straight toward the totally clueless ambush targets. At the exact second the thug in the cap finishes screaming his own countdown to rush the girl on the stairs, the metal marble slams into his shoulder with brutal impact, making him spit red and completely lose his balance and grip on his weapon. Seeing his buddy crash onto the concrete floor groaning in pain, Inhak spins around terrified, trying to figure out where the sneak attack came from. Casually stepping out of the thick alley shadows, the masked MC answers the crime leader's question with pure mockery. Staring down Inhak up close with the visor reflecting the light, the vigilante sharply warns that he would never hand his own identity over to an enemy. Without giving any time for a defensive reaction, the former player lands a devastating side swing right into the ribs of the backup goon. The brutal hit sends the thug flying through the air like a rag doll as the hunter follows through with the fluid motion of his heavy wooden club. Fallen on the ground with purple smoke covering his face, the goon goes into total panic as he suddenly goes blind in the middle of the street. The blinded thug starts screaming, wrongly assuming that the black smoke blocking his sight is the special power of the mysterious helmeted attacker. Completely disoriented by the visual blackout, the thug tries swinging his baseball bat in random directions, hoping to keep his opponent away. With surgical agility, the MC slides under the blind attack and sweeps his leg hard, dropping the useless goon for good. Panting from the physical burst of back-to-back strikes, the guy takes a step back to catch his breath from the intense brawl against the trio. Spotting another enemy moving quickly behind his back, Mi Kyung yells from the top of the bridge for the masked hero to watch out. On pure combat reflex, the former player raises his wooden club to face level to block a destructive swing from the glowing bat. The magic force of the impact is so massive that the wood of the club starts cracking under the pressure, while the MC grits his teeth bearing the brunt. Getting pushed meters back by pure kinetic energy, the attacker in the cap is shocked by the solid defense and realizes out loud that the masked guy is Kang Sing Hong Ho. Twirling his bat full of arrogance after the heavy hit, the thug claims that a brutal offensive skill doesn't solve everything and promises to cripple the hunter. Turning his face slightly toward his injured buddies, the cap guy sharply orders everyone to get ready to actually fight the intruder. Charging up both hands with pure sparking yellow electricity, Inhot furiously agrees and warns they'll show no mercy against a powerless human. With his fists loaded with shock, the gang leader curses out the masked man, promising payback, while the hero figures the crew is going to use magic out in the open. Taking a tactical step back in the face of the numbers disadvantage and the buildup of lethal energy, the strategist coldly analyzes his next move. Holding his cracked club to his chest, the young hunter hesitates internally over whether he'll really need to expose his secret dimensional rift skill in front of everyone. before he can make the risky call, Inhak charges straight ahead, roaring with hate with an electric punch aimed dead at his rival's body. Suddenly, a swift gray blur cuts across the side of the seam, and the electric attacker lets out a piercing shriek of panic that tears through the alley. Bearing its fierce fangs, Little Dingo sinks its teeth deep into Inhak's energized arm, instantly paralyzing the deadly attack. Spooked by the beastly intervention out of absolute nowhere, the cap-wearing goon steps back stunned, trying to process the fact that a wild wolf just attacked in a city street. Holding up his phone with a police number on screen, Inhop tells the masked guy to get lost if he doesn't want to make a scene. With no other choice, the thugs turn their backs, and the leader grumbles that they'll fall back for today. Watching the trio walk away, the hunter thinks those guys act way too cocky for people who would drop in a single punch. Relieved that the clash is over, Mikyung runs toward her savior, calling his name and asking if he's okay. The hero reaches for his scratched helmet and throws the question back, wanting to know if the girl got hurt anywhere. Noticing the crack in his visor, the young woman gets worried and insists on the guy's health, even offering him a piggyback ride. Taking the gear off his face, the former player gets confused when he realizes her protective vibe instantly reminds him of his old gaming buddies. Brushing off the kind help, the MC promises he's fine and says he has no time to lose, suggesting she get to a hospital quickly. Turning to Hein Jun, Sang Hong mentions that his ally's crew has shrunk and asks him to take in the hairdresser, a proposal the big guy happily accepts. The girl accepts the offer, relieved, and the strategist notes he has unfinished business to handle, saying goodbye as he walks off with his wolf. Now walking the empty streets with Dingo, the guy wonders what caused the sudden change in the gym manager's attitude. Heading back home, he decides to sort out his thoughts and push up his plans for the second phase of the base prep. Analyzing his own cold attitude, the survivor concludes that rushing out of the alley was completely inevitable. Seeing Mikyung and Hyungjun's loyalty almost made the young man feel like he could trust the two of them with his big magic secret. However, he knows that revealing his private portal is an impossible choice right now, since he needs to max out his leveling and hoard resources alone. The recent clash against the Mountain Gang made him realize he'll need to crush his enemies using the raw power of his gear. Installing some heavy piping, the guy calculates that if he sticks strictly to his schedule, he'll open up a lead of 3 or more levels over everyone else. Because of that, the respawning monsters will be way stronger, which will make partying up with the neighbor duo unviable in the future. Racing against the clock, the MC frantically keeps up the grind while checking the time on his wristwatch. After a ton of effort, he finally finishes setting up the wood-burning heater in the secret base, ensuring he can sleep warm at night. Watching the pup sleep comfortably on the warm floor, the owner is glad to see the mascot approves of the upgrade too. Carrying a solar panel, the hunter plans to just install the packages arriving soon to wrap up the shelter's initial setup. Hyped about the progress of the survival project, the young man decides to pull an all-nighter working hard. During his break, the TV news starts broadcasting updated intel on the massive asteroid's path. The space agency publicly confirms that the giant rock just entered the inner solar system. A graphic animation on the screen shows the strict monitoring the authorities are doing of its space orbit. However, the report reveals that Jupiter's gravity snapped the meteor in half, making the trajectory math pretty uncertain. The head of the tracking department officially announces that the asteroid split into 2 separate celestial bodies. Watching the statement that rules out any risk of colliding with Earth, Sing Ha is surprised when he figures out how things went off the rails in the past. The former player clearly remembers that, with 5 days left until disaster, the second half of the meteor crashed near a Russian ship, causing a huge tsunami. Flashing back to the fateful event, he concludes that this is exactly how the first zombies popped up in the country, explaining the plot hole in the original story. The news switches gears and starts talking about the absolute lockdown of the president. The report states that the nation's leader hasn't left the official residence for an entire week ever since the shooting incident. On screen, opposition leaders show a document demanding the truth and announcing an agreement to hold a public hearing. Sitting on the couch, the MC realizes that rumors about a weekend and the end of the world have already started spreading among the public. Analyzing the situation, he notices that the excessive media spotlight made it way harder for people with powers to commit crimes in public. Curious to know the public opinion on the impending chaos, the young man decides to check the vibe on the internet forums. Sitting at his laptop, the survivor regrets that his plans to rob a bank the next day were ruined by the flying magician's TV appearance. Reading through the frantic posts, he sees people asking about the meteor and openly discussing a potential inevitable zombie apocalypse. Clicking through the trending topics, the strategist recognizes that some users have very accurate theories about the real disaster. Suddenly, one specific forum post catches the former player's attention. He is amazed to see that the old user known as My Dream is actively searching for veteran players on the net. The hunter recalls that this person was extremely famous in the old game for being kind and helping the newbies. With a nostalgic tone, the young man remembers that the helpful player used to hop on the server to play with his team from time to time. Reading the message details, Sang-ho is impressed to find out that his old buddy built a reinforced bunker with supplies for 3 years. Pondering the bunker invitation, the young man admits he would accept the offer if he didn't have the rift, but finds it weird that the other veterans haven't replied. To avoid unnecessary risks, the survivor decides not to reach out first and just bookmarks the page. Closing the laptop in front of the blue portal, the hunter declares it is time to finish the base's electrical wiring. The next day, right outside the underground shelter, the young man stretches his exhausted body after spending 2 nights in a row working hard. Staring at the solar panels installed on the cave ceiling, he feels like he is going to pass out from sleep exhaustion as soon as he blinks. Even though he is exhausted, admiring the excellent result of the outer structure fills the MC with renewed energy. Heading back to the lit interior, the strategist eagerly gets ready to start the main event of that phase. Standing in front of the power board, the former player notes that pulling electricity from solar panels is a much more complex job than it looks. Connecting the heavy cables, he explains that he needs to convert the currents and create several distribution lines to keep everything compatible. Holding his phone charger cable, the young man plugs the device into the outlet, crossing his fingers that the improvised setup works on the first try. The phone screen lights up indicating the battery is charging, making the hero celebrate the success of the electrical installation. Breathing a sigh of relief at the workbench, he silently gives thanks for finally finishing that annoying part. Leaning back in his rolling chair, the survivor celebrates the fact that his otherworldly life system is officially ready. Walking toward a small cabinet in the corner, the base owner feels a rush of adrenaline he hasn't experienced in a long time. Opening the dark gray safe, he remembers the deep excavation he did the day before in the exact same spot where he found the glowing stones. Pulling out the raw ore, the hunter identifies the stone as emeralds, an incredibly tough material, sharper than obsidian. Observing the greenish glow of the valuable item, the young man admits the stone has no practical use at the current moment. Safely locking the cabinet door, he figures it is better to store the precious gem and leave the light installation for later. Heading toward the exit, the former player plans to organize the basement food before sleeping, but is interrupted by aggressive barking coming from outside. Startled by the threatening tone of the sound, the owner calls his partner's name, not understanding the sudden commotion. Outside the cave, the little wolf growls fiercely with its fur standing on end, trying to intimidate an intruder. Rushing out of the shelter, the MC runs down the stone path on high alert to find out what the danger is. Stopping abruptly in his tracks, the young man curses under his breath when he spots the source of the problem. A pack of terrifying giant wolves classified as beast-type monsters in the old game completely surrounds the forest area. Gripping his combat knife, the strategist is confused, trying to figure out why mountain predators would come all the way down there. Staring into the glowing eyes of the enemy leader, the hunter suspects this is the same brutal pack that took out his pet's mother. Stepping in front to protect the animal, Sang-ho asks the pup to fall back and recognizes the extreme gravity of the situation. As the little wolf flattens its ears in pure fear, the owner gulps, knowing the current scenario is terrible. Surrounded by beasts at the entrance of his own base, the survivor realistically admits he doesn't stand a chance of taking them all down in direct combat. Weighing his few options, he concludes that trying to grab a capture weapon would leave him completely exposed, leaving only one viable alternative for survival. Analyzing the situation, the MC comes up with a plan focused on making the alpha male retreat, knowing the rest of the pack would naturally follow. He realizes this tactic has a high chance of working simply because wolves are cautious creatures by nature. The pack leader is always the first to strike, and the rest of the pack only moves forward when they realize the situation is totally safe. Gripping his combat knife, the former player remembers that these beasts, just like any canine, hate very strong smells. Luckily for him, the pepper spray left over from the kobold hunt was still in storage and ready to be used against the growling animal. Holding the canister, the strategist calculates that the chemical contents used on the cave monsters would be perfect to drive the alpha away. Facing the beast head-on, C concludes that hitting the leader with the spray will guarantee the whole pack's expulsion without needing to eliminate anyone. However, tension takes over the young man as he realizes that if the giant wolf decides to charge all at once, it will be the end of the line for him. Pressured by the imminent danger, the survivor desperately tries to come up with a strategy to paralyze the creature before firing the gas. Suddenly, a brilliant idea lights up the hunter's mind. Despite his initial doubt about whether the plan would actually work, he decides to risk it, since backing down at that point would mean the destruction of his shelter. Catching the giant beast's attention with a challenging shout, the MC stands his ground for an open-field showdown. Provoked by the human's audacity, the monstrous wolf charges forward with all its speed in fierce fury. The creature relentlessly approaches, baring its fangs ready to tear into its target. Keeping his cool in the face of the heavy charge, the former player throws an object straight at the face of the predator running toward him. The monstrous wolf agilely dodges the thrown object and continues its fierce sprint toward the defenseless young man. Without showing any despair, the strategist waits for the exact moment with his eyes locked on the brutal enemy. A split second before impact, the hunter summons his dimensional rift, and the animal jumps right into the blue magical anomaly. Immediately, the shelter owner closes the private portal with the pepper spray already primed in his hand. As soon as the beast falls back disoriented into the real world, the MC fires a concentrated blast of burning gas right in its face. Completely dazed and coughing non-stop from the burn, the alpha male gives up the attack and flees wildly through the clearing. Knowing the danger isn't over, the survivor grips his blade and announces he still needs to deal with the other intruders. Taking advantage of the pack's disorganization without their leader, he pins one of the wolves to the ground and strikes the monster's head with his knife without hesitation. The clash intensifies as the young man delivers quick and precise strikes to push back the remaining members of the invading pack. Realizing the clear disadvantage and the alpha's absence, the startled monsters retreat and abandon the portal's territory. Songho sits on the ground panting and confesses he almost lost his life in that madness, while the pup barks in relief by his side. Petting his agitated mascot, the owner jokes around, calling the little animal a brat. He calms the gray wolf down, asking him to hang in there a little longer. Looking into Dingo's eyes, the hunter promises he will get full payback against the pack that ruined his family. After organizing the shelter's basement, the young man decides to visit the hardware store and the pharmacy to finish setting up the minimum defenses before finally getting some sleep. Walking exhausted through the city streets after going hours without sleep, the survivor laments the terrible timing of the wolf attack. Despite his extreme fatigue, he admits he got lucky, because if the pack had been made up of werewolves, defeat would have been certain. Stopped at the traffic light, the strategist recognizes he acted way too complacently regarding the initial protection of his secret base. His mistake was focusing only on the monsters living near the rift, completely forgetting about the random variables of the forest. Faced with this dangerous flaw, the former player decides to use his drone to ecologically map the area and expand the safe zone. While planning to secure space for farming and storing supplies, a familiar voice calls his name in the middle of the street. Interrupting his thoughts about building a defense moat, the young man turns his face in surprise upon hearing the call. He stops planning the Bluetooth sensor installation as soon as he spots the source of the shout directed at him. Finding Hein-jun accompanied by an unknown woman, the hunter asks why they are hanging out around there. The gym director replies that he came to do some shopping, but the MC quickly notices the ally isn't looking for heavy gear. Giving a casual laugh, the muscular man clarifies that he isn't the one truly interested in the tools. The dark-haired young woman watches Sang-ho in silence while his friend introduces her as a member of the shelter group. Quickly analyzing the situation, the former player deduces that the big guy found the new ally wandering near the hardware store. The young man understands that Hyung-jun is trying to stop the girl from buying useless equipment, but the fighter confesses she refuses to believe him. When asked about showing her the rule summary, the group leader explains that the rookie just can't wrap her head around the existence of the rest plague. Bothered by the curious girl's unblinking stare, the MC thinks she is just staring at him without saying a single word. Suddenly, the woman points her finger excitedly and claims she remembered exactly where she knows the young man's face from. She reveals she knows he is the owner of the neighborhood diner, which the survivor calmly confirms. Impressed by the drastic change in his posture, the young woman apologizes for her lack of manners and pulls out her own business card. Formally introducing herself as Jo Soo-yeon, she hands over the document and greets her neighbor, who also shares his name. Reading the information printed on the paper carefully, the hunter's eyes widen in pure shock. Sung-ho is amazed to find out that the woman in front of him is a medical resident from a major local hospital. Kyung-jun takes advantage of the surprise and mentions he taught her the basics of survival as soon as he found out about the girl's vital profession. With a thoughtful expression, Soo-yeon confesses that, honestly, she would rather not have to believe in all this apocalyptic madness. The doctor argues that analyzing the settings of this new world based on science brings no answers, and the strategist confirms that it is indeed a game. Shifting the focus of the conversation, the shelter owner announces he needs to clear up a very important doubt regarding her situation. Without beating around the bush, he straight up asks if the doctor is also an awakened, catching the girl off guard with his sudden directness. She denies having any magical powers, explaining with a laugh that the relentless certainty in his words made her think she was talking to an awakened. The gym director praises the confidence the MC gives off, while the doctor questions the hierarchy difference between the two men. Very seriously, Soo-yeon asks why Hyun-jun treats the diner owner with such reverence, noting the distinct dynamic between them. Proactively reaching out her hand, the doctor takes the initiative to get even closer to the cautious strategist. With a friendly smile on her face, Seong calmly suggests that the two of them become good friends from now on. The next day, within the safety of his base, the survivor fully focuses on attaching the kobold's sharp blade to a heavy shaft. Satisfied with the result of his manual labor, he admires the finished spear and concludes that his main arsenal is finally ready. Gripping the new weapon firmly, the hunter calls Dingo to start the highly anticipated forest mission. Petting the excited pup, the MC announces that the day has come to hunt the pack and get payback for his mother. He seriously explains to the little one that eliminating the beasts is a matter of pure survival to protect the hideout's secret. Dressed in full tactical gear, the owner reminds the little creature that he will also have to fight for real to help in the clash. Observing the enemy camp from afar behind the trees, the former player finds it weird that there are only 4 wolves resting at the site. Analyzing the group more carefully, he quickly notices that the giant alpha leader who got blinded by the spray isn't among the monsters. Hiding low in the dense vegetation, the hero begins to suspect a brutal and unexpected advantage has just presented itself. Seeing the terrifying owlbear holding the defeated alpha in its teeth, the young man sarcastically cheers for the neighboring predator's excellent work. Turning his tactical attention to the 4 survivors out in the open, the strategist knows a leaderless pack is an easy target. Wandering confusedly around the terrain, the beasts seem to have lost their intelligence, making the group's defensive coordination completely terrible. Taking advantage of the enemy's total disorientation, the hunter launches his attack, leaping from the shadows to take down each of the monsters individually. Exploiting the beast's confusion in the camp, Kang Song-ho throws a heavy net right over one of the wolves. The monster thrashes around desperately, tangled in the thick ropes, while the hunter ironically tells the creature to chill out. Without holding back, the strategist drives his spear into the immobilized beast, securing the takedown and earning 3 points in the system. Alerted by their companion's cry of pain, the 3 remaining intruders turn around, growling toward the threat. Instead of falling back to safety, the MC steps out from behind the rock and charges full speed into open combat. Furious at the audacity, the beasts sprint at top speed toward the human, barking and growling, ready to tear him apart. When the first enemy leaps for a direct attack, the former player uses his agility to quickly dodge the heavy strike. In a calculated move, the survivor pulls out his pepper spray and unleashes a burning cloud right in the beast's face midair. Completely blinded and dazed, the monster hits the ground whimpering while the hero readies his baton for the final strike. With a heavy impact, he strikes the defenseless creature's skull, finishing off another forest intruder without any trouble. Right then, another enraged wolf seizes the opening and attacks from the side with its jaws wide open to bite the young man. Suddenly, little Dingo dashes in and bites the enemy's leg. The owner praises his mascot and says he will handle the rest. The clash quickly ends, with Sang-hoon stepping over the last fallen foe and pulling his stained blade back. Taking a deep breath from the fatigue, the hunter states that from now on, he just needs to keep striking these creatures until they are dealt with. Several notifications pop up on the blue screen letting him know he reached level 5, bringing new effects that leave him confused. Reading the system's info, the strategist discovers he can now turn his portal invisible to others and project the view of the real world. Curious to test the new update right away, the young man reaches out and conjures the dimensional magic rift. The former player is entirely amazed by the clarity and the flawless result that appears right before his eyes. Through the energy anomaly, he can perfectamente see the inside of his house in the real world while standing inside his untouched shelter. Watching the glow on the edges of the structure, the survivor wonders if the invisibility feature is also already active on the outside. Sung-ho thinks this upgrade is insane, as it removes the critical disadvantage of being caught off guard when walking out of a blind dimensional door. Imagining the tactical possibilities of a transparent lockup, he concludes that if level 5 wrought this, the next upgrades will be unbelievable. Taking off his heavy helmet, the young man admits his mistake of not focusing on leveling up and decides to stop ignoring the apocalyptic omens. But, with a pragmatic look, he remembers that before going hunting for major threats, he still has a lot of piled up work in the hideout. Staring at the fallen beasts on the ground next to Dingo, the MC decides that the mandatory first step is to bury all those remains. Time flies by in the blink of an eye, and 2 days pass since the end of the intense clash against the invading pack. During this productive period, the base owner used his drone to do a complete ecological mapping of his private forest area. Through the high-definition cameras, he confirmed that within a 1-kilometer radius, there are only regular wild animals living in harmony. Marking the photos with a big red X on the wall, the strategist feels relieved, confirming the safe perimeter is clear of monsters. However, the aerial tracking detected a massive goblin nest 3 kilometers away, which certainly houses dangerous hobgoblins. Confident in his territory's guaranteed security, the hunter fires up his chainsaw with a smile and calls the pup to start the heavy lifting. The former player begins clearing the woods around the rift, cutting down several trees and bushes to level the ground for his future shelter. With Dingo's cheerful company, he manages to enclose the camp, creating a massive defensive ring 30 meters in diameter. The military plan includes setting up 2 thick layers of barbed wire and digging a moat on the outside to block any ground invaders. While setting the digging depth to 2 meters, the survivor watches through the portal's projection that the government has started hunting awakened ones. Returning to urban reality, the young man focuses on buying tons of building materials at a hardware store far from his neighborhood. He also purchases a complete industrial toolkit to ensure future maintenance for the bunker's entire structure. On the way back, the strategist hides his face and takes the opportunity to sneakily photograph the hideout of the troublemaking looter group. To speed up the base's earth-moving work, the hero rents a powerful motorcycle and a mini excavator ready for immediate use. In his home's dark basement, he carefully extracts the paralyzing poison from the Jodok toad into several vials, ensuring lethality for his weapons. After all this insane rushing around, Sung-ho sits in front of his monitor and gets completely outraged by a blatant lie on the screen. A popular user on the forum posted that he finally managed to recruit the veteran player known as Survivor 1 to his group. The bombshell news leaves the community in shock, as everyone knows this legendary player had racked up an absurd amount of extreme survival hours. Piecing the clues together, the MC wonders if the mysterious shootout and the media control are connected to this reveal. The absolute confinement of the president in his official residence makes the young man deeply doubt that this whole sequence of events is just a coincidence. To the secret base owner, the idea of the veteran player helping the president for free simply makes zero logical sense. Thinking about a collector's personality, he figures the price for that kind of knowledge would be the construction of a colossal shelter. Following this line of extreme ambition, directly teaming up with the nation's leader would be the only viable way to get funds for a project of that scale. The young man understands the forum announcement has a high chance of being a lie, but he keeps racking his brain over why my dream would bluff like that. Frustrated by his own speculations, the hunter massages his hair, concluding that sitting around thinking won't solve the puzzle. If this monstrous alliance between the two veterans turns out to be real, the MC gulps, knowing he will have to change his entire schedule. Aiming to investigate straight from the source, the former player puts on a cap and glasses, focusing his attention entirely on the computer. In a few minutes, the strategist finishes setting up a clean and anonymous virtual identity to avoid any tracking on the net. Through the text chat, He invites the lying recruiter to a meeting in the virtual world, unsure if the target will even be online at that time. Surprisingly, My Dream replies instantly, agreeing to the meeting and asking for the private room's coordinates. The speed of the reply startles the survivor, who even jokes in his head, wondering if his old teammate became unemployed. After confirming the guest's entry, Sung-ho initiates the login, determined to find out if the person behind the avatar is the real player. The MC's digital disguise begins to materialize in the cyber simulation, surrounded by bluish neon light beams. Walking with firm steps down a sterile white hallway, he approaches the mysterious user waiting for him at the end of the room. The bizarre duck-headed avatar greets him in a friendly manner, but the trench-coated hunter responds with immediate hostility. The former player calls out My Dream's hypocrisy for asking for a meeting while using an anonymous name and a pathetic yellow mask to hide. Intrigued by the newcomer's aggressive attitude, the mysterious user asks if that confidence means he is also a veteran. To gauge the outsider's knowledge level, the duck proposes a quick 3-question test, which Sung-ho accepts with a smirk. The first question involves the maximum jump height of a werewolf, and the MC nails the right answer of 3 meters right away. Asked about an owlbear's biggest anatomical weakness, the strategist mocks the easy difficulty and answers bright light without blinking. The last test requires details on the zombie evolution stage. The young man explains that the fallen devour nutrients to become ghouls instead of infecting. Trying to trick the opponent, the duck throws a sudden 4th question about the omens, but the hunter doesn't fall for the mathematical trap. Pressing his hand to his face, the survivor tells the hacker to shut up, as the flawed test confirmed he is indeed an old player. Pleased with the flawless results, My Dream says the proof is enough, and tells him to call him by the server's greatest player's name. Stepping back at the sheer audacity of the lie, the hero curses the situation and refuses to go along with this cheap identity theft. Completely ignoring the aggressive insult, the fake veteran changes the subject and casually comments on how nice the weather is. In the real world, the man behind the avatar types codes frantically, making the MC realize that the whole conversation was just stalling. The strategist's eyes widen as he deduces the invisible danger that this easy question distraction was hiding the whole time. Disconnecting from the server in a rush, Sang-ho says goodbye in a rage for almost letting that supposed ally trace his IP address. Meanwhile, in reality, outside the forums, a government cyber investigator walks into the massive tracking center, welcomed by the team. Upon arriving, the man in the suit immediately orders his 2 subordinates to lock the front door. Walking up to the clerk, the suit asks about adding more time, but she points toward the counter. Losing patience, the agent grabs the girl's wrist, revealing they are there looking for someone and demanding she not lie. With his eyes glowing a deep purple, he uses his power to force her to cooperate, leaving the young woman completely hypnotized. Watching the scene on his monitor, Sung-ho realizes the intruder has mental powers and knows he needs to act fast. The hunter knows perfectly well that if he gets caught by that guy, he will end up as a puppet with no free will. Acting on instinct, the MC quickly stands up and immediately opens his dimensional portal to escape. At that exact moment, one of the henchmen points straight to the booth where the target was sitting. The man in the suit uses his mind control power trying to stop the runaway, calling him by his code name. However, when they reach the desk, they find the chair empty. The leader clicks his tongue and figures he could only have gone to one place. Once inside the restroom, the agent greets the empty space, telling the veteran to stop playing around and come out of hiding. Pushing the stall doors open, the suit calmly asks if the target has a stealth ability. To prove he isn't bluffing, he turns on the sink faucet and announces he has dealt with invisible monsters before. Splashing water across the bathroom floor, the government hunter explains that irregular moisture easily gives away anyone hidden. The man concludes that a simple touch would mean game over. Glued to the shelter wall, Sang-ho feels relieved he flattened the portal. The agent smacks the wall inches away from the MC's face, who gulps at the dangerous proximity. Grabbing a walkie-talkie, the leader informs his team that the target definitely isn't using invisibility powers. He declares the fugitive is an agility expert and demands they sweep the area, promising rewards if they take him alive. Watching the man closely, the strategist finds it bitter to see a player who used to be so polite now trying to enslave him. Back in the safety of his base, the hunter grips his spear and sarcastically thanks the recruiter for this ambush. He admits he had already made up his mind earlier, but was still hesitating. Thanks to this attack, his mind is now totally clear. wielding his poisoned weapon through the portal. The former player decides that from now on, he will only play by his own rules. With fire in his eyes, the young man vows he will respond to any threat using maximum force without an ounce of mercy. Still alone in the restroom, the suit sighs in frustration, trying to guess which veteran is hiding under the name Unknown. Turning his face suspiciously, the agent starts to suspect that even if it is a movement skill, there must be something else. He reflects that, with so many hours of gameplay racked up, the target surely has more tricks up his sleeve. At that moment, Sang Hong silently appears right behind the enemy and gives a casual greeting. Caught completely off guard, the man in the suit gets a scare and is violently shoved against the sink counter. Seizing the opening, the MC presses the poisoned shaft of his spear directly against the opponent's throat. Choking under the pressure of the hold, the leader's eyes widen, finally understanding that the guy in front of him is the veteran he was looking for. Giving him no chance to fight back, the hunter smashes the enemy's face into the mirror, asking who gave him permission to turn around. Pressing the weapon firmly, the MC sarcastically asks how it feels to be poisoned. The agent groans in pain as he feels the paralyzing effect, while the survivor tells him to keep his mouth shut. Pulling out a tactical knife, the former player points out that the apocalypse and the official tutorial haven't even started in the real world yet. He makes a quick slash in the air, confirming that the dreaded rogue system isn't active right now either. With a blade near the suit's face, Sang Hong boldly warns that he could end him right there without facing any system penalty. He then ties the opponent's wrists with zip ties, praising how a true veteran catches on quickly. Looking down at the man lying motionless on the restroom floor, the young man questions why he sold out Survivor 1 and attacked innocent people. Searching the paralyzed target's pockets, the strategist mocks him, saying he looks more like a loot-filled monster than a person. Completely humiliated and unable to move a muscle, the group leader curses at the MC with hatred in his eyes. Stashing the stolen items, Song Ho claims this is a fair price for trying to trick him and turn him into a slave. Walking back to the dimensional rift, the hero leaves one final dark warning that next time he won't show any mercy. Safely inside his private dimension, the hunter explains he fled the cybercafe and went home before the henchman arrived. Scanning the stolen documents, he finds out the enemy's identity is Kwon Kyung-jun, a 38-year-old man. Searching the guy's phone, the young man finds pictures of him flaunting luxury with several women at a golf club he uses as a base. Piecing the clues together, the MC deduces that the man gets better stats the longer he plays, using civilians to test his mind control. Tossing the phone on the table, the young man concludes that was all the useful intel he could pull from the device. However, he ponders that in the old game, simply having a lot of screen time didn't guarantee insanely strong abilities. The strategist recalls that the main goal of that virtual world was always pure and simple survival. Cocking a military pistol, he decides to treat his own rift as a cheat code until he runs into stronger veterans. Holding a shotgun, the hunter is certain that as the apocalypse bleeds into reality, the simple fact of being in Awaken drastically boosts any person's physical capabilities. To test his theory, the former player fires at several wooden targets, feeling that his stats far surpass those of a regular human. Reloading the weapon after practice, he grumbles to himself that next time he should use loaded clips for training. Suddenly, a notification chime catches his attention, making him turn his head toward the dimensional gateway. Sticking his head through the rift to check the monitor in his room, Si Hyung-ho doesn't understand why there are so many emergency alerts. Reading the breaking news on the screen, he sees reports about monsters in Gayasan, dark skies, lightning, and goblin-like creatures. The survivor's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the second apocalyptic omen has officially begun. Far away, bizarre atmospheric phenomena and violent purple lightning tear through the night sky over a dense mountain region. Seeing the time on the digital clock hitting almost 10:30 at night, the shelter owner lets out an annoyed curse. Driving in a rush down the dark highway, the MC wonders in frustration why the event had to happen specifically in Gayasan. Glancing at the phone on his dashboard, he checks the last confirmed location of the goblins near the Hwangsan Reservoir. With a serious expression, the driver grips the steering wheel tightly, focused on reaching the destination as fast as possible. A short while later, he parks his car on a deserted dirt road right in the middle of the thick woods. Already trekking through the forest with his tactical backpack, the hunter tells Dingo they are on an official goblin hunting mission. He explains he rushed to the mountain as soon as he read the news because he knew the police would lock down the area quickly. The second reason is that these nasty creatures usually set up makeshift bases under the direct command of dangerous hobgoblins. Suddenly, the wolf pup halts and starts sniffing the dart trail's ground intensely. Noticing the mascot's change in behavior, the former player approaches, asking if he picked up the enemy scent. With his ears perked up and a focused look, the little predator barks in confirmation, showing he found the trail. Dingo dashes off at high speed through the trees, while Se Hung Hoi runs right behind him, praising his buddy's excellent work. The duo weaves through the dense mountain vegetation, following the invisible trail left by the invading creatures. Pushing the pace up the steep path, the survivor begins to feel the toll of the night run on the rough terrain. Panting from the non-stop effort, the young man lets out a tired sigh at the difficulty of the chase. Stopping for a second to catch his breath, the strategist asks the little wolf if there isn't an easier path ahead. Arriving at the scene of the attack, the MC finds fallen police officers alongside monster bodies and mutters an annoyed curse. He walks up to one of the officers and checks his pulse, mentally telling himself to calm down. Feeling the man's breath, the former player sighs in relief, confirming they are still breathing. Since the young man finds no obvious wounds on the cop groaning on the ground, he concludes the victim was just paralyzed by poison. At that moment, the strategist notices the empty holster and wonders who could have taken the weapon or if it was stolen right when the attack began. Assessing the man's condition, he figures a 20 to 30 minute break will be enough for a full recovery. Right after, the hunter stands up, determined to inspect the fallen monster's body. The bullet holes scattered across the creature's chest confirm that the authorities did indeed use firearms in the shootout. Crouched next to the carcass, the survivor questions why someone would steal weapons in the middle of all this mess. The answer suddenly crosses his mind, leaving him completely shocked at the possibility. He deduces the only viable explanation would be the presence of a rare golden goblin amidst the enemy pack. With that idea in mind, the hero firmly declares he absolutely cannot let such a valuable creature slip away. Making his decision, the young man grabs the downed officer's phone, quietly excusing himself for borrowing it real quick. He then texts emergency services with the exact location, ensuring the fallen don't just rot away in the woods. Watching monster videos going viral on social media, Si Kong Ho realizes the secret is out and now it is a race against time. Resuming his trek up the dark trail, the hunter tells Dingo he is counting on his help until the apocalypse hits for real. In another part of the forest, a heavy shield violently blocks a monster's club swing. With a strong push, young Jun knocks the creature back, showing off his massive physical strength. The gym director faces multiple enemies ahead, while a guy behind him nervously asks if this is the right thing to do. Without many options, the fighter questions if he really should be acting as the team's tank when he hasn't even awakened yet. Right behind him, In-Hop gathers blue magical energy and explains his power is telekinesis, but it takes a little while to cast. Several rocks begin to float around the delinquent, who tells his partner not to worry. He fires the projectiles at full force, smashing a monster's face while assuring he will provide cover. Deflecting another enemy strike, Hyungjun anxiously asks if the other group members are really on their way. The young guy confirms the group made it to the mountain, but reports the police blockade is making their climb difficult. Surprised by the info, the blonde immediately questions if they shouldn't just run away from there too. Ignoring his allies' fear, the leader sees the situation as a massive opportunity, since the monsters are acting exactly like in the game. Seizing the opening, he strikes the creature with his sword and notices the enemies are missing their main poison weapons. In-Hawk tries to argue back in concern, but his companion tells him to stop complaining and focus on what he is doing. Kyungjun guarantees that if they beat this group and hunt down the hobgoblin squad that split off, they will secure a huge advantage. The scolding works, and the telekinetic resumes the fight, firing more magic, even though he is panting from exhaustion. Suddenly, one of the monsters throws a precise rock that hits In-Hawk's forehead, breaking his magical concentration. The young man drops to his knees, dazed and frustrated that a simple little monster figured out how to counter his skill. Surrounded by the remaining pack, the young delinquent desperately asks what they are going to do now. Without giving them time to think, the creatures let out screeching cries and charge full force to finish the duo off. Before the attack reaches the survivors, a blue energy dart suddenly pierces the monster's chest. More energy arrows shoot out from the forest shadows, dropping 2 more creatures in rapid succession. Seeing his enemies hit the ground right at his feet, Hyungjun is left completely clueless. The big guy lowers his guard and scans the dark woods, trying to figure out where those surprise attacks came from. Hidden among the foliage, Sung-ho reloads his crossbow and wonders if it was foolish to meddle when he has his own problems. However, the hunter decides the move was worth it, concluding he paid a fair price for the intel he gathered. He reflects that thanks to the mess caused by the duo, he managed to confirm other awakened are struggling to hike up the mountain. Besides, their interference served perfectly to weaken the main pack of monsters before he arrived. Pulling an energy drink can from his backpack, the former player declares he needs to move quickly from now on. Fully geared with a helmet to protect his face, the hero starts shaking the drink, ready to put his plan against the enemies into action. Kicking off his calculated strategy, the MC hits the goblin in the head with a rock. The monster notices the energy drink, spewing a ton of foam. And while the goblin was distracted, the MC strikes him. He had pierced the goblin's back with the spear. Taking advantage of his unique skill, the strategist uses the portal as an impenetrable shield while attacking enemies from complete safety. He makes sure to remove all the spearheads stuck in the fallen so as not to leave any physical trace of his presence there. This whole freak show was orchestrated purely to draw the attention of the hobgoblin, who has a much sharper perception. The elite creature arrives on the scene and finds his subordinates lying lifeless across the forest. Angered by the ambush, the leader roars fiercely and orders the 3 survivors to move forward and investigate the massacre zone. Completely anxious and trembling with fear, the little monsters walk cautiously through the shadows toward the unseen target. Sung-ho waits in hiding, knowing the easy prey will soon walk right into his hands. Suddenly popping out through the rift, the former player delivers a clean horizontal slash and wipes out the trio all at once. The hero slips back into the shadows, pleased to see his extermination tactic is working perfectly. Now the goal is to analyze the boss's next move, but an unexpected sound makes him hesitate. Watching from a distance, the survivor notices the large hobgoblin arguing aggressively with the highly coveted golden goblin. Spotting the opening caused by the monster's fight, the young man figures it is better to bet it all at once and moves in for the attack. He lunges with his spear toward the yellow-skinned giant, admitting this frontal assault is absolute madness. The monster counters by swinging its massive wooden club, forcing the hunter to use his weapon to block the unavoidable hit. The overwhelming force of the impact sends the MC flying backward violently, knocking the wind completely out of him. Down on his knees, he groans about the unbearable pain while the creature lets out a creepy laugh as it steps closer. Fighting off unconsciousness, the hero sees the monstrous silhouette raising its club to finish the job once and for all. The heavy weapon smashes the ground, creating a huge destructive shockwave, but the survivor manages to dodge, escaping a certain end. In that critical moment, the system flashes a low health warning and triggers the survival instinct in the former player's body. With his eyes shining intensely from the new energy, the strategist blocks another heavy strike, holding his ground under the pressure. Spooked by the human's sudden resilience, the golden goblin backs away terrified as the dust from the clash kicks up. Exploiting the little creature's state of shock, the hunter turns and aims his tactus shooter right at it. He fires green tranquilizer darts that hit the valuable monster, immediately commanding his portal to open. The target drops straight into the dimensional rift on the ground, ensuring the first round of loot is successfully secured. Furious that his treasure was snatched right in front of him, the boss roars and charges, but finds the human calmly cocking his shotgun. Without a second thought, Sek-Hong-ho unloads the firearm at point-blank range, piercing the hobgoblin's body with multiple devastating shots. Bleeding and groaning in pain, the hobgoblin questions if the hunter really thought he would win the fight just because he landed a lucky hit on his body. Seizing the opening, Sung-ho charges forward, glowing with his survival instinct energy, and warns that it is now his turn to attack with everything he has got. Giving no chance to defend, the MC lands a fatal strike, taking out the leader of the invading monsters once and for all. Breathing a sigh of relief as the clash ends, he notices the system notification stating he leveled up to 6 and unlocked a passive skill. The former player remembers that the terrain sense magic lets you map everything in your line of sight, and that it will help immensely in this early survival stage. With that, the hero picks up a pair of gloves that boosts dexterity and concludes the theft also counted as system loot, but a radio beep catches his attention. Looking toward the noise in the woods, the survivor hears voices approaching and suspects the military search team has already made it up the mountain. Wasting no time, he quickly gathers all the dropped items and commands his magical dimensional rift to open. The hunter steps through the blue portal into safety, deciding the best move is to stay hidden in the shelter until the area is completely cleared. The next day, the young man wakes up letting out a long groan of pain while resting on his makeshift bed next to the pup dingo. Checking the time on his wristwatch, the strategist realizes with surprise that he ended up sleeping for a whole day to recover his energy from the fight. He pets the little wolf's head and vows he cannot force the survival instinct activation anymore unless it is a real emergency. With his body entirely sore, the hideout owner tells his mascot they need to check out all the loot from the previous night before leaving the camp. Walking over to the table with the scattered items, he hears the tie bag moving on its own and figures the captured golden prize has plenty of vitality left. The former player grabs the firearm in the dark, thinking it is an excellent find, but his attention completely shifts to a specific shiny knife in the corner. The system reveals it is an indestructible mithril knife, leaving the MC thrilled to find a weapon immune to the rust plague. Inspecting the flawless blade, the survivor cannot figure out how a simple monster was carrying such an expensive item that could only be bought in the game's store. Running his finger carefully along the metal, the young man notices the dagger's surface is slightly uneven and full of small, crude forging flaws. At that moment, a frightening realization hits the strategist's mind, and he freezes for a second, trying to piece the puzzle together. He begins to deduce that, given these creatures' extremely low level of civilization, it would be downright impossible for them to forge complex metal weapons themselves. With that, the hunter raises the disturbing theory that some unknown mutation might have drastically evolved the goblin's intelligence to operate forges. But immediately after, he shakes his head and dismisses the idea right away, thinking he is just overreacting with baseless doomsday theories. Brushing the tense subject aside, the hero reaches into the small stuffed leather pouch to keep checking the rest of the mysterious loot. To his total surprise, he pulls a bunch of shadow grapes out and celebrates his stroke of luck, since this consumable fruit directly improves the night vision of whoever eats it. Chewing on the tasty reward, the former player instantly understands that eating this was exactly how the monsters managed to see so well in the dark forest. Completely satisfied with the late-night haul, the MC opens his holographic screen to do a final check on his current stats. Seeing that his dexterity and perception have gone up significantly, he smiles excitedly, noting that his real-life progression is way faster than in his gaming days. Finishing up the detailed inventory, the young man raises his left arm and summons his private dimensional rift to head back to his dangerous routine on the outside. As soon as he steps through the glowing passage back into the human world, the survivor gets a huge scare with his phone screen buzzing non-stop. Reading the flood of notifications from all his panicked acquaintances, Singhon jokes about the situation, wondering if he has ever been this popular in his entire life. Strolling calmly down the city's tree-lined street, the strategist decides his first official stop of the day will be at the Survival Training Center. Arriving at the sunny commercial building, he spots the front of the gym where the rescued group is trying to gear up for the apocalypse. The young man barely manages to push the glass entrance door open before being greeted by the gym director's relieved shout announcing his triumphant arrival. The big guy rushes toward him alongside Mikyung, confessing how insanely worried the whole group had been about his disappearance over the past few hours. After the initial relief settles, the fighter cuts the emotional talk and asks his two new teammates to formally introduce themselves to the diner owner. The couple steps up very politely, revealing their real names, while the MC nods back, keeping up the perfect front of a harmless civilian. Noticing the dangerous telekinetic delinquent is missing, Si Hong Ho questions his friend and finds out the blonde was sent off to buy camping gear. Right then, the hairdresser jumps into the conversation, all hyped up, wanting to know if there is a big convenience store close to their isolated area. Completely cutting the relaxed vibe, Hyungjun adopts a much more serious stance and asks if his buddy caught the bizarre news on TV. Without showing any suspicious reaction that would give away his involvement, the hunter cracks a calm smile and confirms he watched all the massacre videos online. He silently recalls the shocking broadcast where the doctor dissected the mountain monster's body and warned the global public about the impending end of humanity. The former player's tactical memory also brings up the image of the emergency meeting hastily called by the nation's president to handle the new monster threat. The government publicly announced it would hunt down the game's anonymous creators and start recruiting the Awakened to try and hold off the massive invasion that was coming. Snapping back to the present on the reception's leather couch, the MC crosses his hands and tests his old allies' intentions regarding the team's next moves. The muscular leader leans forward, slapping his leg, and confesses he desperately needs Seong-ho's vital advice to manage to keep all the students safe. Before the negotiation goes anywhere, Chung-hoon interrupts the chat with an arrogant posture, reminding them he had already given the perfect advice on how useless hunting goblins was. The newcomer firmly argues that fighting isn't worth risking their lives, and that focusing on stockpiling supplies is the only logical way out, leaving the MC completely confused. With zero patience to listen to suicidal tactics, the strategist politely cuts the guy's lecture off, letting him know that passive mindset is flat out wrong. Cornering the loudmouth with a direct technical question, Se-hong-ho figures out right away that the guy never even opened the original game and bases his survival on internet forums. With a cold and intimidating look on his face, the true veteran declares that blindly trusting delusional online communities is the fastest and most guaranteed way to meet your end. Visibly uncomfortable at losing face in front of the group, the guy changes the subject, asking if anyone knows the exact rule for the deadly spore infection. He then throws out a completely crazy and absurd theory, claiming that any regular civilian who makes direct physical contact with an Awakened will become immune to the virus. Hearing this tactical freak show, the diner owner clenches his fists in outrage, trying to figure out which digital dumpster the guy pulled that kind of madness from. Full of empty pride, the rookie puffs out his chest to explain that by simply logging into the game a single time, his body already made contact with the system's cure. Taking advantage of the group's naive attention, he points to the women, guaranteeing they are completely safe from the plague just by walking next to him. His teammate swallows the lie and claims she won't leave the guy's side, while the liar lets out a laugh of pure arrogance, demanding blind trust in him. Knowing how insane the apocalypse's difficulty is, the hairdresser tries to test the fake leader's skills by asking if he at least cleared the tutorial's early stage. Dodging the compromising question, the guy gives a cliché, heroic speech, promising to protect everyone there, making the true hunter sick to his stomach from so much incompetence. Assessing everyone's risk level, Sing-ho knows that not even elite players from back then have actual proof that cellular immunity works against the spore cloud. Letting out a long, heavy sigh of disappointment, the MC accepts that this specific group is beyond saving and will end up crushed by their own ignorance. Realizing his desperate friend only called him because he was suspicious of that loudmouth member, the hunter decides he has heard enough nonsense for one day and gets up from the couch. Startled by the sudden departure in the middle of the confusion, the gym director reaches out his hand, begging his old friend not to abandon the group so fast. Having no desire to share his precious tactical data in front of the liar, Se-hong-ho turns his back, saying he has a schedule to keep around town. Walking alone through the empty, quiet streets, the survivor mentally maps out his scavenging route, calculating what is worth taking before the rust consumes everything. Stepping onto the sidewalk of his apartment building, the young man is suddenly approached by police officer Soo-yeon, who was calmly keeping watch, waiting for him. The undercover investigator walks up holding a suspicious bag and shyly asks if he has a minute to spare to receive a special little gift. She hands the heavy package over to the hunter and explains in detail that inside are rare meds and antibiotics that regular pharmacies don't sell anymore. Shocked by the absurd value of a healing item in the apocalypse, the strategist asks the officer if she wouldn't face serious punishment from the department for swiping supplies. With a friendly smirk, the girl blames the collapsing system and informs him she safely left her new home address written down inside the bag. Giving the ally a subtle little wink, the girl calls in the promise of an info exchange, convincing the hero that this partner was worth every second of his time. Having fulfilled her main delivery goal in the area, the police officer waves goodbye, stating she still needs to check on the situation over at the neighborhood training center. As she starts to walk away slowly down the orange-lit street, the young woman decides to look back and catch the diner owner's attention one more time. With a demanding look and pointing her finger, she tells him to keep the papers safe and hold up his end of the deal in the future without trying to dodge his responsibility. Standing frozen on the sidewalk, watching the woman's energetic figure disappear around the corner, the young man simply compares the cop's exhausting vibe to a force of nature. In the quiet weeks that followed that memorable encounter, the hunter ignored the world's threats and fully focused on buying valuable gear for his rift. Keeping his focus on survival, Sing-ho builds a shed in his private world and starts stockpiling all the supplies he can carry. As soon as he receives the mini excavator he had reserved, the strategist uses every bit of free time to work on digging a moat around the hideout. While the hunter gears up in safety, the outside world plunges deeper and deeper into absolute, uncontrollable chaos. On TV, experts and skeptics spend their days arguing fiercely without reaching any conclusion about humanity's impending end. An emergency meeting is hastily called at global headquarters, sparking a flood of news that the American president would urgently visit Korea. Realizing the situation is spiraling out of control, the security agency discovers way too late that all their initial predictions were completely wrong. It is announced to the panicked public that multiple threatening meteors are on a direct collision course with planet Earth. Exactly 4 days pass in this tense climate, and the former player now waits at the port where the final omen before the end will take place. Looking down at the massive coastal city from above, he mentally runs through everything he needs to do when the Russian ship finally docks. After confirming the port area is completely empty, the young man calmly steps into an abandoned building to finalize his last preparations. Summoning the dimensional rift through his left arm, the MC enters the shelter with a very simple and risky goal in mind. He plans to loot all the heavy weaponry and ammo being transported on the foreign vessel to reinforce his personal arsenal. The major danger of this mission is the zombie pathogen, which spreads through highly permeable spores that are impossible to block. Any regular human exposed to this toxic green mist suffers an agonizing mutation and turns into a bloodthirsty monster. Despite the lethal risk, Sang-ho concludes that turning now or 5 days from now doesn't make much difference, since he has no family left to protect. Even knowing he could just lock himself in his private dimension and live out the rest of his life safely with Dingo, he tosses that idea aside. The hunter understands that surviving in isolation like a coward wouldn't make any sense and would completely erase his essence as a human being. Finishing setting up his nautical gear, the strategist reminds himself that he has absolutely no intention of falling on this endeavor. He ties his shoelaces with determination, accepting that he chose a high-risk path simply because the rewards will be much greater. Holding his phone in his hand, the survivor figures that betting it all to win is the only real way to live in the apocalypse. Analyzing the leaked system patch notes, the young man tries to decipher how weak the starting monsters will be and how to score points fast. He deduces the world administrator set up these rules in advance, but a piercing alarm suddenly cuts his thoughts off. Startled by the deafening warning, the MC realizes instantly that the cataclysmic event he had been waiting for has finally begun. The device screen flashes a national tsunami alert confirming the asteroid's impact in the ocean, marking the start of the third omen. Emergency sirens start blaring across the whole coastal city, announcing the incoming giant wave. Flocks of birds flee in sheer panic as the harbor's waters recede drastically, setting the stage for destruction. The unnatural retreat of the sea leaves several boats stranded on the wet sand and exposes the bottom of the port in a terrifying way. On the horizon, a colossal wall of water rises with fury and pushes forward relentlessly to swallow everything in its path. The massive wave hits the urban zone with devastating force, flooding streets and washing away commercial buildings like they were made of paper. Swept up by the violent tsunami current, the massive cargo ship crashes into the city, floating out of control over the submerged buildings. Watching the metal beast rip through the water right below his balcony, the hunter lets out a curse, blown away by the damage. Seeing cars bobbing in the deadly flood, he admits that facing hordes of walkers is way easier than dealing with the ocean's unstoppable force. The former player uses his binoculars to lock onto the stabilized ship, making sure the structure has stopped moving and is safe to board. Putting the gear away, the young man confesses that witnessing natural disasters always leaves him with a terrible feeling of helplessness and smallness. Shaking the fear off, the survivor pushes his small rubber boat loaded with supplies and decides it is time to leap into action. To guarantee total safety against the toxic mist, he puts on a reinforced helmet, snapping the protective visor tightly shut over his face. The hunter dives off the edge of the abandoned building and quickly slides down a rope, taking the tethered vessel toward the choppy waters. He calculates that he needs to pull off the entire heist and escape the area well before the government rescue teams show up to investigate. Revving the small boat's motor, the hero cuts straight to the rough current, speeding toward the stranded steel. Pulling up next to the massive metal wall, the infiltrator starts climbing a hanging rope, satisfied that his tactic is working flawlessly. As soon as he steps foot on the quiet deck, the MC takes a deep breath and scans his surroundings with extreme caution. Noticing the spore trails scattered across the walls, he sighs in relief, confirming the rookie's guess was right and the awakened really are immune to the virus. The strategist rubs his hands on his clothes, making sure the green slime doesn't cause any adverse reaction or bad feeling on his system-protected body. Putting his worries aside, the young man forces open a heavy iron hatch and sneaks into the ship's dark hallways. Just a few steps down the corridors, the human's presence grabs the attention of Russian sailors fully turned into aggressive walkers. Without showing any fear, the infiltrator jokes around, greeting the deformed creatures that stumble toward him, growling and drooling. The hunter drops into a solid combat stance, gripping a heavy spiked club in his right hand and a small round shield in his left. He remembers that in the original game setting, these freaks didn't infect victims with bites, but treated any living thing purely as prey. The monsters rush down the hallway driven by a ravenous predatory instinct that makes them stronger with every piece of meat they consume. Cutting off the frontal charge immediately, the MC steps in and smashes the first enemy's face with a violent shield bash, breaking its teeth. Seizing the dazed walkers stumble backward, the strategist swings his club with full force and tells the target to brace for impact. The blunt weapon hits the monster's head dead on with a brutal side swing, shattering its skull in one go. Watching the decayed body hit the metal floor lifelessly, the hero is shocked at the opponent's frailty and figures the system nerfed the enemy race way too much. Seeing the points earned notification pop up in his vision, the veteran remembers that back in the old days, it would take several steel strikes to drop one of these. Despite the unexpected ease of the fight, the young man tightens his grip on his weapon and promises to keep his guard up so he won't repeat the dangerous mistakes of the past. The former player grumbles to himself that making a fatal error by underestimating the enemy was already more than enough for his long survival career. Walking cautiously through the wreckage, the explorer turns a corner and freezes, stunned by the grim sight waiting further ahead. A massive group of infected sailors wanders aimlessly, totally blocking the path leading to the vessel's lower decks. With no other viable route, the hunter decides to initiate a full sweep of that sector, taking down every single monster in his way. He pushes forward with speed, landing precise strikes and crushing the walkers one after another, stacking up system points fast. In the middle of the all-out brawl, a loud gunshot echoes through the steel walls, interrupting the strategist's plans to head straight for the cabin. Completely surprised by the sudden noise, he realizes with shock that there is still some human fighting desperately for their life in that infected zone. Knocking out the hallway's last walker with a heavy blow, the hero deduces that a normal civilian might actually manage to resist the spores if they survive the initial attack. Driven by curiosity to prove his theories, the MC sprints at top speed toward the source of the gunshot, wanting to rescue the mystery survivor. Upon opening the security room door, the infiltrator laments silently as he finds the fallen body of a foreign officer lying in the dark. The victim's lifeblood spreads slowly across the floor, staining a small family photo that slipped from his uniform during his final moments of despair. In a rare moment of empathy for someone else's tragedy, the hunter crouches down and closes the sailor's open eyes, paying brief respect to the fallen. Coldly giving thanks for the involuntary help, the strategist scoops up the valuable pistol and tactical briefcase that slipped from the fallen man's limp hand. With the firearm secured, the survivor turns his back on the tragic scene and decides to keep pushing his mission forward without looking back. After completely sweeping all the key rooms, he heads out through the same entry hatch and returns to the fresh air of the upper deck loaded with items. Staring at the trail of wreckage he left in the corridor, the former player figures this kind of intense scenario will become humanity's new daily routine. He ties the gear back onto the rubber boat and jumps off the Iron Giant's edge without wasting another second on useless reflections. Landing smoothly in the small vessel rocking on the water, the MC accepts that the real moral test will begin when he has to take down humans to live. Speeding back toward the sunken city, the young man's eyes widen in shock as he spots other people braving the current in small boats amidst the disaster. Seeing the unknown adventurers fighting over the risky loot under the lethal mist, he realizes with intrigue that he isn't the only lunatic determined to profit from the tragedy. Piloting his small boat at high speed through the turbulent waters, the MC reflects that the cheap hypocrisy of these people is simply sickening. He leaves a massive cargo ship behind and decides to treat this whole risky heist as just some good travel practice. Speeding steadily against the current, the survivor stays the course, focused on making it back to the city safely. The next day, right at dawn, the hunter watches the street through his apartment window while reflecting on recent events. Reading the news about the desperate manhunt for the game's developer, he concludes it is better to contact the countermeasure headquarters directly. Watching the national broadcast, the young man notes the decisive actions taken by the president after getting definitive proof about the walkers. Analyzing the nation's leader's stance, the former player is almost certain they both share the exact same practical mindset. Determined to fulfill his last moral justification, Si Young-ho grabs his phone to just hand over all the remaining useful info at once. On the other end of the line, the administrator formally answers the call, having no idea the informant already knows the exact time of the final day. The clerk tries to ask for the caller's ID but completely freezes when the hunter mentions a bullet wound on the hobgoblin's shoulder. Stunned by the level of restricted knowledge, the administrator instantly realizes who he is talking to. Giving no room for exaggerated reactions, the diner owner coldly states that he doesn't intend to drag the conversation out. He reveals that the apocalypse will start exactly on July 20th at 1 in the afternoon, adding that a special package will arrive that same afternoon, guaranteeing the delivery of the crucial items. The survivor just hopes the government knows how to put all that to good use. Having fulfilled his role, the MC ends the call, wishing humanity the best of luck. Impressed by the president's firm stance, the MC follows the national broadcast while reading the public's panic on social media. With the internet becoming unstable, he recognizes that the information circulating online is no longer completely accurate or reliable. Just then, a loudspeaker warning echoes through the neighborhood, catching the hunter's attention as he looks out the illuminated window. On the streets, the military mobilizes troops, instructing the public to stock up on food and water for 4 days before nightfall. The street broadcast repeats the order to shut down all activities and warns about the final announcement scheduled for the 20th. Satisfied with the authorities' efficiency, the young man admits the response was so perfect that he almost regrets not helping out earlier. Clenching his fists in frustration, he thinks that if he had known about all this competence, he might have risked using his rift from the very beginning to save more lives. To push away the guilt, the survivor understands that the disaster was inevitable anyway and cuts off those useless thoughts. Observing the dark night through the window, the diner owner reinforces the selfish promise he made to himself in the past to stay alive. Accepting his true nature, he embraces the fact that he was never a great hero, just an ordinary person trying not to perish. Stuck at home due to the military lockdown, the strategist takes advantage of the free time to extend his stay by working inside his private dimension. With 3 days left until the end, the former player uses the blueprints on his tablet to continue digging the defensive moat, calculating the remaining days of work. He spent his downtime organizing all the survival and farming tutorials he downloaded while he still had internet access. The next day, during a recon patrol with the pup dingo, the hero celebrates finding an absolute gold mine. Admiring the rare ripe sunapple on the tree, he realizes in shock that the fruit grew in just 1 month and deduces that the forest has magical soil. With only 1 day left before the global collapse, the hunter notices something strange happened at the entrance of his private shelter. Inspecting the supply shelf closely, the guy notices that 2 valuable packs of sweet potato jelly vanished out of nowhere. In place of the stolen food, he finds 1 small shriveled grape left on the counter and is totally confused by the trade. Suspicious of the rift's only other resident, the MC crouches down to Dingo the Wolf's level, demanding an explanation for the missing sweets. With an authoritative stance, the diner owner scolds the pup, who whines while lying on his back, playing innocent. Analyzing the animal's dramatic behavior more closely, the survivor concludes that his pet is completely innocent in this mystery. Prompted by his partner's agitated barks, the strategist agrees to check the security footage to find the real culprit. Sitting in front of his laptop in the dark room, the former player accesses the Dimension's camera system, wanting to get to the bottom of this. As soon as the video loads, the guy's eyes widen in complete surprise at the footage on the screen. The recording shows 3 weird beetles silently invading the base through the doggy door. The video confirmed that the organized intruders left the grape as a form of payment before swiping the jellies from the shelf. Fascinated by the creature's coordinated actions, the hunter wonders if these little monsters possess some advanced level of consciousness. Scratching his head anxiously, he feels a strong urge to hunt down the intruders right now to investigate, but he knows he has a bigger commitment. Leaving the mystery for later, the MC simply locks the doggy door, securing the shed for the time being. Summoning the portal back to the real world, the diner owner prepares to welcome the special guests he scheduled for today. In the brightly lit living room, the host notes that all the invited survivors managed to arrive on time despite the strict military lockdown. Sitting down with the group, the gym director takes the floor and introduces the unknown guy as the newest member of his gymnastics team. A bit shy among the veterans, the rookie bows politely and introduces himself as Yu Hyun. The student explains that he is also an awakened, but assures them he is far more useful with his electrical engineering knowledge than with fighting. Shaking the recruit's hand amicably, Kang Sung-ho lies about his class, claiming to be just a regular human without powers. Keeping the meeting focused and objective, the strategist asks to wrap up the introductions and start sharing the gathered intel. Kicking off the data exchange, the diner owner points to his buff old friend, asking him to speak first. Scratching his face awkwardly, the director shares that he was on a call with his ex-wife when the line suddenly dropped out of nowhere. Driven by fatherly concern, the man reports that he immediately got in his car to check on his little daughter's safety. He recounts that the real tense situation began during his trip back to the city. Recalling the blocked route, the ally informs them that he spotted massive military barricades being hastily set up on the main highway. The man adds a rumor that all residents near the petrochemical complex were being evacuated from the hazard zone. Passing the turn, the MC questions police officer Suryeon, who, holding a mug, warns that she only has one single valuable piece of info. The investigator calmly reveals that the government built a gigantic shelter in the middle of the city part in record time. Shocked by the absurd logistics of such a sudden construction, the guys doubt the story, but the young woman assures them she saw the fortress with her own eyes. Reaching the final guest, the host gives the floor to the hairdresser Mi Kyung, who shares some gossip she overheard at the grocery store. The girl reports that several high-ranking officials were abruptly detained for daring to question the president's radical decisions. Resting his chin on his hands, Kang Sang-hong fakes surprise while reflecting that the group's espionage skills are much better than he expected. Despite already having complete mastery over all this doomsday info, the strategist has a very specific reason for holding this meeting. The former player understands that revealing his secret identity as a veteran would be the fastest way to earn these people's unconditional loyalty. Preferring to keep his advantage in anonymity, the guy takes a deep breath and asks his allies to pay close attention without panicking. During his deductive conclusion, he confidently states that the country's president is trying to orchestrate a minimally organized apocalypse. Using pure logic to convince the group, the MC questions why the mysterious restrictions started right on the afternoon of the 16th. Maintaining the conspiratorial tone, he raises suspicions about the real reason the national lockdown paralyzed state facilities for exactly 4 days. Putting the scattered pieces together, the young Yoo-hyun finally catches the warning between the lines and deduces out loud that the final event is about to happen. Taking the cue, the diner owner confirms that the end will start exactly on July 20th, the date the military isolation ends. Overcome by despair at the approaching doom, the rookie jumps up from the couch wanting to flee, but is stopped by a commanding shout from the host. Regaining control of the stressful situation, Kang Sung-ho pulls a large manila envelope to the center of the table, promising to get straight to the point. Bathed in confidence, the strategist announces he called everyone there with the sole intention of handing over a complete survival guide for the apocalypse. Completely lost at such tactical preparation, the buff friend questions the material's origin, only to hear that it all came from Kim Bok-jawa's videos. Shocked by the surprise reveal, the hairdresser Mi Kyung apologizes for hiding her true skills all this time. The host reassures his ally, guaranteeing she is free to use the survival guide's information however she sees fit. Maintaining his seriousness, Kang Sang-kwon makes a single request, warning that everyone must follow the tutorial manual strictly if they want to survive. With the meeting adjourned, the guests leave quickly, leaving the strategist alone with Dingo on the terrace as midnight approaches. Surrounded by terrible memories of monsters, the MC reflects that he spent the last 32 days preparing intensely. Clenching his fist tightly, he admits that his selfishness, disguised as harmless caution, might still end up costing a heavy price in the future. Despite this guilty conscience, the former player faces the cold night and assures himself that he has absolutely no regrets about his choices. Just then, the skies light up with the trails of dozens of military missiles fired in a desperate attempt to shoot down the asteroid. The heavy warheads hit the target in space, creating massive explosions, but the defense plan fails to totally obliterate the large, lethal Ra. Watching the light show through his binoculars, the survivor simply notes that the start of the zombie apocalypse has finally knocked on humanity's door. Lowering the equipment with a resigned look, the guy officially concludes that the global collapse is now a totally unavoidable event. As soon as dawn breaks, the strict military lockdown is lifted, allowing the city streets to return to some normal movement. Taking advantage of these final hours of false calm, the hunter finishes the basic preparations for his apartment by installing bulletproof glass and a reinforced door. Continuing his absurd morning routine, the former player injects a small dose of blue dart frog venom directly into his arm vein. His body suffers intensely from the paralyzing toxin, but he pushes his limits by doing hundreds of consecutive push-ups to increase his poison resistance. After successfully completing the extreme workout, the strategist quickly gears up in his full combat suit, checking every buckle of his tactical equipment. With his heavy armor adjusted, he sits on the kitchen floor and shares one last hearty, peaceful meal alongside his loyal pet. With nothing left to do, the two wait together in the dark living room watching the news until the countdown hits 9 in the morning. When the scheduled time arrives, the emergency broadcast takes over the TV screen, immediately grabbing the diner owner's attention. The alarming volume of the government warning also wakes up the pup Dingo, who perks his ears up, totally focused on the movement in the room. In the live broadcast, the nation's president begins his speech with an overwhelming presence, revealing the terrible truth about the asteroid to the citizens. The supreme leader coldly explains the martial law measures, confirming that the military has already taken control of the media and main escape routes. Watching the flawless speech, Kam Song-ho questions if there is anyone else in the world capable of orchestrating an apocalypse so perfectly organized. With a heavy sigh, the guy turns off the TV, confessing that deep down he still held on to the useless hope that the meteor strike wouldn't happen. Finally accepting the harsh apocalyptic reality, he gets up from the couch determined to put into practice everything he planned to ensure his survival. Gripping his iron spear firmly, the MC fully embraces his true stance as a relentless veteran in body and soul. With only a few hours left until the spore rain, the hunter uses his dimensional rift to organize the shed and prepare items that are immune to the rust plague. While the strategist works in absolute safety, the real world plunges into total chaos, with panicking people looting stores and causing brutal accidents on the streets. Social order collapses in a matter of minutes, with desperate citizens cowardly beating each other up just to secure one extra box of basic supplies. Amidst this widespread tragedy, some lunatics take advantage of the fall of law to unleash their repressed desires, celebrating the madness from on top of wrecked cars. Without the slightest fear of legal consequences, heavy-set criminals exploit the panic, assuming everyone is already doomed and they can commit any atrocity with impunity. Completely ignoring the suffering of others, sadistic drivers accelerate heavy trucks over dozens of innocent people without showing an ounce of remorse. Next to a wrecked pickup truck, a gang of delinquents mocks the crushed victims, blaming the fallen themselves for being in the middle of the road. The aggressive looters start gathering metal bats, justifying that they would lose those weapons anyway as soon as the rust curse begins. The tattooed leader in hack abruptly interrupts the pillaging, pointing his bat straight at the top of a building after noticing someone watching from up there. Exuding pure cruelty, the punk threatens the MC, demanding he survive the infection just so he can hunt him down for easy points in the future. From the top of the brick building, Kang Sung-ho finds the threat totally pathetic and wonders why that maniac is making such cliché speeches at a time like this. The one-sided conversation is cut short by a massive storm of instruction pamphlets dropped by military jets tearing through the sky of the collapsing city. Holding one of the papers detailing the locations of official shelters, the strategist acknowledges the authorities' massive and genuine effort to try and save the population. Reading the evacuation instructions, the guy reflects melancholically that if there were more competent leaders in society, maybe the end of times would be much less brutal. However, knowing that human greed is relentless, the hunter crumbles the useless pamphlet, accepting the fact that people's true corrupted nature will never change. Leaving the roof behind, the diner owner heads down the dark flights of stairs, determined to perform his final checks on the city's supplies. With a mere 3 minutes left before the arrival of the lethal spore rain, he stores his heavy motorcycle inside the rift and wraps up his inspection of the outside world. Checking the blue cylinders stacked on the hideout floor, the survivor ponders if he will have enough time to use them before the metal completely rots away. Fixing his gaze closely on the glowing digital map, the veteran mentally reviews his entire aggressive looting route to ensure he won't make any fatal detours. Worried about the impending environmental curse, he checks the hands of his analog watch, trying to remember if he forgot to remove any non-magical equipment from his body. Realizing his own absurd anxiety, the MC lets out a faint laugh, admitting out loud that he is acting with totally exaggerated security paranoia. Convinced that he took all possible preventive measures for the moment, Kang Sung-ho puts on his white helmet at the exact instant the clock strikes 1 in the afternoon. With a firm and decisive motion, the former player stomps on the kickstarter of his rugged bike and gets ready to tear through the newly infested avenues. Revening the roaring engine, the bold biker knows that from here on out, all he can do is bravely hope that every step of his meticulous tactic works out. Outside the safe base, the dreaded stellar spores have already shown their practical effects, quickly transforming civilians into rabid infected that attack their former neighbors. A middle-aged man falls violently on his back onto the asphalt, being swarmed mercilessly by the infected, while letting out piercing screams of pure agony. The street instantly turns into a grotesque scene with rotting creatures growling fiercely amidst the chaos left by the defenseless victims. Raising their stained faces and glowing red eyes, the reanimated bodies notice the aggressive noise of the approaching engine and try to focus on the source of the sound. Ignoring the brutal chaos around him, the strategist speeds forward on his bike at top speed, cutting straight through the scattered horde of mindless beings. Skillfully dodging the rotting hands trying to knock him down, the traveler notices with some oddity that the total number of monsters roaming around is surprisingly low. Analyzing the stained storefront windows as he passes by, the experienced hunter connects the dots and quickly understands the real reason for that zombie wasteland. He spots entire newly transformed families huddled together inside the closed shops, realizing that many civilians chose to face the end embracing their loved ones. Checking the slight movement reflected in the side mirrors, the guy quietly wonders if there isn't a single brave awakened left in the area immune to the zombie contamination. Without the time or desire to deal with potentially dangerous survivors right now, the biker floors it, considering the completely deserted environment a massive blessing. Tearing up the dirty asphalt with extreme mastery, the MC coldly admits that any living person crossing his looting route would only serve as a giant, useless obstacle. Arriving swiftly at his first commercial target marked in the plan, the former player drifts his heavy bike and parks exactly at the front of an abandoned pharmacy. Wielding a massive, sturdy steel sledgehammer, Kang Sung-ho celebrates in relief upon noticing that the main metal security grate wasn't even lowered. Taking advantage of this perfect architectural loophole, he swings the immense weight of the hammer and shatters the thin glass door with a single violent strike, reducing the obstacle to pieces. Entering the still dark shop right away, the looter summons his private dimensional rift, lighting up all the intact shelves with the strong blue glow of his magical power. Fully aware that the deafening sound of shattered glass will draw attention from the streets, the veteran starts moving through the stocked aisles as fast as his body can handle. He tosses dozens of essential bottles into the dimensional vortex while mentally calculating the time the spore mutation cycle will still take to fully stabilize. Sliding boxes upon boxes of varied medical supplies, the guy bets he can completely clear out the large hardware store before consistent hordes can form. On the other magical side of the bluish portal, the pup Dingo just stares at the sudden rain of colorful medicines falling out of nowhere, not understanding his owner's crazy level of rush. The chaotic avalanche of plastic packaging and pills ends up falling violently right onto the poor pet's head, who shrinks his whole body in fear of the unexpected attack. Finishing the chemical sweep of that location, the efficient strategist pulls up his sleeve to check his watch, pumped about having cleared the pharmacy flawlessly. Motivated by the excellent performance in collection speed, the guy gains confidence and starts truly believing he will be able to empty all the map locations in record time. However, this high expectation is mercilessly crushed the exact second he parks his bike again, now facing the famous and highly desired heavy materials store. Staring at the monumental barrier protecting the entrance, the indignant biker discovers that the cautious store owner pulled down a thick iron shutter over the door. Already expecting obstacles and delays like this to cross his short looting path, Kan Sung-ho pulls a heavy industrial blowtorch from his inventory, ready to melt the armored padlocks. Holding the tool, Kang Sang-hong comments that this is exactly why he brought an oxygen cutter in his inventory. Using the blowtorch on the locks, he quickly realizes the equipment is way noisier than he imagined. With that, the hunter takes a quick glance over his shoulder to check his surroundings. Observing the dark alley, the strategist notes that, even with the creature's weakened organic tracking, they have already been alerted. A large group of infected starts running clumsily right toward where he is working. Staring at the approaching horde, the former player remembers that the situation is identical to what he saw in the old Russian ship incident. He coldly analyzes that these early-stage zombies, who haven't fed on anyone yet, are very weak creatures. To complete the advantage, the system's nerf leaves them at such a pathetic level that the MC steps forward and crushes the first one's head with his club. Swinging the heavy weapon with brute force, he concludes that even a rookie could handle them easily if they knew their weak points. Seizing the opening created by the impact, the veteran keeps delivering heavy strikes, scattering the infected across the asphalt. Giving the horde no quarter, he steps on a fallen monster's head, admitting that reality has a much lower difficulty than the game. Seeing the blue system windows pop up, scoring 2 points per takedown, the hunter celebrates that gaining experience is also much easier. However, facing the street now completely packed with creatures, he pauses for a second thinking about what to do with that mess. Analyzing standard tactics, the strategist knows the right move would be to lure the horde into a narrow alley and take out the targets one by one safely. The big problem is that the MC is in a huge hurry right now and can't afford to waste time on lengthy strategies. Deciding to change his approach, he turns off the noisy blowtorch and quickly pulls his sharp hatchet from his tactical belt. With a weapon in hand, Kang So-ho decides to simply knock down that horde and take them all out at once to clear the area fast. Slashing the chest of the first infected to approach, he mentally notes that he only avoided them before to not waste his precious looting time. Blocking another zombie's desperate attack with his blade, the looter assures the creatures that he was already making this warning crystal clear beforehand. Following up the block with a brutal offensive, the veteran delivers a violent punch that shatters the monster's face instantly. Unleashing a blast of blue energy with his weapon, he sweeps away the enemies while confidently stating that he never ran away because he was scared of them. The noisy brawl attracts even more attention, causing a new wave of mindless beings to emerge from the shadows running his way. Without stepping back a single millimeter, the MC lands a heavy strike on an infected's chest, telling the horde to think carefully about who they are messing with. Exuding the pure confidence of a veteran, he questions if those useless monsters really think someone with over 5,000 hours of game time would be defeated right there. Finishing the thought with a brutal kick that pushes the attacker away, the former player scoffs that he would never lose to creatures that haven't even been buffed by the system. Wrapping up the destructive combo with a crushing top-down attack, the strategist yells that the enemies aren't even grouped up in a dangerous way. With the street finally covered in motionless bodies, the hunter relaxes his stance and admits in a sadistic tone that the brief brawl was actually pretty fun. Returning to his main objective, he fires up the blowtorch again, saying that show of violence was the payback for the unwanted delay. Aiming the glowing flame back at the iron shutter, the looter promises to bust that passage open with brute force as fast as possible. With the hardware store properly broken into and looted, Kang Sung-ho sends the materials to his rift and hops on his bike, heading straight for the police station. Arriving at the police station's armory, the biker sighs in frustration seeing the empty shelves and wonders if he took too long at the previous store. However, before disappointment could take over, he looks through the back door and notices several uniformed figures scattered across the cold floor of the Dart parking lot. Scavenging the area cautiously, the survivor finds a fallen officer holding a pistol next to a large blue bag. With luck smiling on his plan, the strategist zips up the bag, satisfied that he didn't make the arm trip in vain. Unzipping it a crack to confirm the prize, he admires the ammo boxes and service revolvers he managed to secure before the rust kicked in. Satisfied with his newly acquired firearm arsenal, the hunter mounts his bike and speeds off, tearing through the streets toward his fourth looting spot of the day. The loud engine noise inevitably attracts the attention of roaming infected, who start chasing frantically after the bike along the dirty sidewalks. Focused on the route, the former player's eyes shine intensely as he reflects that his perception and dexterity stats have increased a lot because of his items. Combining this physical buff with the terrain sensor skill he got from the hobgoblin, he can now see the position of every monster within a massive radius. Anticipating any blind attacks, the skilled rider weaves through the disorganized horde with extreme ease, leaving the creatures in the dust. Braking right in front of the custom motorcycle shop, the guy notices the doors are open and concludes that panicking people think alike. Without wasting time looking for survivors on site, he finds an intact red ATV and sends it straight into his dimensional rift. After finishing the grueling city collection, Kang Se-hong-ho enters his private dimension and checks his digital status window to evaluate his progress. Enjoying the peace of the isolated environment, the diner owner bites into a piece of fruit next to Dingo and relievedly admits that his private portal is an absurd advantage. With his debuffs cleared and stamina restored, the looter exits the rift, returning to the real world in the middle of the apocalyptic street, giving a long stretch. Ready to get back to the intense urban sweeping routine, the survivor suddenly freezes in place, hearing a very familiar noise cutting through the silent street. Turning his head slowly, the MC sees a group of criminal bikers drifting on the asphalt and cheering out loud that they finally found him. The delinquent leader Inhok points his finger at Seong-ho, yelling that if he was an unawakened human, he should have stayed hiding at home. Overflowing with strong golden electricity from his hands, the criminal threatens his prey, asking if the looter has any idea how long they spent looking for him. Not waiting for a friendly reply, the thug fires off the lightning magic, forcing the strategist to quickly jump back so he doesn't get fried alive. Sliding with his boots on the hot asphalt, the veteran thinks irritably that the two of them were bound to run into each other in the future anyway, and finds this obsession a crazy overreaction. Out of peaceful options, King Sin-hong summons his blue magic rift behind himself while pondering the fastest way to eliminate that obstacle. Confident in his magical superiority, Inhok steps out of the sidecar, ordering the rider to keep an eye on the zombies while he handles the problem real quick. Kicking the air, the gang leader asks if his prey is ready to meet his maker, bragging that he'll do it before the official Doomsday tutorial even begins. Hearing the arrogant taunt, the diner owner deduces that the criminal is acting like this because he thinks the system won't label him as a rogue player yet. The strategist confirms the thug's logic, recalling that in the game, the first player elimination only generates a simple warning, tempting people to strike. Losing sight of his target in the middle of the street, the delinquent stops walking in confusion, blind to the fact that Kang Sang-hong used the portal to flank his position. Appearing like a ghost right behind the enemy's back, the veteran immobilizes the thug's arm, asking himself if it's acceptable to take down humans in reality. Squeezing the rival looter's neck without hesitation, Si-Kong-ho dryly demands that the scum answer in a low voice if he has already been awakened by the system. Completely panicked with his demise right at his ear, the choking man stutters that he only started the chase because the MC had the audacity to steal their target. Not understanding a single thing about this victim-blaming talk, the former player questions the lame excuse and orders the criminal to confess his real reasons for being mad. Not getting the expected answer in time, the vengeful hunter pulls the enemy leader by the collar and delivers a brutal knee straight to the guy's ribs. Seeing Inhak double over coughing on the asphalt, the cold strategist grants one last chance for the thug to try and turn over a new leaf in his miserable life. Pulling the enemy's hair, the veteran mocks the fact that he's getting a moral lecture from a creep who crossed the entire city with the sole intention to pillage and eliminate players. Attempting one final trick, the cowardly delinquent slowly pulls a hidden knife from his pocket while whispering with hatred that he and Kang Sang-hong-ho are exactly the same. In a desperate sneak attack, the thug thrusts the blade, yelling that his rival is selfish trash, but the MC predicts the move and lands a destructive blow. The slashing impact is so precise and violent that a thick layer of liquid splatters instantly, completely staining the former player's white visor. Lightly wiping the dirty visor with a trembling hand, the diner owner stares at his fading opponent and admits the thug was very right in his conclusion. Holding the limp neck of the agonizing criminal, the hunter lets out a sigh of relief and thanks him, stating that his stupid attitude cleared his mind. With his breathing failing and his arrogance swept away by the pure terror of the end, Inhak tearfully agrees that he is trash, just like him, and humiliatingly begs for mercy. The MC ends the suffering unceremoniously by sinking his weapon, coldly confirming that he only hesitated before because he didn't want to admit the truth to himself. As soon as the blue window pops up granting 50 points for taking down a player, the veteran takes a deep breath complaining that the psychological impact is still too heavy. With slightly sweaty hands gripping the spear, he fixes his empty gaze on the alley wall, realizing in shock that eliminating a real person feels far too dirty. The morbid tension of that violent moment of reflection is suddenly broken when the biker accomplice yells Inhak's name in shock upon seeing the scene. Snapping out of his intense daydream, Kang Song-ho slowly lifts his face toward the screen and gives a terrifying warning for the henchman to pay close attention. The accomplice is left utterly confused as he notices the approach of a whole horde of zombies right behind his back. Without any chance to defend himself, the thug is brutally swarmed by the starving creatures and screams desperately for help. Being overtaken by the mindless horde, the biker begs for help, while Kang Song-ho coldly reflects on the situation. Observing the stain dripping down his glove, the strategist understands that people like those criminals only care about their own sick desires. Staring at the mess down below, the MC concludes that creeps who extort others deserve to have a miserable end in the apocalypse. With that, the former player recalls the rogue player system mechanic that was introduced months after the game's launch to prevent intentional griefing. Although the developer's intention was good, aiming to protect the noobs early on, the rules ended up becoming a total uncontrollable mess. The first infraction only triggered a simple warning on the user's screen, since the creators were terrified of losing active players. However, from the third elimination onward, the player received the irreversible robe title and was marked by the system with the sinister aura, no exceptions. Yet, on the second elimination, the system evaluated the level of complicity if the attack wasn't direct, allowing many to easily get off the hook. Thinking about this, the veteran wonders why so many users sought out this title, remembering that gaining points and stats was the biggest incentive. Besides being able to steal the unique skills from their victims, an update rolled out a week before the shutdown brought even more perks for the rogue players. The new special skills added at the last minute became a huge reason for the cowardly player hunting to become a routine. Those brutal advantages were more than enough for the veterans to maximize their enjoyment of the tedious survival game in a purely sadistic way. However, the hunter knows everything has its price and remembers that being a rogue required endless hunting to avoid the massive penalty of the elimination field. Recalling the game's heavy rules, he knows that the approach of 3 players triggered an inescapable barrier around the marked rogue. Trapped inside this impenetrable magic arena, everyone involved was forced to fight a ruthless match to the bitter end without any chance of escape. At first, the situation actually seemed to give a huge advantage to the criminal, but in the endgame full of aggressive veterans, that arena turned into a fatal trap. Being mercilessly hunted down by the most experienced players, the rogues ended up wiped out and lost everything they had hoarded in their inventory. Snapping out of his past memories, the MC touches his own chest, noticing that the system's classic warning heartbeat didn't go off this time. Looking at Inhak's abandoned body on the ground, the looter confirms his theory that the punitive system isn't active yet before the tutorial begins. This massive flaw in the rules means that, during the next few hours of chaos, taking down players will bring absolutely no magical consequences. Pushing those dark dots away from his mind, the guy adjusts his helmet, recognizing that he's losing his mind for even considering actively going out to hunt others. Pulling his stained spear from the victim's body, the veteran decides to just focus on his long original plan for isolated survival. Standing alone in the middle of the silent alley, he reaffirms to himself that his main golden rule in the apocalypse remains exactly the same as in the game. The strategist calculates and swears that he will always respond to any type of injustice with double the brutality to ensure his own safety. Gathering the useful items from the newly defeated thugs, Kang Sung-ho tosses the stolen bag straight into the brightness of his dimensional rift. As soon as he finishes the quick sweep of the alley, the survivor steps into the magic portal and orders the passage to close, noting that it's already 4:30 in the afternoon. Sometime after resting, the former player observes the street from above with binoculars, concluding that it was great to have hit the heavy equipment stores earlier. However, the big problem now is the massive amount of aggressive zombies grouped up, completely surrounding the courtyard of the next industrial complex. Carefully watching the dangerous movement through the equipment, the hunter notices a group banging on the local gates, trying to ward off the agitated creatures. The reckless racket ends up shattering the main protective glass, creating a moment of total panic among the frightened survivors inside. Right after, a group tries to kick some civilians out of the warehouse while they beg in a panic, saying they can't leave because of the infestation outside. Holding a bat full of nails, the leader of the exiled group asks if the other party is stupid for sending them to certain doom in the middle of the street. On the other side of the intense conflict, a man wields a crossbow threatening to shoot, while the target in the white jacket just mocks him, doubting his courage. Totally pissed off by his rival's arrogant provocation, the shooter loads the arrow into his weapon, claiming they mess with the exact wrong guy. Pulling the trigger without the slightest guilty conscience, the shooter fires the lethal projectile, bragging that his specialty was always taking down defenseless humans. The swift arrow violently strikes the jacketed leader's right shoulder, making the guy scream in deep agony from the unexpected impact of the wound. Seeing their leader severely injured, his companions go into absolute shock, questioning if the shooter is completely insane for attacking real people like that. Maintaining a sadistic and repulsive smile on his face, the shooter replies that the world has ended and now the only valid law everywhere is survival of the fittest. Pressing his bleeding wound with his hand, the shot guy decides not to risk his group's lives and warns his friends that it's best to retreat from there. While the small group flees humiliated out the back, the cowardly shooter keeps mocking them, claiming everything would have been easier if they had just obeyed right from the start. Celebrating his quick and cruel victory, the man relaxes his stance in the warehouse until he hears the injured leader screaming furious curses from the dark courtyard. Bleeding heavily from his back, the offended guy loudly reinforces that he had already warned them about the lethal presence of the infected before being forcibly kicked out. Driven by vengeful anger, the survivor throws a metal object straight at the broken glass door, yelling that it's a nice little parting gift. With the noisy impact of the object on the factory floor, the shooter panics upon realizing that his enemy intentionally lured the creatures to them. Watching the injured group run desperately away from the invasion, Kang Sang-ho is impressed by the incredibly vindictive attitude of the guy in the jacket. Evaluating the massive entrance of infected through the front gate, the strategist thanks him from afar for unknowingly creating that fantastic distraction. Satisfied with the chaotic results generated by the brawl, the looter promises he will reward the surviving guy if they ever cross paths again in the future. Returning his focus straight back to his mission, the former player looks at Dingo resting in the rift and mentally confirms that the cleanup of that area is done. Checking his watch hands, the biker notes that there's a little over 1 hour left until the tutorial and concludes that going to the apartments now is a waste of time. Deciding to alter the steps of his strategy, he calls the small wolf out of the magic rift, knowing exactly where he needs to strike next. Walking calmly next to his loyal pet, the veteran states that it's time for Dingo to step up to speed up their experience grinding process. Carrying heavy green jugs of industrial fuel, the hunter questions what the favorite spot for swarming hordes is at the beginning of the apocalypse. Analyzing the abandoned urban structures, he knows very well that monsters always seek out places where it's extremely easy to get a free meal. The large supermarkets packed with confused civilians become the main targets for the creatures, turning into massive traps for terrified people. Precisely because of this absurd concentration of imminent danger, the MC states that any normal rookie would avoid going anywhere near those big stores. Pouring the flammable fuel generously all over the asphalt, the looter guarantees that insane veterans with thousands of hours in the game think differently. Unlike the game where basic materials were scarce at the start, the strategist has enough resources in reality to turn the area into a perfect trap. Wiping the sweat from his face after finishing the massive fuel puddle, the guy views the prepped environment as the best chance of the day to farm a ton of strength. The veteran bets everything on this incendiary tactic because he knows that hitting level 10 unlocks the golden chance to open the system shop before the official apocalypse. Finishing up analyzing the area covered in flammable liquid, he feels a quick pang of reality shock, seeing the level of destruction he planned out. Sighing as he tosses the jug aside, he wonders if he wasted fuel for nothing, remembering that the terrible plague would make vehicles leak their oil soon anyway. Summoning his massive blue rift again to store the extra junk, the calculator calmly decides that this small preventative expense pays off in the end. Besides guaranteeing massive experience, he knows this aggressive hunt will serve as great practical training to sharpen Dingo's hunting instincts. Kneeling in front of his furry pet, the skilled hunter pets the animal's head, asking if he can act just like they safely trained. Showing no sign of doubt in his eyes, the MC snaps his fingers, delivering the sharp, definitive command to kick off the intense action out there. Instantly obeying the attack call, the Grey Wolf pup charges into the street at extreme speed, letting out provocative barks to break the silence. The animal's sharp and unexpected sound interrupts the zombies' feast on the street, making the monsters abandon the scattered scraps to focus on the cheeky little dog. Drooling rotten leftovers and growling loudly, the reanimated creatures turn toward the main avenue, aggressively seeking to hunt down the source of that living noise. Purposely drawing the blind attention of the entire rotting crowd, Dingo bravely sprints down the middle of the wide road, skillfully dodging the sluggish infected. Driven by relentless hunger, the dangerous, mindless beings start a disorganized chase, trying to grab the small wolf running swiftly ahead of them. Weaving through the wave of abominations with no trouble, the magic pet slides under their drooping arms, provoking and gathering dozens of infected into a single cluster. The number of clustered zombies grows terrifyingly with every meter, forming a desperate wall of claws trying to snag the agile pup at any cost. Safely positioned on top of a parked truck, Kang Sung-ho admires Dingo's colossal efficiency in easily dragging around that true urban legion. Watching the colossal crowd of zombies chasing the pup in his direction, the MC praises his pet's majestic figure. Holding a lit lighter in his hands, the veteran calculatingly states that everything is going exactly as planned. Tossing the flaming object from above down toward the fuel puddle, he finishes his sentence praising his little dog's intelligence. The fire spreads in the blink of an eye as soon as the lighter touches the soaked asphalt, catching the mindless horde completely by surprise. Without the slightest chance to react, the reanimated monsters are swallowed by the intense flames and begin to melt in the middle of the street. A devastating explosion consumes the entire block, turning the ambush into a literal scorching inferno. Because of this massive simultaneous takedown, the system announces that the player reached level 11 and unlocked an extra slot in his portal. Sometime later, the clock strikes 5:40 in the afternoon, while morbid tranquility once again dominates the deserted city. Kang Son-ho mentally assesses that he managed to stock up on excellent supplies from the market and even secured a few computer servers. Riding his bike through the abandoned streets, the strategist remembers that many buildings will turn to dust in the next few hours. To avoid any surprises with destroyed roads, he summons the blue rift right in the middle of the lane, locking in his exact return coordinates. Accelerating without hesitation, the looter drives through the dimensional vortex, taking the heavy vehicle straight to his safe haven. Already in the forest, the survivor takes off his helmet, mentioning that he has already changed clothes and now only wears ballistic gear made without metal. Walking peacefully through the isolated area, he positions himself in a rustic training camp built near the main hideout. Grabbing the items left on the wooden table, the former player calmly equips the final pieces of gear prepped in advance. With everything properly strapped on, the biker evaluates his own resistance suit and confirms he is ready for the next event. Adjusting the dart buckle on his face guard, he checks the remaining time and notes there are less than 3 minutes left until the calamity begins. Tossing a small rock at the makeshift target, the veteran confesses that a weird gut feeling insists on making him anxious. Mentally rereading the rules of his unique skill, the master of the forest confirms that only items and animals in his possession can enter. However, the strategist recalls his game analysis and knows perfectly well that both the green spores and the terrible plague are airborne. While the lethal mist turns exposed people into literal, cannibalistic freaks in the blink of an eye. The iron plague disintegrates objects, forcing the guy to take drastic precautionary measures against contamination in the shelter. Exactly for this brutal reason, the survivor chose to stay in a training camp made entirely of raw wood. Prepping his testing stance, the cautious player sighs, admitting there's no use stressing over hypotheticals that haven't even happened yet. Squeezing a shiny steel sphere tightly in his hand, he plans to close the portal immediately if the object starts crumbling to the plague. Focusing his attention entirely on the metal sphere, the hunter raises his free hand and prepares the command to face the chaos. Without showing fear, Kang Sung-ho orders the magic rift to open, creating a large, glowing vortex right in front of him. At that exact moment in the real world, the clock finishes its countdown, activating the devastating iron plague all across the country. A dense reddish aura violently covers the abandoned city, initiating the instant corrosion of any civilized structure. The initial impact of this calamity is immeasurable, generating deafening noises of structural collapses echoing throughout the entire metropolis. The relentless phenomenon, better known to players as the Metal Plague, corrodes gigantic steel cranes until they crumble like sand. Sweeping through modern infrastructure all at once, the destructive rust crushes vehicles on the streets and makes airborne helicopters plummet, consuming decades of technological achievements. The curse turns imposing sports cars into mere dusty husks scattered on the ground. The city's electrical systems burst aggressively, causing massive short circuits before the utility poles vanish into the toxic mist. Through the shimmering frame of the dimensional portal, the scene of urban destruction reveals itself as a landscape of complete desolation. With foundations reduced to rotting garbage, the overwhelming event mercilessly forces the entire society's return to the Stone Age. Smoking ruins take over the old commercial centers, exposing the irreversible magnitude of the end of the world. Protected by the other dimension's rules, the MC watches the chaos unfolding, trying to stay still despite the shocking visuals. Suddenly, a colossal shockwave hurls debris toward the rift, forcing the guy to flinch and curse out loud from the scare. Quickly regaining his footing, the survivor deduces that the large military ammo depot exploded due to heat and friction. Completely ignoring the flames outside, the strategist frantically turns his eyes back to his closed hand holding the small test. Opening his fingers slowly, he lets out a heavy breath of extreme relief upon finding the steel spear perfectly smooth and preserved. Cutting off his own peace of mind, the former player lowers his head, completely shifting the focus of his calculating thoughts. Staring at the apocalyptic disaster burning beyond the magic panel, he admits out loud that it's impossible to call a catastrophe like that lucky. Dealing with the confusing mix of personal safety and human mourning, Kang Sung-ho coldly orders the passage to shut down immediately. As soon as the vortex fades from view, the guy cracks his neck, reminding himself that he needs to keep blind focus on the plan. Thinking it would be a peaceful walk back to the shelter, the human stops in the middle of the trail upon spotting a peculiar roadblock at the gate. Standing right in front of the huge doors of the underground haven, 3 little red monsters leave the owner of the place, completely puzzled. Showing annoyance at the sheer nerve, the looter asks why the group came back to that territory after stealing his food. Just then, the veteran's eyes widen as he crouches to examine a special wild ginseng root that was dropped at his feet. Focusing on the beetle squad leader, the portal master asks if the precious medicinal item serves as an official apology. Grabbing some of his beloved jellies from his backpack, the guy suggests a direct trade, but the little creatures reject the offer, shaking their heads. Losing the little patience he has left, the territory owner warns in a dark tone that these invasive pests are already pushing their luck too much. However, being bombarded by the magic insect gang's bright, pleading puppy eyes, the human gives up on being mad, admitting that they are pretty adorable. Clearing his throat to regain his composure, Kang Sung-ho decides to offer a new kind of business deal to the little thieves. Pointing his index finger up, he patiently explains that his priority isn't normal food, but rather finding valuable ores and magic stones. Drawing some crooked diamonds in the soft dirt with a twig, the young man notices the deep confusion hovering over the trio of little monsters' heads. Tired of trying to communicate in such a clunky way, the strategist concludes that the plan to create animal merchants just won't work out. Completely surprising the former player's expectations, the lead beetle snatches the twig from the human's hand and starts drawing its own symbols. Bringing a closed fist to his mouth, the survivor is in absolute shock at a level of intelligence he thought was impossible for monsters. Reading the doodles that mix the sweets and the ores, the human anxiously asks if the visitors are down to start that kind of trade immediately. Showing clear interest in the partnership, the cave owner swears to provide valuable treats whenever they bring back interesting materials. The main insect vibrates excitedly, making weird noises, and tries to shove a random clump of dirt into the human's hand, rushed to seal the deal. Forming a little council circle on the grass, the trio spends a few moments chatting in a strange language of clicks and high-pitched buzzes. Wrapping up the tiny debate, the group leader turns back around and raises a claw, pointing at the strategist to confirm that the gang accepts the offer. Right at that instant, the game panel blinks, announcing that advanced communication was successful and the creatures are requesting a formal contract. Faced with the unlikely notification, the veteran finally cracks the riddle, understanding why he tamed the wolf and the frog with such ease. Staring at the buttons on the magic screen, the looter discovers that animals with superior intellect don't agree to become anyone's property for free. Reading the absurd rules guaranteeing jelly shipments in exchange for ores without the right to physical aggression, the guy questions if this is a joke. Seeing no major downsides on the virtual paper, he finalizes the signature, securing an excellent team of private manual laborers. Disabling the colorful interface and laughing at the sheer surrealness of the whole situation, King Sung Hong Ho feels the red beetle tap hard on his leg. Looking at the little beast pointing euphorically toward the woods, the tamer praises their sudden drive to start the expedition right away. Asking his newest employees to stay put, the guy rushes through the huge metal doors heading straight for the pantry. Knowing the real reason the gang reached out in the first place, he returns to the sunlight carrying a giant box, claiming that all they wanted was to satisfy their hunger. The hyped-up survivor tosses several packs of sweet potato jelly into the air, yelling that the official moment to celebrate their new alliance has arrived. With the little creatures vibrating with joy and lifting the sweet potato packs, Kang Song-ha says he can't wait to work with them. Walking away casually toward the sunset, the strategist warns the gang not to run off with the food and to make sure they bring back the agreed materials. In a chill but direct tone, he adds that if he gets scammed, he'll drop the whole apocalypse thing just to hunt them down mercilessly to the ends of the earth. Now back in his dark hideout, the survivor sits in his chair near the fire, remembering that in the game, the tutorial always started on a pitch-black night. Staring at the servers stacked in the corner of the room, the guy mentally calculates that he still has about 2 or 3 hours left before the action really starts. Since sitting around isn't really his style, the former player chooses to keep moving instead of resting and opens a backpack to check his gear. Observing the stolen supplies, he is impressed by the level of preparation of that gang he had defeated earlier in the forest. Holding a white ceramic knife, the hunter recognizes the massive tactical value of that item made entirely of non-metallic material. Thinking about the leftover henchmen, the veteran decides he'll take a look at their hideout, regardless of whether he chooses to eliminate the enemies or not. After finishing the item inspection, the MC grabs the hard drives and starts slotting them right into the shelter's heavy machinery. All that memory data was collected from the computers and servers he had carefully looted from commercial buildings days prior. Connecting everything to the base station, the guy types focusedly on the laptop to initiate a deep scan of all the content stored on the old machines. The files are completely packed with all sorts of media, but right when he's almost done looking through it all, something weird catches his eye. His eyes widening in surprise, the strategist realizes he just stumbled upon a totally unexpected discovery and mutters, asking for a quick pause. The bright screen displays a vibrant music video, revealing the massive secret that the shy Meekyoung used to be a famous idol singer in the past. Processing the info, Kang Sang-hong-ho concludes that with her flawless looks, it would actually be weird if she was just a normal person. Even so, he decides to erase the file and clicks without mercy on the button to permanently delete the video from the storage system. Pulling from his memory the heavy expression the girl would make sometimes, the former player realizes that life probably isn't something she wants to remember. Finishing typing the final commands on the keyboard, the guy calls it good, figuring he's already scoured everything useful on the hard drives. Standing up from the chair calmly, the veteran states that now is the perfect time to check out his long-awaited level 10 reward. With a simple and direct voice command, the looter requests the immediate opening of the magic system's holographic shop window. Analyzing the glowing tabs in front of him, he comments that the user interface remains practically identical to what he knew from his game days. However, observing the basic item showcase, the strategist quickly notices that all the prices look different from the pre-major update version. Not wasting time on the economic changes, the portal master dryly dictates numbers 6 and 11 to quickly make his purchase. 2 potions drop magically onto the floor, confirming that item generation and interaction still work exactly the same way as on his old screen. Holding the colorful flasks in his hands, the hunter gives a sly smile as he deduces he can still abuse the famous tutorial-exclusive bug. Right after, he checks his new additional trait called Dimensional Slot, concluding that it works like excellent quick access hotkeys. Wanting to test the theory in practice, the survivor extends his hands, calling out loud for slots number 1 through 5. With that, 5 blue cubes float lined up in front of him, leaving the guy amazed at the absurd practicality of that newly acquired skill. Taking advantage of the novelty, he stores a heavy weapon in one of the glowing slots, celebrating that now he'll need to prep way less physical gear. With several flasks and items already stored in the floating cubes, the strategist notes that he no longer needs to leave his defenses positioned near the portal. Disabling the blue interface, he admits that this trait is completely broken and can easily carry any player to the end of the apocalypse. Turning his face toward the warm fireplace, the shelter owner asks Little Dingo to protect the house really well while he's out working. Charging bright energy in the palm of his hand, Kang Song-ho playfully announces that Big Bro needs to head out now. With the massive rift activated in the middle of the room, the former player steps boldly into the interdimensional passage, determined to clear the tutorial once and for all. Stepping onto a pile of rubble in the other world, the human faces a destroyed city and is struck by the dense, suffocating darkness of the place. Putting on his reinforced helmet, the veteran planned to rely solely on the faint moonlight and his terrain perception skill to manage to push forward. But after slamming hard into an invisible obstacle in the dark, he realizes through the pain that the plan isn't going to fly and quickly summons his third quick slot. Pulling a small flask out of the magic cube, the guy explains that he was saving the valuable item since he hadn't found another one like it on the other side of the rift. Knowing it's better to spend magical resources than to perish blindly in a hole, he swallows the shadow grapes, immediately activating the night buff. In the blink of an eye, the looter's pupils glow in an intense green hue as the system confirms the drastic boost to his ocular capacity. Contemplating the ruined avenue down below with total clarity, the MC cheers excitedly that he can finally see the dangers of the night. Adjusting his helmet's dark visor, the skilled hunter decides that priority number 1 is to quickly find a safe spot to position himself. Sprinting agilely over the rubble, the player reflects that survival life has a useless interface that never warns you when events occur. However, he knows perfectly well that the tutorial works very differently, using a gigantic wall of aggressive zombies to mark the start of the chaos. Advancing through the deserted street without stopping his sprint, Kang Song-ho raises the crucial question of exactly when that deadly barrier would spawn on the map. Sneaking stealthily behind the infected creatures' backs, the guy explains that the first way to trigger the event is by getting spotted by the horde. Leaping gracefully into a broken window, the portal master details that the second way is by picking up any special item from the environment. Safely inside the abandoned building, the veteran looks at the empty room floor, believing he put enough distance between himself and the danger outside. Staring intently at a random spot on the cold floor, the survivor waits in absolute silence for the necessary time for the acquisition magic to happen. A glowing pixelated sword starts materializing in the air, revealing the perfect chance for the player to exploit that tutorial's exclusive major glitch. Reacting with extremely violent reflexes, the former player grabs the forming hologram with all his strength before the weapon can fully stabilize. Thanks to the absurd speed of his brute force action, the system crashes and spits a physical sledgehammer onto the floor while simultaneously equipping the original. Holding the 2 heavy dark weapons, the strategist notes in surprise that the generated copy was the weakest model from the shop, not the glowing item from the floor. Analyzing the confusing gears of that bug, he concludes that the update aimed at nerfing the starting rewards ended up messing up the code even worse. Interrupting the MC's logical train of thought, a terrifying groan echoes in the streets, warning of the noisy approach of the starving horde. Keeping his flawless calm in the face of imminent danger, the human decides to step back from the window ledge, silently asking the monsters to not be in such a rush. Leaping into the void in the middle of the misty night, the agile survivor drops down one floor to another, warning that he's going to get sick of seeing those pests, whether he wants to or not. Landing perfectly on the roof of a crushed car, the MC regains his lethal focus, remembering that there are multiple paths to beat the night's challenge. Jumping straight to relentless brute force in the street, the guy mercilessly crushes an infected's head, stating that the first victory option is purely elimination. Chaining the aggressive move without losing his rhythm, Kang Song-ho spins his body and brings a heavy, dark weapon crashing down on another walking corpse. Giving the creature zero room to counterattack, the ruthless veteran lands a perfect horizontal strike, scattering dark matter across the scene. With his green eyes sparking terrifyingly behind the dark visor, he adds that the main goal would be to absolutely massacre every single zombie. Turning his head slightly back and analyzing the awful tactical situation of the street, the thoughtful hunter quickly presents the second survival alternative. Sprinting at top speed toward the massive crowd blocking the road, the former player reveals that it's possible to simply break through that blockade with sheer force. Brandishing his dual sledgehammers against the huge wall of rotting flesh, the human tries to use his body's strong momentum to tear a hole through the wall of monsters. However, the desperate weight of that immense wave of rotting claws totally nullifies the attack's impact, brutally pushing him backward in an instant. Taking advantage of the awkward recoil from the blow, the agile survivor does a backward acrobatic flip, quickly gaining distance from that deadly mass of teeth. Landing in a crouch with his gloves scratching the cold asphalt, the looter lets out a muffled curse inside his helmet, admitting the painful failure of the direct clash. Staring at the mindless fury of the abominations charging like crazy, the strategist acknowledges that he doesn't have the insane strength of players focused on heavy combat. Accepting his own physical limits without showing major frustration, the Portal Master murmurs calmly that it's okay to fail that aggressive requirement. Adjusting the dark weapon over his shoulder imposingly, he decides to abandon the risky alternative routes to focus solely on his own original strategy. Speeding off hard in the opposite direction of the massive horde, the MC's true intention was always to track down the map boss to finish it with a single strike. Crossing the devastated alleyways at max speed to avoid getting caught, the guy doesn't allow his muscles to rest for a single second during the tense escape. Using the wreckage of a crashed vehicle as a springboard to jump over a sluggishly huddled group, Kang Sang-hong-klo clarifies that he isn't looking for the leader blindly. Observing the ruined city from above, King Song-ho remembers there is always a control point inside the tutorial area. Knowing he needs to get there, the veteran wonders if the boss monster will respawn. Looking around with his night vision active, he tries to spot his target while the system warns that the grapes effect will wear off soon. Down below on the street packed with infected, the strategist notes that the hideout is within a 3-kilometer radius of the starting point. Slicing a zombie's neck with ease, the MC concludes there is a specific spot among all those buildings. Forcing his way through, the skilled hunter lands a solid kick on another creature trying to get close. Staring at a concrete structure up ahead, Sei-hong-kol finally finds the place he was looking for. Sliding quickly through the debris, the survivor gets the notification that his night vision just deactivated. Now safe, the guy takes off his helmet in relief and comments that now he can at least catch his breath until the boss spawns. Standing on the dark floor, the former player decides he'll head up to the roof while waiting for the action to kick off again. Opening the door cautiously, he plans to check which type of enhanced zombie will show up, but is surprised by a sound. Bumping right into survivors on the stairs, the looter hears Mi-kyung call out his name in total shock. Sitting down with them to understand the situation, the MC asks if everyone from the gym survived, and the girl confirms they did. With that, the veteran asks what brought the group outside, making sure they didn't ignore the safety manual. The young woman explains that Kyung-gun insisted everyone stick together outside, but the zombies ended up surrounding the area. Running a hand through his hair in frustration, Seong-ho understands they ran and ended up there, mentally cursing the group's leader. Crouching near the two in the dark, the MC admits that this is pretty problematic and asks the girl to listen closely. Hiding the fact that he already has powers, the veteran warns that the tutorial's boss monster will be summoned very soon. Scared, Mi-kyung asks if he chose the route to fight the creature, but the guy denies it, saying he was just dragged there. Looking down, crestfallen, the young woman realizes someone else threw them into that deadly mess. Regaining focus, the survivor explains that after the boss is defeated, the zombie wall collapses and they spread out. Remembering the video he watched earlier, the former player assures them that if they hide or run at that point, the tutorial ends. The guy with them asks when the threat will show up, and the strategist warns it'll be very soon. As if it were a direct answer, strong bolts of energy start cracking down the street, lighting up the rubble. A colossal glowing zombie emerges in the middle of the horde, making the portal master confirm the boss just arrived. Observing the creature from above, the civilian notes that the abomination seems to have weird antennas on its head. Turning his face toward Mikyung, Sung-ho asks if anything on her body changed, leaving the girl confused. Not wasting any time, the hunter details that zombies with those protrusions have the ability to seal something. Looking at her own hands glowing red, the young woman gets a scare, seeing a window warning her about the lockdown. Staring at the alerts in front of him, the veteran realizes his own main trait was also isolated. Looking at Mikyung seriously, Sehong-ho asks if she still trusts him, and the girl confirms without hesitating. Opening her pink backpack, the MC looks for the items he had sent her earlier, focusing on the emergency flare. Satisfied upon finding the gear, the strategist hands over the tube and tells the young woman to draw the horde's attention from the top of the building. Leaping into the void in the middle of the night, the hunter announces he'll take care of the enhanced zombie alone. Surrounded by the crowd of walking dead, the guy admits doing a cool pose on the way down was easy, but the actual situation is tense. With the red warning blinking in his face, he laments that the boss's skill is exactly the sealing one. Drawing his heavy weapon, the veteran reflects that it's not even that weird considering the original mechanics. Analyzing the old rules, the survivor remembers that in the game, monsters sealed other things, not players' powers. Getting cornered against the wall, Sung-ho blames himself for being careless, wishing he had put his bow in the quick slot. To his surprise, the glowing blue holographic cube materializes in front of him, proving the skill still works. Catching the loophole, the former player realizes that since the monster's level is lower, only his base trait was affected. Considering that incredible luck, the looter summons slots 2 and 3, revealing his stored items. Dropping the old weapons on the ground, he calculates that defeating a low-level boss doesn't guarantee good skills or items. Now with his hunting bow in hand, the portal master concludes that all this effort is just a really bad trade. But knowing he has no other option, the MC readies his gear, focusing on the mission to save the group. Aiming his bow with total precision, Sang-ho decides he'll just focus on his next chance for victory. On the roof of the building, Mikyung waves the bright red flare, grabbing the attention of all the monsters down below. Running along the edge to drag the horde along with her, the girl proves she really knows how to pull the enemy's aggro. Pulling the bowstring to its limit, the strategist murmurs that he can't slack off after getting such great support. With a strength boost warning popping up on the screen, the veteran calculates that maybe he can recoup that night's investment. Thanking it ironically, the ruthless hunter promises to repay the ceiling with a one-hit elimination. The giant monster swings its arm with brute force, trying to crush the human who easily dodges the heavy attack. Annoyed that the darkness ruined his fatal shot, the MC clicks his tongue as the creature roars into the void. Prepping his gear again without losing his cool, the former player accepts the miscalculation. Leaping right at the enemy, the survivor decides his first boss hunt will be done up close. Gripping his heavy sledgehammer in the air, the agile fighter announces he's going to feel the impact of the strike with his own bare hands. Crushing the target's head directly against the asphalt ground, Sung-ho coldly says goodbye to the abomination. The brutal clash shatters the zombie's skull, scattering dark matter all over the street, ending the fight in an instant. Reading that the seal was disabled and that he only earned 17 points, the guy laments not getting any new skills. Turning his head to the side, the looter notices a small gleam on the ground and wonders what just dropped. Picking up the colorful accessory from the ground, Zeekan-ho is surprised to see the monster drop a perception bracelet. However, the veteran finds a second item and is confused by the amount, only to be interrupted by Mi-kyung's shout. The girl runs up to him saying the seal vanished, making the hunter deduce that it's a never-before-seen tutorial reward. Analyzing the received score, the strategist understands that the numbers are a result of the system's new earning methods. The young woman awkwardly approaches him, trying to say something, but the young man quickly raises his hand. Handing her the glowing bracelet, the MC confesses that he would feel bad keeping everything without having put in the hard work. Putting the gear on her wrist, he makes sure to remind her that the victory was only possible thanks to her excellent distraction. Adjusting the tactical helmet on his face, Seeing Hong changes the subject and suggests they return to the gym. Walking back through the ruined scenery, the small group finally arrives in front of the commercial building where the others are waiting. Looking at the crooked structure, the girl comments on the dangerous tilt and the veteran agrees, saying that smaller buildings can hold up. Even though it seems safe for the moment, the former player advises that the best option for everyone is to leave that place as quickly as possible. Explaining the risk of a sudden collapse due to poor construction, the guy accompanying them agrees to warn the owner. Satisfied with the plan, the looter says they can discuss the ruthless system later, but a familiar voice echoes in the street. Standing at the top of the entrance stairs, the muscular man watches the group approach while Mi-kyung calls him coach. With a relieved smile on his face, the gym leader shows his total joy at seeing that the young Kyung-jin managed to survive. Shaking Hung-jun's hand, the coach states he is happy the guy did not turn into an infected, while the young man complains about the lack of kind words in such a critical moment. Patting his friend on the shoulder, the gym leader invites him inside to talk, mentioning he has a lot to share and that Yoo-hyun is also there. Completely surprised by the good news of their survival, the young man questions if it is really true. Already inside the building, the group gathers on the stairs, and someone asks in disbelief if they actually defeated a tutorial boss that copies traits. Maintaining his usual calm demeanor, Kang Song-ho casually replies that there is no reason for so much surprise. The veteran guarantees he was only able to fight the creature one-on-one because Mi-kyung was brilliant in pushing away all the other monsters around them. Very impressed, the coach praises the former player's extreme courage, who just lets out an awkward laugh, trying not to drag the subject out. Changing the focus of the conversation, the muscular man asks if they did not receive any items as a reward, but finds out they only got the basic starter bats. Scratching his chin in confusion, the leader points out that they also did not find any checkpoints along the way, and that there was not a single safe spot without the presence of monsters. Hearing this, the strategist deduces that the tutorial's actual difficulty adjusts to the player's level, demanding much stricter conditions to unlock the rewards. Trying to unravel the system's hidden secrets, the MC quickly asks if the team managed to earn points by doing anything other than taking out the enemies. Hyunjin confirms that his score went up precisely when he helped an ally, recalling that the coach earned points by pushing away a zombie that tried to grab him. Pondering the newly discovered mechanic, the looter concludes that in the real world, it is possible to score by escaping pursuits or providing assistance to other people. Clasping her hands excitedly, Mi-kyung asks if this means it became much easier for awakened ones without a focus on direct combat to raise their stats. Confirming the girl's excellent theory, the portal master is immediately interrupted by the leader completely changing the direction of the debate. Without beating around the bush, the muscular man points his finger and demands to know what Senho's trait is, cutting off the young man's attempt to play dumb. The coach presses firmly, reminding him that the veteran himself had explained how the system grants a passive skill the exact moment the tutorial began. With this obvious deduction thrown in his face, the MC realizes that his early awakening was like a bonus, and that all the survivors had awakened. Putting his hand on his face, frustrated with the unseen changes, the former player sighs, thinking this sudden alteration to the original rules is a total joke. He reflects that if the settings can be changed so easily by the system, his vast prior knowledge about the world is no longer an absolute advantage. Staring at the young woman sitting in silence with her head down, the hunter wonders what is crossing her mind, since she was the only one there to actually receive an item from the boss. Interrupting the tense train of thought, the gym leader shows off his intensely glowing fists and fearlessly reveals that he gained a strong physical enhancement skill. Right after, Youngjun proudly shows off his little paper frogs, sharing that he became a puppet maker and can see and hear perfectly through them. Pressured by the group's friendly reveal, Mi-kyung shyly confirms that her power is teleportation, leaving Song-ho cornered into having to share. Biting his finger, tense with the dilemma dropped in his lap, the survivor is extremely torn on which path to take in that moment of trust. He analyzes that if he decides to come clean right now about his true stolen skill, he can finally free himself from all the lies he has piled up. However, the big problem with being honest is not having any solid guarantee of how those three people would react to finding out he manipulates space. Deciding to speak up to break the suspicious silence, the strategist gets the coach's attention and tries to mask his major hesitation with his own personality. Secretly fearing that his new allies might feel envious of his exclusive power, the cautious MC decides to stand firm on his cowardly plan to hide the truth. He concludes that he will only reveal his luxurious private dimension when he finds unwavering partners who can keep up with his absurd pace of insane evolution. Raising his hand in a friendly manner to his curious peers, the veteran takes the floor again, stating that, obviously, he also managed to awaken a trait. Adopting a very shameless posture to keep up the impending farce, he claims without blinking that his unique skill is simply attack prediction. Completely shocked by the made-up information, Hyunjun gets excited, quickly deducing that his friend would never fall into a treacherous ambush in his life if he did not want to. To avoid making the fake power sound too overpowered, the hunter lies that the technique is simple and only shows the path of the monster's strike as an afterimage. Satisfied with his brilliantly told lie, the looter shifts gears and asks what the next step the gym team plans to take will be. The coach calmly replies that he still needs to discuss it with the rest of the crew, but the main idea is to prioritize survival and focus heavily on leveling up. He mentions that after analyzing all the rich tips given by the veteran, opening the system's virtual store and exploring the auction house has become their primary mission. With a brutal fury overflowing from his narrowed gaze, the muscular man promises that the following step will be to hunt down and mercilessly crush the thugs who attacked Mi-kyung. Observing the leader's fierce loyalty to his team, the former player realizes that it was totally worth sharing his knowledge with that faithful group of survivors. Suddenly breaking the tense atmosphere of revenge, the young girl asks about the Portal Master's level, swearing it is just silly curiosity. She tries to justify the untimely question by bringing up the violent absurdity of him obliterating the tutorial boss entirely on his own in the middle of a crowded street. Hyungjin fully agrees with the girl, immediately assuming that the weird guy must have been hunting those infected pests non-stop since the start of the apocalypse. Pointing his finger with confident firmness, the young man figures that the level gap between them must be pretty glaring, since he himself is still stuck and useless at stage 1. At that, the coach puts the guy in a severe chokehold just to forcefully shut him up, guessing that the hunter would be pushing level 4 at most. Startled by the physical scolding, the girl nervously agrees with the leader to quickly end the commotion, assuring that the difference should not be that bizarre. Answering a bit evasively, the MC avoids eye contact, suspecting that the whole group might be lying so as not to make him uncomfortable about their levels. Looking at his young peer passed out on the floor, he finds it somewhat funny how the man went as far as knocking the kid out just to stop the wave of risky questions. Dragging the unconscious guy by the scruff of his neck in a heavy and ruthless manner, the gym leader starts saying his goodbyes, explaining that it has gotten way too late. Just as the former player prepares to wrap up the long night of chaos and finally head home in peace, he ends up being called back in the middle of the hallway. The thoughtful survival partner hands over a bag full of tasty snacks and a pair of improvised plastic binoculars as a sincere thank you. Surprised by the unexplainable kindness in the middle of an apocalypse, the young man asks if he is absolutely sure he can just hand out valuable supplies like that. Suddenly, the muscular guy drops his firm tone and asks about his past divorce, which leaves Sun-ho completely baffled and lost at the total lack of context. Giving his own knee a friendly pat, the coach admits that the reason for his breakup is way too embarrassing, and that is why he feels the need to get it off his chest once and for all. Owning up to his own craziness without much fuss, the leader reveals that the bitter core of his old marital fights was his irrational fear of losing muscle mass. Letting out a long, guilty, and tired sigh, he confesses that he used to fake chewing during meals, destroying his ex-wife's patience purely out of his obsession with his physique. After dumping that insane and awkward story on the young man's shoulders, the fighter tries to gather his scrambled thoughts to get to the crucial point that actually matters. With a completely understanding, fatherly expression, he assures him that everyone keeps annoying little secrets and that the kid has all the time he needs to open up. Staring at the heavy bag of food in his gloved hands, the strategist gets the message perfectly, realizing that his allies have already picked up on his dirty lies. Having made it clear that he does not intend to forcefully drag info out of anyone, the big guy pulls Hyungjun up from the floor once more and decides that his night is over. Supporting the noisy duo as they walk away into the dark, the Portal Master very frankly assures them that they will all gain more strength once they get some real experience. Reaching out his hand in a final silent promise, the veteran asks with all the sincerity in the world that his old friends just do their absolute best to stay alive. Watching the thick metal door slam shut in front of him, he waves goodbye to the group, promising to swing by that place every now and then for a visit. Now completely isolated outside the large shelter and facing the freezing air, the former player lets out a heavy breath, feeling the pressure lift off his shoulders. Stepping into the comfort of his own secure dimension, the dedicated survivor grabs a large shovel and gets to work clearing the thick snow that has taken over the landscape. Aggressively digging through the heavy white layer piled on the ground, the human gets quite annoyed at the tough extra challenge imposed by this bizarre nature. Heading down the slippery steps toward the base structure, the guy sighs in relief for having the brilliant initial foresight to secure all his goods in the warehouse. Analyzing the vast frozen terrain around him with more precision and care, the relentless looter manages to spot an incredible tactical use for the cold calamity. He quickly notices that the brutal ice spikes have created a formidable defensive wall against the nasty wild goblins trying to invade the borders. Staring at his massive excavator parked uselessly, the strategist realizes that the rock-hard soil has completely derailed his temporary preventive construction. Unfazed by the frustrating setbacks thrown in his narrow path, the MC decides to use the construction delay to refine his long-term survival strategy. Bringing to mind the cruel fundamental rules of the old system, the prepared combatant reviews the grim tactical pillars that dictate the sentences of survival or defeat. Perfectly recalling the terrifying, deafening advance of the massive wave of vicious freaks, the hunter mentally reaffirms that surviving is the only law from here on out. Analyzing the severe system barriers on the arsenal, the young man points out that a survivor is completely locked into the restriction of carrying and equipping a mere 5 items. Adding to the unforgiving limit of physical space for quick use in desperate combat, the mysterious floating box ensures a hard cap locked at a total of 10 skills. If a stubborn player manages to break through this tough imposed bottleneck and exceed the 10 acquired slots, the primary technique evaporates in a nasty and useless mechanical penalty. Reminiscing about the old game, the MC reflects that players had to create the most toxic builds to reach the top of the food chain. However, sitting in front of the map, he soon acknowledges that this extreme survival rule only worked behind a computer screen. Bringing Mi Kyoung's face to mind, the strategist understands that in the real world, there will be countless variables messing with the original plans. He also remembers the coach reporting the lack of safe zones, concluding that a heavy update altered the system while he was logged off. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully with all these uncertainties hanging in the air, the former player wonders what his next step should be, so he does not fall behind. Scanning the shelves full of supplies in his base, he realizes that, at the end of the day, his routine will stay exactly the same. Adjusting the gear on his body, the looter reinforces that stockpiling resources, acquiring skills, and surviving are still the fundamental rules. Satisfied with this practical and straightforward conclusion, the hunter gives a calm smile, knowing he just needs to stay focused on what he already does best. Looking again at the map of his dimension, he outlines his short-term plan, focusing on finishing the defensive trench and hunting the beast that roams the valley. As for the real world, the veteran stares at the festive flyers, deciding to collect fireworks and keep a close eye on the party at the hillside village. But when he starts imagining the absurd amount of problems and long-term alliances, frustration hits hard due to the sheer number of chores. Grabbing his own hair, completely overwhelmed, the guy gives up on thinking so far ahead and decides to take it one problem at a time. Walking toward the exit of the metal facility, he settles on heading to the beach to hunt for explosives as soon as midnight strikes and the zombies go to sleep. Grabbing his rifle from the wall with a clear goal in mind, the shooter decides to focus solely on the preparations for his night mission. Later, near a dark building, a young man complains out loud, calling someone trash in the middle of the deserted street. Holding a gas can, the sidekick tries to justify his uselessness by claiming to be the brains of the crew, deeply irritating the boss. The leader loses his temper and grabs his accomplice by the collar, but is quickly interrupted by his girlfriend asking him to stop the aggression. The girl suggests they just head home and have a drink, but the man refuses, stating he cannot leave Kang Song-ho around if he has awakened. Completely obsessed with the idea of revenge, the invader in the cap points out that the best-case scenario for the trio is to eliminate their old rival as fast as possible. Watching the whole conversation hidden in the shadows of the street, the former player realizes he made the right call, stepping out to check the surrounding area. Seeing the girl holding a glass bottle modified for an explosion, the strategist immediately deduces that the idiot's plan was to set his house on fire. With a cold and relentless look on his face, the veteran decides he will not show an ounce of mercy to people who threaten his future. Just as the tough guy leader orders his goons to finish the job quickly with the fuel, the looter steps out of the darkness, greeting his unexpected guests. Taking a massive scare at his sudden presence on the street, the thugs ask what he is doing out there, and the young man answers calmly while holding his chainsaw. Nervous about the sudden encounter in the middle of the night, the gang leader questions why anyone would go out scavenging for items at such a dangerous hour. Keeping a relaxed expression, the hunter explains that the zombies are daytime creatures and fall into a deep sleep the second the clock strikes midnight. He wraps up the basic survival lesson by ironically stating he hates rookies, since all you have to do is dodge the special freaks that spawn at dawn to stay safe. However, the guy in the cap points his finger confidently and counters, saying that the creature's spawn has a hidden requirement that the player must be above level 7. Revealing he's at level 5 and unafraid of the special creatures, the thug revs up his chainsaw for combat, thinking the veteran is at a disadvantage. At that, Seikangho flashes a mocking smile and asks if the troublemaker ever considered the possibility that his informant gave him totally fake details. Confused by the mysterious warning about the fake info, the boss demands answers, but the MC simply thanks him for the change in itinerary. Displaying a sinister and taunting look, the relentless survivor warns that he has decided to raid and loot the gang's hideout before collecting his fireworks. Furious at the audacity of the man he intended to ambush, the leader growls, gripping his weapon tightly, and accuses the former player of completely losing his mind. Charging blindly into a direct confrontation, the tough guy yells for his partners in crime to take control of the situation quickly. But before he can even finish his battle cry, a colossal boom makes the ground shake and freezes the trio of thugs right in the middle of the street. Dropping from the top of a building straight onto the asphalt, a terrifying four-armed creature appears, making the boss panic the moment he recognizes the special monster. Without wasting even a single second staring at the beast, the looter turns his back and sprints away, leaving the gang leader shouting curses behind him. Desperate not to lose sight of his target amidst the chaos, the thug points his saw and orders his lackey to chase the shooter no matter what. Gripping his baseball bat tightly, the goon named Inhak runs full steam ahead, wanting to prove his worth so he can stop getting humiliated. He thinks with utmost confidence that if he can just catch the fugitive right now, his reputation will skyrocket, calling out to his boss, hyped up about the chase. However, as soon as the useless sidekick turns his head back, he is violently crushed by the brutal impact of the four-armed monster. The splatter spreads instant terror across the street as the couple of invaders widen their eyes, completely horrified by the fatal scene. Realizing that his lackey turned into minced meat in the blink of an eye, the leader curses in panic and runs desperately for his own survival alongside his girlfriend. Running as fast as they can without looking back, the girl stumbles and asks what on earth just happened to their partner. Ignoring his ally's confusion, the guy in the cap selfishly decrees that the two of them should split up at the next corner to confuse the beast. Left behind during the cowardly escape, the girl cries out for help, reaching her hand out to her boyfriend, who does not hesitate to ditch her on the dark street. But without having enough time to properly react to the romantic betrayal, the young woman takes the direct impact of a massive fiery explosion that lights up the entire street. The giant fireball swallows the whole scenery, launching shrapnel far and wide and instantly eliminating the invader. Further ahead, the leader is finally caught and thrown to the ground by the four-armed freak, swearing profusely because he does not understand where his plan went wrong. Refusing to accept his fate in such an embarrassing way, the man raises his fist and screams at the creature that he will not be taken out that easily. Completely pinned down by the monster's weight, the thug just mutters one final curse word as he stares at the lethal claws raised above him. With a lethal and savage motion, the beast strikes straight at the man's neck, who, in his final seconds, reflects on how pathetic his defeat was. A thick shower of red paints the ground, revealing the extreme violence of the night boss's attack. Watching the carnage safely through his rifle scope, the MC celebrates that the troublemaker at least managed to wound the beast before falling. Charging his weapon with concentrated blue energy, the shooter decides it is the perfect moment to execute the final strike from the rooftop. Giving zero chance of defense to the exposed target on the street below, the relentless veteran pulls the trigger, firing a heavy beam of light at the creature. The accurate shot pierces the monster's chest, causing a huge splash, but the former player frustratedly notices that the freak merely staggered from the impact. Noticing the impact was weaker than expected, he theorizes that his magic projectile must lose its power much faster in the real world than it did inside the game. Since the beast is still standing and dangerous, the hunter continues his assault, unloading several glowing shots until the monster is destroyed, letting out a breath of relief. Climbing down from the building to check the results of the clash, the guy observes the ruined bodies on the street and confesses that taking out another human still makes him sick to his stomach. Reading the blue pop-ups, informing him of his rank up to level 12 and his new detection skill, the survivor tries to swallow the indirect guilt of that night. Looting the useful drops from the eliminated thug and tossing everything into a large black trash bag, he silently asks the man not to hold a grudge. Turning his back on the terrible scene with total coldness, the young man justifies his own actions by stating that trash was fooled by trash and just reaped what they sowed. Walking through the safe streets at dawn in the company of his trusty white wolf, he reflects that his subsequent looting marathon went perfectly. Searching the supply crates in the fallen troublemaker's old hideout, the looter finds great items and deduces that the idiot would have met his end early anyway. Already on the outskirts of the large coastal area, the former player celebrates managing to find the valuable stash of fireworks completely intact in the middle of the apocalypse. Holding the round-shaped explosive in his hands with admiration, the strategist smiles, highly excited upon noticing the giant size of the festive gunpowder. Relying on his furry partner's sharp senses during the long early morning journey, the duo explores the region silently. Keeping a careful stance to avoid drawing attention, the portal master skillfully dodges the larger, lethal freaks patrolling the area in the dark. Whenever he stumbled upon common sleeping zombies in his path, the hunter patiently sliced the beast's necks, securing easy points in the system. The stealth takedown tactic works perfectly, and dozens of infected bodies end up scattered beneath the starry night across the stained streets. Proudly checking the holographic window displaying his incredible level 14, the young man celebrates his evolution leap, while his wolf rejoices by wagging its tail. But when the heavy black clouds begin to gather in the sky, warning that the night of safe work is coming to a close, a tiny problem arises in his perfect script. Already hitting 7 in the morning on the clocks of the ruined new world, the shadows fully retreat, returning the undead to their terrible daytime activity. Feeling his body completely wrecked by the insane physical exhaustion of the early hours, the veteran opens his safety portal, groaning in pain, to finally get some rest. The MC complains that moving supplies twice is way too much work as he organizes his stuff at the base. Stepping through the glowing portal, he grumbles that everything would be easier if the other world was not stuck in winter. The guy explains he cannot just leave the items there, since any spark could cause a fire or the moisture would ruin everything. Checking his notes, the survivor plans to head to the district to see if Suyeon is still okay. But as he turns around, he is caught off guard by a weird noise coming from outside. Seeing the violent storm crashing down on his base, the hunter is outraged by the sudden shift in weather. Since the typhoons hit the real world for 2 days, the former player decided to focus purely on digging the defensive trench. Inside the excavator, he figures that exploring the other frozen dimension was far too big of a risk. After one more full day of heavy labor in the rain, the dirt finally stops being moved. Standing at the edge of the massive hole, the veteran breathes a sigh of relief for finishing the job and swears he will never do that again. Luckily, the end of the storm brings along the long-awaited thaw. The thick walls of ice spikes start to melt, clearing the passage around the facility. Watching the sun shine once again, the guy celebrates that the weather has finally become livable. With no reason left to keep complaining, the strategist admits that the situation could be a whole lot worse. He notes from the portal's view that the majority of the other awakened ones must still be trapped, suffering through the storm out there. Walking through the peaceful forest, the MC decides it is time to advance to the next stage of his plan. Alongside his white wolf, he thinks about how overpowered firearms were back in the survival game. Holding his rifle firmly, the shooter remembers that having a piece of gear like this made everything so much easier. That happened for a very simple reason. The hunter recalls that the weapons were only unlocked quite late after the Iron Plague event. Hiding behind the rocks, he watches a monster by the riverbank and adds that it was only possible to get the weapons by grinding hard. Petting his animal companion, the veteran praises Dingo for being the real hero by finding that perfect spot. With a quick glance at his watch, the former player notes that his perception level has reached 14 with the gear. He quickly figures out that his terrain sense skill is also helping keep him completely invisible at the top of the hill. Focusing on the beast fishing peacefully in the water, the guy celebrates that not even a monster of that caliber can detect him. While checking his weapon, the strategist notes he only has 15 bullets left for the mission. Positioning the rifle between the rocks, he calculates that taking down a creature stronger than common guardians requires a lot of firepower. Through the sniper scope, the survivor estimates he will need at least 7 clean shots to guarantee the takedown. But since it is impossible to restock ammo at the current moment, every single shot becomes extremely valuable. With his target in focus, the shooter concludes he needs to be as efficient as possible so he does not waste his scarce resources. Without hesitation, the MC pulls the trigger and lands a powerful shot right in the owlbear's back. The gigantic beast lets out a furious roar as a red, lethal aura oozes from its wounded body. Spinning around quickly toward the attack, the monster tries to pinpoint its invisible attacker's location. But before it can react, the creature is hit by a swift second shot in the shoulder. The impact makes the freak raise its claws and bellow in pain in the middle of the forest. Completely enraged, the monstrous bear unleashes a deafening screech, ready to shred whoever challenged it. Maintaining his calm aim, the shooter warns that now they are in a fair head-to-head fight. Facing the creature's destructive charge, the guy accepts the challenge to take the monster down right then and there. Giving a confident smirk, the former player taunts the freak as he braces for the impending collision. The heavy beast sprints, full tilt, smashing everything in its path and locking its deadly eyes onto the hunter. Calculating the perfect timing to act, the survivor pulls his aces from his sleeve, calling upon his dimensional spaces. 2 spheres instantly appear in his hands, ready to be used in the close-quarters clash. With a swift flick of his lighter, he ignites the fuse of the giant explosive he collected earlier that night. Using all his might, the veteran hurls the powder keg right into the monster's collision path. Right after, he tosses the second projectile, summoning yet another item as the beast furiously approaches. The massive festive rocket explodes right in the owlbear space, creating a curtain of bright sparks. Following that, the flashbang detonates violently, blinding the beast with an unbearable glare. While the monster thrashes around covering its eyes in pain, the MC ironically notes that basic biology still affects those creatures. Taking advantage of the perfect opening in his defense, the hunter leaps toward his target and summons his 4th-dimensional space. His heavy chainsaw materializes in midair, ready to deliver the final blow. With a cold and focused stare, the former player declares that the creature must vanish from his valley forever. The motorized blade slices deep into the monster's neck in a lethal, critical strike. An absurd amount of splatter sprays through the air, marking the definitive end of the threat in the forest. Multiple system windows pop up, confirming the experience gain, reaching level 15, and a new silent skill. Panting from the physical exertion, the survivor stores his weapon back in his inventory while resting on top of the defeated body. Reading the details of the new movement skill, the guy confesses he is disappointed with the system's rewards. Despite this, he comforts himself by remembering that the bear's huge claws can yield some good materials for the market. Summoning his chainsaw once again, the looter decides to harvest every valuable resource the carcass has to offer. Later, he bites into a large chunk of roasted meat, enjoying the spoils of his hunt. Sitting by the campfire next to his trusty wolf, the veteran smiles with satisfaction, stating that this is the life he always wanted. Interrupted by his partner's eager barks, the MC asks indignantly how the animal is still hungry. Giving in to the begging, he tosses a fresh fish for the starving little wolf to devour. Stroking his friend's soft fur, the hunter encourages his pet to grow up fast so they can pull off combo attacks. Watching the animal chew its food eagerly, the guy notices in surprise that the pup has already grown quite a bit in size. Satisfied with the well-deserved break, the survivor stands up and announces that it is time to get moving through the forest again. Near the dimensional portal, the former player reveals that his focus now is to check out the newly unlocked auction house. Analyzing the large purple system screen, he realizes the interface remains identical to the game's original store. However, the veteran is outraged to notice that the transaction fee has doubled from 5 to 10% in the real-world version. Clicking the screen in annoyance, the strategist complains that this outrageous fee is absolute highway robbery by the system. At that, his eyes widen as he stumbles upon some unexpected information on the virtual panel. Through the sales listing, the young man notes in shock that another awakened player has already put a piece of gear up for auction. Taking a deep breath to gather his thoughts, he tells himself to stay calm and think clearly. The looter deduces that it would not be weird to find pure combatants at a much higher level than his at this stage. Clicking on the listing for the antique ebony bat, he focuses on investigating the details of that first global transaction. Reading the arrogant comments left by the unknown seller, the MC grows suspicious of the peculiar way the message was written. The MC quickly pieces together who the person behind that mysterious listing in the virtual shop is. He recalls that in the survival game, anonymity was something extremely valued by everyone. As a result, players could customize not only their avatar's genders, but also completely change their voices. Aside from the global chat where names were displayed, it was impossible to get info on others unless they purposely revealed it themselves. With that, the hunter fully understands how the dynamic of hiding one's identity works in practice to gain an edge. The big issue is that the more veterans stack up in the system, the less they follow the path mapped out by the developers. Reading the message, the guy notices the seller always tacks specific letters onto the end, revealing it is someone who loves being in the spotlight. Wasting no time, the former player accesses the comms panel to test the waters and confirm his theory. He sends a simple, direct reading to the mysterious contact and waits for a reaction. The reply comes instantly, demanding identification, and the veteran notes that his buddy's hot-headed personality remains exactly the same in real life. Seizing the perfect cue, the MC replies claiming to be the player's old partner. Since the comeback takes longer than expected, the strategist quickly realizes the other side got pretty suspicious of the reveal. Suddenly, the panel blows up with messages from the big guy freaking out and demanding to know why his friend took so long to show up. The contact immediately asks if he is with the guild president, but the hunter clarifies he is flying totally solo at the moment. Reading the confirmation, the big guy agrees it makes sense, unless his partner is from the purely combat-focused class. The MC reflects that volunteering his own skill is basically career suicide in this ruined new world. But showing absolute blind trust, the old buddy asks if he can just share his special trait with no issues. Caught off guard by his ally's over-the-top honesty, the guy feels awkward and hesitates on how to respond to that breach of protocol. With zero ceremony, his friend blurts out that his skill is resurrection and he can use it infinitely as long as he has spare points. On top of that, he proudly lists out his entire current stat spread and the special physical resistances he has to take a beating. Hyped about the info swap, the big guy demands to know his buddy's skills, putting the veteran in a really tight spot. The strategist warns him that he cannot just spill his secrets right off the bat, leaving the other guy completely outraged and confused by the refusal. Explaining the delicate situation, the MC confesses he has severe trust issues even with close people in real life. He assures him it is not a specific lack of trust in his friend, but that he would rather chat face to face before laying all his cards on the table. Quickly changing the subject, the hunter asks his buddy to take another close look at the system's auction house. The former player knows exactly the kind of impact his next move is going to have on his distant ally's mind. He points out that right after the tutorial ends, the warrior will deeply understand the true, insane value of that piece of magic gear. His friend confirms that he tore up the whole neighborhood looking for that, and the ring ends up being offered for a mere 10 points. Stunned by the unreal bargain, the big guy cannot fathom how his partner could just hand over something so valuable for next to nothing. The veteran calmly types out that it is just a show of good faith to cement the trust between them in this new phase. The big guy nostalgically recalls meeting the rabbit princess right at the start of the deadly journey in the old survival game. Being at the top tier among veteran players, their partnership ended up becoming extremely tight and highly lethal. Back in brutal reality, the MC admits he was not expecting to get so much goodwill right away from an online contact. Even surprised by his buddy's attitude, he acknowledges that any financial help is super welcome to gear up faster. To return the established trust, the hunter puts the valuable bear claws and the fish up for sale in the private auction. Upon seeing the rare drops pop up in the shop, his ally freaks out with hype, endlessly hyping up the impressive quality of the goods. He even asks in shock if tough monsters have already spawned in the city, but the MC explains that it is the direct result of his trait. The veteran sends over the resource transfer, telling his friend to consider all of it as a true token of trust. Totally sold by the generous move, the contact immediately offers to travel all the way to Busan just to meet him face to face. Worried about keeping a low profile, the guy lays down the rules, demanding his friend wear normal clothes and cut out the flashy slang. The big guy agrees to drop the catchphrase on the spot, but stubbornly insists that walking around without clothes is totally chill if he is hiking alone. As soon as he wraps up the trade on the panel, the warrior finally manages to scarf down a decent meal to recover his lost stamina. Savoring the meat in the dark room, he is relieved to notice that the violent typhoon outside is starting to lose its destructive edge. Watching the sudden weather shift through the wooden cracks, the survivor keeps a sharp eye on the environment calming down. With the warm rays of sunlight lighting up the whole room, he takes the end of the storm as a straight-up divine green light to make his move. Pumped for his new mission, the ally wonders in awe if his great gaming partner actually turned into a literal god. Without a second thought about the height, he leaps out of the building window, smashing into the asphalt dead center among the clueless undead. Before the infected creatures can even react to the crash, the warrior violently grabs one of the monsters by its rotting face. Using completely absurd brute strength, he slams the body into the ground with everything he has got, obliterating the threat in a flash. That frantic slaughter has only one clear goal in his single-minded brain: to head straight to the partner who reignited his hope. Swinging a zombie through the air like an actual club, he clears a path through the streets, wiping out the local horde with terrifying ease. Despite his destructive push and unshakable hype, a tiny practical issue pops up right in the middle of this epic reunion journey. The big guy stops dead in the middle of the ruined street, completely lost on which way he is supposed to go to get out of the city. Looking around the familiar scenery, he frustratedly realizes he just ran a lap around the block and ended up right back in front of his own base. With the weather finally leveled out and safe for travel, 3 long, full days go by since the end of the natural disaster. Over this brief, quiet period, the rest of the gym crew stays focused on adapting to their harsh, ruined new reality. Thanks to the squad's rapid leveling, tiny paper constructs can now fly massive distances to deliver vital messages. Reading the flying note, the former player is informed that the crew set up their new base in a gym right near his place. The paper memo also cheerfully gossips that the pair of lovebirds finally made their romance official right in the middle of the tense apocalypse. Plus, the letter confirms that the squad's veteran hit the coveted level 10 mark and managed to unlock the system store. Whenever he got these progress updates, the MC would reply by pointing out safe supply routes he had prepped beforehand. He tosses his reply out the window, ensuring the allied group keeps leveling up in the streets without taking pointless risks. At the same time, the cautious strategist makes a point of keeping daily contact with his most powerful partner through the virtual screens. Meanwhile, the big guy keeps up his chaotic road trip, crushing any unlucky monster that dares block his path to Busan. Analyzing the stats from the holographic window, the hunter recognizes that real-life progression copies the game's absolute worst mechanic from the Hell Zone. With the stat panel glowing, he mentally crunches the numbers on the absurd amount of 100 zombies he needs to take down just to keep leveling up. The lone survivor concludes that focusing purely on hunting monsters in the streets would make this level goal totally doable in practice. But considering his complex overarching strategy for the future, tunnel visioning on direct combat is not the smartest move. The guy admits with a sigh that he has way too many pending responsibilities to just waste his precious full days doing nothing but street hunting. 2 hours after this tactical reflection, the heavy shelter door swings open and the former player gets a routine visit. Observing the perfectly forged item being handed over, he asks in admiration about the unbelievable origin of that mithril knife. With the sharp blade in hand, the veteran is deeply impressed to find out that the little magic beetles forged the weapon entirely on their own. He understands that invading the base to drop off the agreed-upon rare raw ore was part of their initial truce agreement, but being just pack insects, the hunter does not have the slightest clue how they managed to craft such a well-made advanced tool. Seeing the pure pride of the little critters swinging their hammers, he decides to double down on the unexpected talent of his dedicated pets. Handing over a single coin, the guy tells the beetle to prove it knows how to craft by trying to make something out of it. Without missing a beat, the little bug starts hammering away at the material with serious dedication. Soon enough, the little critter proudly lifts up a tiny, freshly forged knife. Inspecting the item up close, the former player is blown away, realizing their talent is legit. But he questions why the previous mithril knife was so crude if they can sharpen things this well. The question makes the bugs burst into tears on the spot, leaving the hunter puzzled by the sudden reaction. Telling them to chill out, the survivor decides to hear the whole story since he has stepped into the customer role. Immediately, the little creatures start frantically scribbling on the whiteboard. Looking at the doodle, the guy pieces together that the goblins kept beating them up, stopping them from crafting good weapons. With that, he cuts straight to the chase and asks exactly where those aggressive creatures live. The bug leader points to the spot on the map, showing that they are talking about their very own nest. Getting the mission, the veteran promises he will wipe that area clean real soon. However, he gives a heads up that his new partners will also have to hold up their end of the deal. The hunter explains he can burn the bodies for them in exchange for more teamwork. As an extra bounty for the hunt, he asks them to guarantee it will be worth his while, which gets the leader fired up. Sealing the deal with a handshake, the guy hopes to keep a good, friendly working relationship with them from now on. Walking down the ruined streets, he notes in surprise that the beetles actually pack some strong leadership potential. He notices that dealing with regular zombies has gotten tougher as they have grown way stronger than they were at the start. Without missing a step, the looter lands a heavy smash right on one of the undead's heads. The violent bash crushes the creature into the pavement with full force. He keeps swinging non-stop until the antique Tad finally pops up on his ebony bat. Riding the momentum, the hunter pushes forward, wiping out the horde out of pure habit. Even with the furious monsters trying to swarm him, nothing stops his destructive roll. With one last swift move, he finishes off the creatures blocking his path. Smashing his last opponent into the dirt, the veteran heads straight for his destination at Eden Village. Upon arriving at the spot, the MC is genuinely impressed by the layout. Checking out the facade, he comments on how fancy the place really is. The survivor admits that if it were not for this whole global mess, he probably never would have stepped foot in a joint like this. As he advances through the area, he wonders if Suyan managed to stay safe. Holding her card, he figures the odds are good since other unawakened folks made it too. Assessing the situation, the guy remembers that people who had contact with the awakened are immune to zombie spores. Since Suyan shook his hand back in the day, he is positive she did not turn into a monster. His real concern right now is actually the prime real estate of that very village. The place sits right near the golf course and the government-built shelter. Scooping his canine partner into his arms, he moves carefully through the silent area. This strategic position makes the region an ideal hub for survivor groups to gather. It catches that this setup is also perfect for violent turf wars to blow up at any given moment. After the physical climb, he reaches the ledge of his target floor. The former player notes that an average Joe would be completely wiped out just making that vertical climb. Judging by the pro-level rope setup, he realizes it was definitely the woman who rigged all of this. Walking down the empty hallway, the veteran searches for the specific unit. Finding the right door, he knocks a few times waiting for an answer. Annoyed by the silence, he grumbles that he gave a heads up he was coming at the agreed time. The narrow crack opens, revealing Suyan's eyes as she complains about a dangerous hitman prowling the area. Recognizing her old associate, she unlocks the door and the guy greets her, relieved to see she is okay. Curious about the risky house call, the resident asks what brought him all the way there. She jokes, saying the guy is not exactly a normal person himself either. Explaining his motive, he claims he came to collect the medicine money, but then asks about this supposed hitman. Stepping aside to let him in, Suyan warns him that it is going to be a pretty long story. As soon as the hunter settles on the couch with his wolf, she starts venting about everything she knows. The woman unloads the info quickly and precisely, barely giving her ally room to speak. Paying close attention, the strategist processes the rundown of the latest local events. She explains that 3 different groups split the area near the shelter and coexisted peacefully. However, the largest crew led by Quan suddenly made a bold proposal to the others. They suggested popping open the time-locked shelter early and splitting all the hoarded supplies. As expected, the other 2 groups shot down the sketchy offer right away. Right after that rejection, a mystery hitman started operating in the area. The brutal criminal showed absolutely zero mercy to his victims out on the streets. Analyzing the facts, the MC evaluates the sketchy behavior of the big faction's leader. The working theory is that this hitman is one of Quan's underlings, brainwashed by some special skill. Reflecting in silence, the veteran decides he cannot drag his colleague into his own mess right now. The woman concludes that the takedowns are clearly tied to the rejection of that shady proposal. To make matters worse, she reveals that her squad and the rival group both lost members, while the main team remains untouched. The guy finds it tough to draw solid conclusions with so little info and questions the rush to crack the place open. Shifting focus, he asks about her skill, and Suyeon demonstrates that she can barely patch up minor scrapes. Being a veteran, the hunter explains that support class awakened earn points by buffing others, not by brawling. With these puzzle pieces, he starts to form a clear picture of the enemy's real intentions. The looter deduces that the rival leader is not a frontline fighter and must be running a totally different class. He probably needs a ton of materials to power level fast using his battle puppets. Hearing the theory, the woman nods in surprise, realizing that having strong minions does not make the master physically tough. Backing up that logic, the former player states that running such a massive group comes with a heavy resource tax. Hyped about the logical deduction, she praises how perfectly that explanation lines up with the current tense standoff. A bit more relaxed, the survivor asks if her ally does not have a meetup scheduled with his own squad mates. Smiling, the veteran says nope and jokes that he actually thinks someone is about to confess their feelings for him. Flustered by the slick pickup line, she vents that her group is full of idiots, which is why she was so ticked off earlier. The woman keeps ranting indignantly about the kind of folks who only care about chasing their own physical desires. Watching her vent, the former player agrees that it is a hassle, but she quickly reassures him that everything is fine. Changing her tone, the survivor confesses that deep down the people in her group are not bad folks. As he packs his gear into his backpack, Sang Hong-ho asks what her next moves in the village are. Walking toward the exit, he questions if staking out the shelter is not too risky with the rival crew around, but his ally states she is just going to watch from a distance. She explains that with the recent zombie swarms, the whole enemy squad probably is not grouped up in one spot. Before taking off, the looter holds out his hand, handing over a glowing stone as a housewarming gift. He mentions the stone doubles as a great candle, and Suyeon immediately figures out her ally already managed to unlock the special system shop. The guy calmly confirms it and tells his friend to stop stressing about the danger. Ready to head out with his dog, the veteran promises that if everything goes well, he will pay back his medical debt with interest. Far from there, right in front of the entrance to the massive underground shelter, a new meeting is underway. Sitting comfortably in an armchair right in the middle of the street, leader Kwon Kyung-jun asks how the local sweep is going. His underling reports that around 3 in the afternoon, the hitman took out another member of the rival group. With the survivors already moving the supplies out, the goon guarantees the cleanup of that zone will wrap up very soon. Satisfied with the progress, the boss asks about the other squad's status, and the man replies they have not noticed any unusual movement yet. Without hesitation, the leader orders the elimination of another target from the rival team to force the issue more effectively. He asks for the exact location of the targets, but the goon admits they lost track of everyone since they have been moving separately. However, the guy notes that the female member was spotted leaving her place and heading straight for the village's main square. Activating his special control skill, Kwon orders the hitman to be sent after that woman immediately. Capitalizing on the report, the boss asks if they have tracked down that other mystery guy yet, but the subordinate says his identity remains a ghost. Dreading his master's reaction, the man in the suit bows quickly, offering his sincere apologies for dropping the ball on the search. Annoyed by the 0 results, the leader grips the armrest tight as he curses out the restrictive situation. He is absolutely sure his target is still hiding somewhere in the city, but it ticks him off that he cannot pin down his whereabouts. Recalling the massive damage the hunter caused in the past, the villain declares they need to find that bastard as soon as humanly possible. Kwon gets furious because he does not leech any experience points when his mind-controlled pawns eliminate the targets. Realizing this huge flaw in his leadership skill only made things worse, and he knows he has got to find a workaround for it fast. His biggest worry is that the unknown survivor packing paralytic poison might just chew him up later on if he gets too overpowered. If he cannot hit level 15 in time, he will miss out on the major auction, and the other regional leaders will treat him like a total joke. Completely frustrated by his own stalled progression, the boss gets up from his chair cursing until his crew calls him over. The goons roll up dragging a thrashing undead and announce they captured the free exactly as ordered. Praising the squad's solid work, the leader watches while one of his guys preps a Molotov cocktail. Wasting 0 time, the subordinate hurls the improvised explosive straight at the tied-up target nearby. The flames consume the creature in seconds, making the monster roar in pure agony as it burns up without a chance of breaking loose. Raking in the experience points from the proxy takedown, the villain hits level 9 and crunches the numbers, realizing he is only 6 levels away from his goal. Snapping back to his boss persona, the leader steps forward, demanding the absolute attention of all his goons. Raising his right hand, he announces that the whole crew needs to focus strictly on 3 main tasks from this point forward. Order number 1 is to canvass the area and dig up the main locking mechanism for the underground shelter. The second mission is to keep bagging live zombies to act as fuel for his own experience grinding. Finally, the third and most crucial job is tracking down the whereabouts of that unknown survivor, whatever it takes. The guys loudly confirm they copy the orders while their master just smirks, deeply satisfied with his own master plan. Scoping the village from afar while hidden in the woods, the former player notices that the enemy leader is looking super motivated at the moment. Adjusting his face mask, the veteran decides there is no rush at all to kick off his absolute final assault. He is absolutely positive that Su-yeon can handle herself and knows the villain will naturally come right to him as time goes on. Way over in the middle of the massive ruined plaza, the healer gets called out loudly by another ally standing in the empty street. Kneeling on the asphalt holding a red rose, the survivor romantically begs the healer to go out with him. Utterly baffled by her squadmate's stunt, she asks if he seriously wants to pull this while a hitman is roaming free. The guy flashes a cocky smile, claiming he spammed his clairvoyance the whole way there and begs her to trust his tracking skill. Instantly glaring, Su-yeon asks if he conveniently forgot that one of their own crew got wiped out on a supply run. Trying to cover his tracks, the suitor argues the killer was miles away when he ran his radar and begs for one solid vote of confidence. Running her hand through her hair in a gesture of pure stress, the woman grumbles that this is exactly why she despises dealing with her own squad. She loses her temper and tells the guy to shut his mouth, but he insists he would be an awesome boyfriend if she would just accept his love confession. Shutting down the conversation for good, the survivor turns her back to bounce, while the dude chases after her begging for one last shot. Right in the middle of that useless drama, the healer feels her heart suddenly race as a critical system warning flashes in her mind. She feels a weird tightness in her chest and calls out her buddy for ignoring the manual, since that is the textbook sign that the hitman is right on top of them. Disgusted by his pure stubbornness, Su-yeon concludes that the nosy ally's intel was completely botched yet again. Thinking on her feet, she warns they need to scatter and ditch the plaza before triggering a deathmatch against a tracker enemy. Blowing off the evacuation order, the guy tells her to hold up while he tries to ping the attacker using his mental skill one more time. But the woman freezes in panic upon spotting a menacing figure materializing through the dust not too far from there. With his eyes glowing a sinister shade, the terrifying silent stalker is already walking straight toward them, gripping his lethal combat knife. Staring down the imminent threat, the woman curses her own terrible luck, stating that absolutely nothing good ever happens when she is near that reckless suitor. Despite the sudden wave of dread, the healer keeps her head in the game and realizes they at least managed to confirm a crucial piece of intel on the enemy. Checking out the approaching hitman's gear, she quickly notices the guy is rocking the exact same uniform as the rival squad. Giving the duo zero time to bail, the criminal raises his blade and brutally triggers the system's deathmatch field. A massive dome of reddish energy expands over the turf, locking the whole block inside an isolated combat zone. Su-yeon stares in total shock as the light barrier blankets the whole square, trapping the two of them like sitting ducks in a dead-end snare. Freaking out over the lethal trap, the guy hits full panic mode asking what they should do and his squadmate screams they need to run and find cover. The ally doubts they can outrun someone so fast, but the survivor snaps back that assassins literally cannot sprint once the arena goes live. Digging through her backpack while trying to make some distance, she tells the coward to shut his trap and ready his special defense flashlight. With the criminals slow-walking right on their heels, Su-yeon prays internally that her secret savior will swoop in and handle this mess. Determined to make it out alive no matter the cost, the woman whips around to face her attacker right as he lunges with his blade raised high. The razor-sharp knife slices the air, passing just inches from her face, and a violent swipe that almost ended the match right there on the spot. Capitalizing on the dangerously tight dodge, the ally points her defensive gadget straight at the enemy's face without missing a beat. An intense, blinding flash erupts from the compact device, blasting the hitman right in the face at max power. The blast of pure light blinds the puppet instantly, forcing the guy to stumble back and let out a long, desperate shriek of pain. Surprised by the instant payoff, Suyeon realizes with immense relief that the light gadget actually does the trick. Remembering the manual's playbook, the healer exploits the flashbang opening to deliver a heavy strike right to the enemy's face. Using the distraction generated by the strike, the coward spins around and books it in sheer panic, leaving his partner totally out to dry. He sprints as fast as his legs can carry him down the ruined street, not checking his six a single time during his getaway. Getting his vision back bit by bit, the stalker spits red onto the pavement and mocks the woman's pointless struggle. Striding toward his prey, the criminal comments he was not expecting to catch someone partying so close to the danger zone. Sprawled out and battered on the blacktop, the survivor yells out desperately for help, calling for the ally who just ditched her. Far from the action, the coward keeps booking it while mentally patting himself on the back for not actually starting to date his friend. Convinced that life is just too fragile, the guy zeroes in entirely on saving his own skin at all costs. Queuing up the final strike, the attacker raises his blade while the huddled victim groans that she is really going to go out like this. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice rings through the air, asking the healer why the heck she's got her eyes squeezed shut. Stepping right into the attack pad, Songkol blocks the lethal stab with a shield as his friend screams his name in pure shock. The loud crunch of the solid block throws the attacker's body backward, shattering his stance on the spot. Giving the monster zero room to recover, the MC lands a brutal kick that sends the enemy flying way back. Still planted on the plaza floor, the woman stares at her savior, flooded with absolute relief at dodging certain defeat. Processing everything that just went down, the healer gapes at the veteran with her eyes locked wide open. Offering his right hand to help her up, the guy casually points out that this still is not the ideal time for her to check out. He confirms that her earlier read was dead on about the brainwashing pulled off by the rival squad's shot caller. Casting her magic over a gash on her abdomen, Suyeon promises she is pretty much all healed up thanks to her backup arriving. Pointing to a ruined body on the pavement, the looter corrects her, dropping the fact that her crew was actually used as the perfect bait. Saddened by the brutal sight, the woman acknowledges her teammates' fall as her partner warns they cannot waste a second, warning. Tucked behind a concrete pillar, the former player breaks down that permanently taking out a target with that much regen is off the table for now. Anxious for a way out, the survivor asks if they are completely out of real plays, and her ally admits that on a normal day, they totally would be. Scanning their surroundings, he details how a deathmatch is hard-coded precisely to force a head-on collision with the hunter. Plus, the force field only drops if someone gets eliminated, but the zombies swarm the exits the second that happens, leaving them only one option: exploit a system bug. Staying icy amidst the chaos, the MC asks if his friend knows exactly why he steered her straight to this commercial high-rise. Looking up, the guy points at a massive sky bridge that directly links two main blocks in the zone. He explains he spotted that tactical advantage the second the death arena triggered and the metallic lockdown chime echoed through the building's walls. Little by little, the stalker pulls himself back up, gaining even crazier stats as his blind rage meter redlines to the absolute max. Rocking a grim and macabre glare, the enemy pops his eyes open, glowing an intense crimson, proving he has gone entirely off the rails. The whole play hinges on the fact that when the shield shrinks at a specific timestamp, a tiny temporary gap tears open right at the apex of the dome. Raising his index finger with absolute authority, Songko warns his ally that she will only get one single window to make it out alive. The core strat is he will give the signal. She hauls it across the sky bridge and leaps clear of the energy boundary before getting clipped. Since the criminals roll randomized special perks to shut down unpredictable plays, the veteran has to hang back as the tank to hold the aggro. If nobody checks the attacker while the time glitch is live, both of them would get boxed in, completely bricking the entire setup. Grasping the massive risk, Suyeon hustles her way up to the third floor while the hunter locks down the isolated main lobby. Holding guard stance behind his metal shield, the guy waits on edge, tracking his opponent's heart rate ramping up. Prepped for the brawl on the first floor, the former player bends his knees, challenging the monster out loud to bring it on. Suddenly, the veteran feels something off about the empty room, his gut telling him the enemy is rushing in from a totally unpredicted angle. Before he could even react, the solid wall behind him explodes in a violent burst of dust and reinforced concrete. Thrown off balance by the flying debris, the MC raises his shield, realizing the bizarre new advantage his opponent just got. Emerging from the gray mist in the middle of the crater, the puppet reveals its special ability to phase through solid structures. Without wasting a single second on his approach, the furious thug raises his blade, bringing down a ruthless strike against his target. Using his solid gaming reflexes, Sanko dodges the slashing charge, falling backward just before getting cut down. He swiftly slides across the slick lobby floor, kicking up dust and trying to keep a safe distance from the lethal dagger. Taking advantage of his opponent's hunched posture, the veteran spins his body, prepping a heavy and lightning-fast counterattack with his bat. The makeshift weapon lands a clean hit on the attacker's cheek, sparking brightly and echoing a hollow thud throughout the room. Due to the extreme force of the impact, the puppet's head snaps in the opposite direction, stopping his advance dead in his tracks. Surprisingly, the enemy just grabs his own head and snaps his neck back into place without showing a single ounce of pain. Staring blankly at the creature, the MC remembers that not even extreme damage makes this type of hunter back down on instinct. Going back to swinging wildly, the goon forces the former player to focus on dodging constantly so he doesn't get fatally punctured. Since he's acting under mind control, that hitman's attack patterns are basic and focused entirely on brute force. Clashing metal against metal in a violent struggle, the hunter realizes the main risk factor in that battle is actually something else. He notices the brainwashed rival is going to keep buffing his own body until his excitement stage hits its absolute peak. Looking at the problem right in front of him, Sanko hesitates for a split second, thinking about putting a permanent end to the attacker and being done with it. Dropping that impulsive idea in a heartbeat, the veteran rejects the lethal option to stick to the long-term strategy he already set. Blocking another deadly stab from the side, he decides sticking to the plan is the only way to strike the enemy leader directly later on. Prioritizing evasive footwork, the guy jumps backward, making enough room to deal with the relentless threat. Standing like a dark statue amidst the rubble, the monster is engulfed by a glowing red aura, hitting level 2 of his power. As soon as the MC's feet touch the cracked floor again, he watches in shock as the dust around the villain starts to clear. In a terrifying burst of real speed, the opponent lunges forward, proving he didn't just get a buff to his muscle strength. The head-on collision between the two weapons violently launches the former player into the air, breaking his solid stance. Still spinning through the air after the hit, Sanko deflects another enemy charge, pretty annoyed that he didn't see such a massive agility boost coming. Leaning on his gears perks with his left hand, the guy aims downward and decides to stall until the magic timer runs out. Crashing heavily onto the cement floor, he pushes his silver shield up, blocking a flurry of lightning-fast attacks from the suit-wearing enemy. A new center collision explodes into bright light, confirming that wearing him down is the only logical move right now. Safe from all that dangerous chaos, the healer peeks at the first-floor brawl from over the curved concrete railing. Stressed out by the absolute brutality of the scene, Suyeon screams in panic, calling her ally's name, terrified of what might happen. Getting back into position in the ruined hallway, the MC tells his partner to keep an eye on the magic barrier outside until he clears the path like he promised. Confident in his own crowd control skills, the hero declares he's taking the relentless monster for round 2 on the second floor. Catching the drift and calming her nerves, the survivor nods, confirming she'll do her part without messing up. Standing near the large double metal doors, the looter watches his opponent's stance and notices that creepy dark aura is gone. However, the veteran quickly figures out that the visual cooldown just means the attacker's energy has finally peaked for a fatal strike. Gripping the black handle of his special void bat, he tightens his guard, bracing for the deadliest attack yet. Completely unhinged and glowing with red streaks from his sharp eyes, the attacker shoots forward in a ferocious sprint while the clock ticks down. Tanking the storm of furious blows, Sehongo uses the silver shield to block every single strike the puppet throws at him. Pushed back by the insane force, he plants his foot against the wall and calculates that he only needs to hold out a little bit longer. Keeping a rock-solid defense under insane pressure, the veteran waits for the exact moment for his plan to unfold. Right then, a loud, steady heartbeat echoes through the wrecked room. Completely out of his mind, the hitman strikes himself with the dagger, violently reaching stage 3 of his excitement. Spotting the perfect opening, the MC yells for his ally to make her move right that second. Hearing the cue they agreed on, the healer takes a deep breath, gathering her courage to make a run for it. She shouts that she's on her way and sprints top speed toward the edge of the lockdown zone. Suyan dashes across the sky bridge as the red dome shrinks, leaving an opening right at the top. With a perfectly timed jump, the survivor slips right through the temporary gap in the energy barrier. Landing on the roof of the building next door, she notices the horde of walkers growling near the magic border. Unable to cross, the zombies start slamming violently against the wall of light, desperate to get to their prey. In a risky move, the former player dives through the air, launching himself out of the same gap right before it seals shut. Completely relieved, the woman cheers that the two of them actually made it out of the elimination field in one piece. But the celebration is cut short when she remembers that any delay will drop her partner right into the claws of the monsters below. Seeing things go south, Sirion screams in a panic that the creatures completely block the entrance to the place. Staying totally cool in midair, the guy tells his teammate to hurry up and get out of there. Right after, he plummets fast toward the roof of the commercial block, cracking the structure upon impact. The veteran smashes through the reinforced concrete and lands heavy on the floor below, trailed by the enemy's red energy. Regaining his footing in the rubble, the MC says genuinely impressed that the puppet can even phase through ceilings. As the goon lands right in front of him, the former player greets him sarcastically, suggesting they call it a draw for now. Completely ignoring the peaceful warning, the crazed monster charges, leaving a trail of crimson light in his wake. Staring down the opponent's fury, the hero states in an icy tone that he won't be seeing him anymore. Trying to reason, the guy explains that if the hunter just stays put, he saves ammo, and the enemy avoids getting hurt. Gripping a pistol firmly, So Yonko tells the attacker to go to sleep for a few minutes, promising the world will look different when he wakes up. Outside the magic arena, a massive horde of the undead crawls chaotically across the torn-up asphalt. Suddenly, a bright blue portal rifts open right in their path, crushing the zombies nearby. Pulling Suyan into the dimensional rift, the veteran barks a quick order to close the gateway immediately. Popping out safely on the other side of the blockade, the healer runs along, amazed, asking how he broke through that wall of monsters. Holding his ally's hand tight as they run, the former player brushes the question off, saying she can figure it all out later. Songho warns her that as soon as the danger zone fades, the zombies will lock onto them, reminding her the hitman is still kicking. Believing they were already out of the woods, Suyan assumes they're heading home, but her friend shoots that idea down instantly. Keeping up their fast pace, the MC drops the bomb that they're heading to the shelter to unleash the hitman on the rival team. The healer argues that the puppet is controlled by the enemy leader, but the former player fires back, saying he probably isn't anymore. He explains that system rules guarantee all negative status effects on a hunter are wiped after a match, including brainwashing. Blown away by his tactical genius, the woman realizes this was the veteran's master plan from minute one. A dark smirk creeps onto the guy's face as he sets his goal: protect the shelter and turn the rival team's life into an absolute nightmare. Walking through the gray streets, the hero justifies his harshness, claiming that fighting dirty with dirty is just leveling the playing field. Far away, Do-yoon snaps out of his hypnosis in the middle of the wreckage, his mind clouded by deep confusion. Staring at the ceramic dagger stained red, the man tries to wrap his head around why a simple tech guy is holding a weapon like that. Looking down at his ruined suit, the former mercenary is horrified to find his whole body covered in the red marks of innocent people. The initial shock quickly morphs into pure terror as fractured memories of his family and the torture start clicking together. Crystal clear flashes of him brutally attacking survivors and hunting down the MC flood his restored consciousness all at once. Clutching his own face in despair, the technician perfectly recalls the identity of the scumbag who ruined his life. The vivid, smiling image of Kwon Kyung-jun using his mind powers completely takes over the betrayed man's furious thoughts. Screaming his lungs out over the betrayal, Do-yoon seethes at the fact that the fake recruiter broke his promise and turned him into an elimination machine. Suddenly, the loud pop of fireworks exploding catches the man's attention in the middle of the empty street. Enraged by the ridiculous situation, he curses the MC for forcing him to live through a nightmare while toying with him like it was a game. Stomping hard on the edge of the concrete roof, the tech guy talks to himself, warning the real culprit to wash his neck and get ready for the end. Gripping the stained dagger with pure hatred, the guy leaps off the building, promising to settle that heavy debt today. In the distance, Suyan watches the colorful explosions and asks if setting up that fireworks show was really necessary. Hiding on the terrace, Sonho confirms that putting them on edge and on high alert was his main objective for the mission. In the plaza of a fancy condo complex, Kwon Jung-jun is kicking back in a plush armchair, surrounded by his suit-wearing thugs. The veteran explains to his ally that he needs to create enough distractions so the enemy leader won't realize he lost his mind control. Praising her partner's brilliant mind, the healer takes over perimeter watch while he gears up to track down their main target. Driven entirely by raw resentment, the betrayed man sprints through the ruins at terrifying speed, pushing way past his physical limits. With red eyes glowing intensely from rage, the former hitman finally closes in on the turf controlled by his tormentor. Sitting there looking smug, the suited villain thinks to himself that the MC's arrogance is a totally incurable disease. Brutally cutting off the antagonist's thoughts, Doyen drops from the sky in a violent crash, landing right in front of the fancy chair. Caught completely off guard by the thunderous impact, the leader jerks his head up in a panic, trying to figure out who has the nerve to crash his spot. Touching down explosively, the Avenger shatters the stone floor, forcing the enemy leader to scramble away from the shower of flying debris. Sprawled pathetically on the polished ground, the fake recruiter stutters, demanding to know how the hell that guy made it there. Going into full panic mode, Kyung-jun holds his hand out, ordering the technician to back off immediately with empty threats. Tightening his grip on the ceramic knife, the former mercenary tells the villain to shut his dirty trap and activates his own danger zone without skipping a beat. The massive red dome locks down the area while the antagonist yells, completely clueless about this insane plot twist. Charging like a maniac for the takedown, Do-yoon declares with pure hate that this manipulative scumbag's luck has finally run out. Right before the blade pieces its prized target, several suited goons throw themselves in the way, brutally blocking the reckless charge. After making sure the boss is safe, the security detail falls back, keeping a strategic distance just like their terrified superior ordered. At the rear of the defensive formation, the group's shooters fire magic energy arrows to keep the dangerous attacker pinned back. Catching his breath after the initial jump scare, the leader mentally admits he has no clue what kind of trick his lackey is pulling. Watching the rebel deflect the combined attacks of his thugs, the villain quickly pieces together that he managed to snap out of the hypnosis. He realizes in frustration that trying to brainwash him again right now is useless since the lethal barrier is trapping them all there. A wicked smile creeps back onto the manipulator's face as he decides to flip the script and steal his ex-ally's skills and points. Taking back control of the situation, the bossy leader orders his guards to pin the traitor to the ground and stop him from moving a single inch. Following orders without a second thought, the suits jump the technician, unleashing a rapid flurry of heavy punches to keep him down. Still pinned to the floor, Do-yoon glares at the guards with pure hatred, calling them brainless idiots for letting themselves be used as pawns. In a flash, a sharp wave of red energy bursts from the former hitman's body, completely neutralizing the goon's limbs in one single strike. The suits scramble back, screaming in pain as the Avenger slowly gets back up, gripping his crimson-stained dagger. Furious at their hesitation, Young-jun barks at the remaining guards, demanding they attack the intruder immediately. Effortlessly swatting away the magic arrow shot at him, the tech guy coldly states that those kinds of attacks are completely useless. Keeping up his arrogant act despite the chaos, the villain calmly asks someone to hand him the Molotov cocktails. The thug follows the order while the leader commands them to block the enemy at all costs, even if they have to lay their lives on the line. Right then, one of the guards grabs the intruder from behind in a violent bear hug, but he just clicks his tongue, annoyed by the interruption. Do-yoon spins his body, slicing through the attacker and the guy next to him with the dagger's energy, while calling the antagonist a spineless coward. Smiling mockingly, the manipulator replies that the traitor messed up by not finishing him off right from the start, basically handing him the win. He keeps running his mouth, acting superior, reminding him that arena rules stop the creator from running, and points out he still has plenty of guys to take him down. Holding the makeshift firebomb, the fake recruiter taunts him, asking if his opponent is ready to stop daydreaming. The leader hurls the explosive with everything he's got, yelling that relying on a hitman's power was his fatal mistake. To the villain's absolute shock, the rebel casually catches the bottle midair, questioning that supposed mistake with a dark tone. A split second later, a massive explosion of flames erupts in the middle of the street, swallowing the area in a blazing inferno. Standing totally unharmed in the middle of the fire, the technician reveals he dragged himself all the way there with the sole purpose of meeting his end from the very beginning. Not losing an ounce of his swagger, Kyung-jun mocks him, asking if it wasn't his own fault for letting his family perish miserably on day one. Hitting a massive nerve, Do-yoon flashes a disturbing smile through the flames, challenging the enemy's audacity to laugh at that tragedy. The suited leader laughs out loud, totally satisfied, concluding his lackey has completely lost his mind now that his end is near. Breaking through the wall of fire in an explosive dash, the former hitman shoots forward at mind-blowing speed, straight for his tormentor. The brutal charge catches the manipulator completely off guard as the red glow of the blade lights up the attacker's face. Staring his prey down up close, the man consumed by hate sarcastically thanks him for finally freeing him from his control. With the knife sunk into his enemy, Do-yoon breathes a sigh of relief, glad he got the chance to go out with his dignity intact. Just then, the red dome of the danger zone shatters into thin air, while the villain curses, totally clueless about what just happened. Clenching his fists in frustration, Young-jun complains that some scumbag broke his hypnosis and had the nerve to steal his loot right to his face. Eyes wide with shock, the fake recruiter instantly figures out exactly who the real culprit behind this disaster is. He looks at his completely ruined and dead silent surroundings, taking in the sheer size of the humiliating defeat he took on his own turf. Kicking the air in a fit of rage, the villain screams, demanding to know where that filthy rat is hiding. Glaring at the cloudy sky, the manipulator screams a vow to tear the MC to pieces the next time they cross paths. Far from there, Suyeon walks alongside her ally through the empty streets, sighing in relief that it had been an insanely long and exhausting day. The doctor decides it's best to change their scenery, knowing that sticking around there will definitely cut both their lives short. Stopping in the middle of the busted sidewalk, she admits her head is spinning with questions, but prioritizes thanking him from the bottom of her heart for saving her. Scratching his neck modestly, Songho downplays his own effort, swearing it was no big deal. Suyeon bows respectfully, acknowledging that without him watching her back, escaping would have been impossible, and then asks what their plan is regarding the rival team. The former player gives a chill smile, advising his teammate to just ignore them, because he has a strong gut feeling that the enemy crew will tear themselves apart in no time. After handling the shelter crisis, the veteran takes a solid 3 days to rest and patch himself up in his hideout. Bandaging up his shredded abs, the MC admits his body got wrecked from the heavy battle, but points out he didn't waste his downtime. On the first day, the guy checked the loot he got from taking down the lethal puppet, noticing he leveled up in the system. Using his hard-earned points, he invests in a ridiculously sharp long orichalcum knife to upgrade his personal arsenal. The prep work stays on track as he carefully sets up traps to catch wild boar piglets deep in the untouched forest. Keeping an eye on the global comms panel, he's mind-blown by the crazy locations of other players who ended up way up north. The next day, the hero gets some solid help from his magic beetles to completely repair his reinforced plastic shield. Right after, he launches his observation drone over the trees to map out the monster camp to the northwest alongside the bugs. The aerial footage perfectly scopes out the cleared area and pinpoints the exact spots where the little creatures set up their defensive traps. Hitting the third day, Songko peacefully tends to his garden, wearing a straw hat, blown away by how fast the veggies are growing. On the morning of the fourth day, the former player steps out onto his apartment balcony for his routine paper-based info swap. He immediately notices something is off when the origami magic frog left on the hallway floor isn't moving. Picking up the little note, the veteran guesses his ally sent it ahead of schedule because he needed a bathroom break. But reading what's on the paper instantly wipes the chill expression right off the survivor's face. Hyunggun's rude note demands an end to the messages with the gym kid, stating flat out that no reply is needed. Ticked off by the uncalled-for disrespect, Seonko crushes the paper frog, calling that nosy civilian an absolute clown. Glaring at his unread phone messages, he wonders how many supplies that guy burned through without knowing, yet still treats him with zero respect. Bathed in the purple light of his dimensional rift, the guy seriously debates taking out the unbearable man once and for all. The shock of his own dark thought makes the MC's eyes go wide instantly. Covering his mouth, sweating from nerves, he realizes that treating people as disposable makes him exactly like the enemy mind manipulator. Getting his head straight on the empty balcony, the hero orders himself to keep his emotions in check and look at the situation with pure logic. He remembers the golden piece of intel that the arrogant civilian is always butting heads with the gym's leadership, scheming to take over the group. On top of that, the opportunists' plot with the newcomers will soon hand them the perfect excuse to kick that guy out of the shelter with zero drama. The veteran also figures he can't just leave the doctor there unprotected to go settle petty beef somewhere else. Reaching out to summon his blue portal, the former player decides the right time will come, choosing to focus on his own problems instead of giving in to anger. Stepping through the dimensional shortcut, the MC sets wiping out the goblin nest as his main priority right now. Scoping out the creature's wooden camp in the middle of the woods, he calls his pet over to see if he's pumped for the raid. Petting the little wolf's head, the veteran proudly notes that even his buddy's bark got deeper after their last training session. Glancing over at the group of beetles nearby, he loops them into the pre-game hype before the fight kicks off. Songho shows off his rough notes detailing the mission, asking the bugs if all the prep work he asked for got done right. The drawing in the notebook clearly points out the goal of taking down 3 superior hobgoblins and 18-foot soldiers scattered around the base. Holding the note makes the red beetles sweat bullets from anxiety, making the guy wonder why they're so ridiculously nervous. Clenching his fists with built-up energy, the hero tells his little helper squad they shouldn't doubt his skills so much. Flashing a cocky smile at the stressed-out pets, he points a thumb at himself, doubling down that he's no slouch when it comes to a fight. Gripping his new firearm that gives off a strong magic glow, he announces that his bad morning mood guarantees a quick end for the little beasts. Hiding in the bushes with his canine buddy, the former player tells everyone to watch the show very closely. Aiming the shotgun barrel straight at the rustic village entrance, he promises to show them exactly how a whole nest gets wiped out in seconds. Firing an ear-splitting orange blast, the first magic strike scrambles the minds of the creatures caught off guard by the piercing noise. Amidst the chaos taking over the tiny tribe, the flash of a fatal strike cuts down the stunned beasts, slicing through them like paper. Cashing in on the perfect distraction, the MC leaps in mercilessly with Dingo to tear through the enemy front line, wielding his auricalcom knife. Dropping from the trees into the middle of the creature's screams, Sanko orders Dingo to stick to the plan to the letter. The little wolf watches the movement closely, tucked away in the bushes. Then, the nimble pet sprints up the mountain rocks to get the high ground. Stopping at the top of the crag, the canine companion lets out a loud, commanding howl down into the valley. The sudden noise instantly grabs the attention of the hobgoblin, who snaps his head back in surprise. The alpha beast and his pack of goblins charge toward the sound, proving the bait worked flawlessly. Analyzing the scene from behind the monsters, the MC celebrates that his positioning on the battlefield is absolutely perfect. Hiding in the tall grass, he points out that a direct flank attack always guarantees a massive advantage. In a lethal dash with both blades, the former player slices 2 goblins at once before they can even react. Using the distraction, he kicks the smaller enemies, forcing the tribe leader to spin around, panicked by the ambush. Consumed by rage seeing his troops shredded, the massive monster lets out a threatening roar. Up ahead, the wolf snarls, keeping an intimidating stance to hold back the rest of the enemy pack. The guy notes with satisfaction that the creatures are already weakened by status effects, and their numbers have dropped significantly. Summoning the glowing dimensional space in his hand, he declares that big guy is going to be the perfect test dummy. Pulling the heavy orichalcum long knife from the system, the veteran charges head-on, announcing the real fight is about to start. Smoothly dodging the heavy club, Sonko lands a devastating upward slash, sending the enemies flying back. After the brutal impact of the magic strike, the guy exhales, catching his breath from the intense clash. Finishing the job without breaking a sweat, the former player destroys the last monster with a vertical slash that wrecks the ground itself. Walking toward the dark smoke rising from the ruined tribe, the MC sighs, worn out from all the effort. Wiping the fresh mess off his blades, he complains that looting the leftovers takes way more work than actually taking out the targets. The veteran walks up to the red beetles asking, full of pride, if they paid attention to his deadly performance. At that moment, the floating blue panel announces a reward of only 60 points, leaving the survivor outraged by the low payout. The bug lets out a friendly buzz, and the hero tells the squad to ignore that numerical letdown and just follow him. Searching the conquered base, the guy stumbles upon cages full of firebirds and is shocked to find out the monsters were running a farm. He figures the birds are pretty tame and will be great for the shelter, keeping in mind that Dingo's appetite has spiked lately. Looking at the wooden pen on the ground, he points out excitedly that he even found some guys from the same species as his magic frog. The NC admits out loud that his expectations for the raid were super low from the start. Stepping back into the real world on a deserted country road, the guy gets hit hard by the insane shock of the blazing heat. Cooling off with an ice pack on his head, the young man notes that this bizarre heat wave will definitely be breaking news on TV soon. The insane heat makes zero sense to the adventurer, considering inside his private portal, it's cold enough to freeze an entire lake. Looking at the untouched trees along the road, Sionko notices the forest is still lush and the crops are growing way too fast. Keeping the cold bag pressed to his face, he hits the undeniable conclusion that the dimensional soil has some kind of weird, mysterious power. However, the guy notes with a blank expression that the real world is also acting increasingly unhinged. Strolling casually down the empty dirt highway, he realizes that unlike the old game mechanics, zombies aren't just respawning on their own. Rubbing his chin deep in thought, the focused veteran starts putting together a theory based on the invasion rules. The former player bets that standard infected and upgraded beasts won't spawn on the map unless very specific triggers are hit first. He thinks the invisible restrictions might be tied to the night cycle when bloodthirsty freaks hunt before sunrise. Or maybe the apocalypse's AI is cashing in on those famous conditional mutations generated during the tutorial. Eyes going wide, the survivor suddenly realizes the massive defensive loophole the system's own logic just created. The MC guesses that if someone sets up a hideout on an isolated island with 0 walkers, the scripted invasions will never trigger there. On top of that, mission payouts might fluctuate based on the daily update cycles, meaning you have to act fast to score high-value rewards. Lost in his own web of theories and perks, the hero walks toward the gates of a massive, fenced-in industrial lot. Stopping in front of the rusted bars, the adventurer breathes a sigh of relief, confirming he made it to the massive rice processing plant. Peeking into the cool interior of the open warehouse, he celebrates internally at the sight of mountains of feed bags safely stored away. Rubbing his hands together, totally hyped, the guy decides he absolutely has to pass these generous coordinates to Hyunjun as soon as possible. First thing the next morning, Songho cranks out a vigorous set of push-ups at his camp, reinforcing that staying in peak shape is priority number 1. Stretching his arm muscles standing up, he repeats to himself that physical fitness counts double for staying in one piece and moving fast in the apocalypse. Walking across the green fields of his sunny dimension, the MC adjusts his jacket on his shoulder, promising to have another productive day. The first goal is to check in on Yu Hyun's situation, since that aggressive note about the doctor was definitely planted by the nosy civilian. Handing Dingo his food through the makeshift fence, the guy praises the wolf's solid hunting instincts and tells him boiled pork is on the menu today. Sitting in front of the holographic interface with his breakfast ready, the hero plans to track down his big buddy using the global auction house. Right then, some weird text scrolling across the market screen catches the former player's eye, making him stop chewing out of pure curiosity. The veteran is amazed to see people are listing absolute garbage for insane prices just to use the description boxes in endless public chat room. Swiping his fingers through the invisible tab of the fake auction, he browses the clever posts that completely bypass the technical limits. Reading the window reveals players doing an organized roll call, and the guy appreciates the irony of the system hitting max capacity right now. Grabbing another slice of juicy barbecue, Songko coldly assesses that this sea of random info is a terrible communication roadblock. He figures tracking a loudmouth target on the server won't be hard, but losing the direct message feature is going to seriously mess up their logistics. Leaning back in his chair, making peace with the digital glitch, the survivor sighs quietly, accepting that he's going to have to use this workaround. The guy gets frustrated thinking about how the insane rush of the past few days stopped his small network from setting up any practical codes or visual signals. While the pup inhales his full bowl on the floor, the MC decides he first needs to figure out how many users are logged in by refreshing the tool. Reading through the terms of service that guarantee total anonymity, Suyonko gets suspicious that maybe one single bored person is faking the whole thing. Aiming to test the network's true reach, the guy decides to auction off a useless item that's appealing enough not to be ignored by the community. He opens his cooler, pulling out a heavy bag of natural ice, confident that the blazing heat out there will make the item irresistible. Pressing the purple sales menu, the veteran lists the frozen rock package for a mere 5 points and starts the countdown. Arms crossed in a tense silence, the hero waits to see if his makeshift gamble will generate any buzz in that crowded market. Seconds later, the hologram fires off a relentless series of beeps, startling the young man with the overwhelming volume of engagement on the post. Desperate comments from players flood the screen, calling the seller a lying clown and asking where in Korea he pulled that off at level 15. The flood of arguments keeps aggressively attacking the ad, accusing the post of trying to steal 6 points earned by sweating to take down 3 zombies. Satisfied with the data gathered from the uproar, the former player calmly notes that there are at least 10 real people following the updates. However, the endless stream of trash talk wears out the MC's patience. He clicks his tongue, demanding they shut up since nobody is forcing them to buy the bag. Gripping the communicator, annoyed by the unwarranted disrespect, he snaps back out loud that mining and sawing through that cursed raw block was a massive headache. The screen shows garbage bids in exchange for the frozen treasure, proving that wasting time fighting a dull handsaw in the woods wasn't worth it. Throwing his head back in frustration, the seller accepts that picking fights over empty accusations in a virtual room won't get anyone anywhere. Shifting his focus back to just the strategic test, the veteran hovers his finger over the panel, ready to cancel the scam sale and move on with his original plans. Suddenly, the system's colorful notification announces the ice was sold for an unbelievable 40 points, leaving the owner shocked, trying to figure out what crazy person closed that deal. Holding the frozen bag, the woman in the red dress is genuinely surprised to see that it's actually real ice. Sitting in a plush armchair, she sighs in relief as she uses the pack to beat the nightmare heatwave punishing the region. Pressing the cold rock to her face, the survivor admits to herself that she can't even remember the last time she felt something so refreshing. Meanwhile, she watches the auction chat blowing up and thinks it's pathetic how desperate people are getting over a measly 5 points. Snapping her fingers with a superior attitude, the villain decides it's time for her thugs to get to work. The system alerts that the domination skill has been triggered and she asks her puppets if they already know what to do. Immediately, the infected under the woman's control ruthlessly charge the unprotected civilians. In a cowardly, unprovoked strike, one of the monsters drops a young man to the floor with a devastating blow. Chaos takes over the street as the beasts wipe out the survivors one by one, creating a terrifying and brutal scene. Watching the carnage from the VIP seats, the mastermind smiles as she monitors the system notifications, confirming a massive streak of points. Pressing the ice to her neck, she wonders why people fight so hard on the internet when profiting from taking others down is so easy. But her smug look vanishes instantly when she notices an annoying detail about her purchase. Holding up the plastic bag, the survivor groans in frustration, realizing the ice is already almost completely melted. Tossing the useless bag aside, the woman decides to track down the comedian who actually managed to sell that on the server. The villain figures the mystery seller must have some rare ice-making skill to turn a profit in the middle of this nightmare. Flashing a wicked smile, she decides to throw out some bait and try to reel the mystery user over to her side. Tapping the system's digital interface, the woman quickly fires off a private message to the target. On the comm screen, she sends a friendly greeting, trying to mask her real intentions. Hiding behind the fake name Duck, the manipulator cuts to the chase, asking exactly where the ice vendor is located. Reading those texts, Songko is caught off guard, realizing he accidentally hooked a massive fish. Scanning the sender's forum history, he spots that this person is always recruiting players using empty promises. With a confident smirk, the MC states that he's about to find out if this contact is an actual threat or just blowing smoke. To test the waters, the veteran replies aggressively, telling the contact to shut their trap, proving the person loses their cool easily. Reading the insult on the screen, the woman goes ballistic over the guy's audacity and assumes she's dealing with a total lunatic. Analyzing her hysterical reaction, the former player notes she has the classic coward personality of someone who folds to anyone stronger. Even knowing who he's dealing with, the hero thinks that blowing his cover on the auction block right now would be a fatal mistake. Swiping his finger across the panel, he figures any slip-up in communication now will just cause misunderstandings and unnecessary heat. Meanwhile, the villain furiously declares the target has no choice because once she marks someone, their capture is a law. In the chat, the woman threatens the seller, telling him not to act shocked when things get really ugly for him. Knowing his enemy has zero patience, the guy uses the distraction to quickly list another bag of ice on the market. Right after, Princess Rabbit makes a triumphant entrance on the server, leaving the MC impressed with the perfect timing. Back at the gym, the big guy is also watching the chat feed and decides to chime in with the familiar faces. Reading the coded message about camaraderie, the villain instantly knows there's only one specific person that user would call that. Narrowing her eyes maliciously, the woman connects the dots and finally uncovers the mystery seller's real identity. At the exact same time, the virtual market lights up with instant buyouts on the frozen packs, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Following the rapid-fire stream of bold messages, the survivor is convinced she knows exactly who she's playing against. Crossing her arms in a huff, she calls the guy out for his nerve, completely ignoring her after all the history they share. Plotting a twisted ambush, the manipulator coordinates with her ally to meet up with Princess Rabbit and settle the score. Far from there, the hero lets out an ironic laugh, picturing that messy group having a massive face-to-face reunion soon. Leaving the digital drama in the rear view, the veteran walks through the wrecked streets to help the doctor with her move. During his cautious trek, the former player scopes out the area and starts proving the theories he came up with earlier. Checking out the boarded-up windows, he concludes the tutorial's difficulty got nerfed, saving way more civilians than usual. Another massive detail is that even with a big crowd gathered downtown, the infected magically stop spawning in the area. Even though the packed neighborhoods turned into no man's land, the guy figures the group doesn't have to run if they stay on high alert. Arriving at the building, he gets an enthusiastic welcome from Mick Young, who invites him upstairs to grab food with the doctor and Yuhyun. Looking at the crew hanging out, the MC crosses his arms with a dark expression, making it obvious something is really bothering him. Yuhyun shrinks back, intimidated by the heavy vibe, and tries to play it cool, but the hero coldly asks if he really doesn't know why. Shifting his glare to Mikyung, the veteran demands to know why they didn't mention her skill, upgraded to carry 2 people. He follows up by pointing out the group went out of their way to let him know about the change, hoping to score a safe ride. Pointing straight at the fresh bandage, Sonko demands to know why the student is trying to hide that obvious arm wound. The kid stammers, making up some weak excuse about boxes, but the former player shuts down the lie, telling him to try harder. Staring at the stained dressing, the group's leader states that anyone could tell that was never just a simple work accident. Confirming his suspicion, Suyan steps in calmly, revealing she treated an injury caused by a crossbow bolt. She advises the young man to stop hiding things from the MC, confirming that the cowardly shot was 100% intentional. Hearing it was a targeted hit makes the hero immediately demand every single detail about the ambush. Taking charge of the situation, the hairdresser starts seriously breaking down the tense events that went down over the last hour. Flashing back to the incident, she explains she was on the roof handling the heavy lifting while her buddy organized the smaller boxes on the ground. The peaceful workflow was violently interrupted when the student's desperate scream of pain echoed through the alley. Freaked out by the horrible sound, the girl dropped everything and rushed to the edge of the building, terrified the worst had happened. Peering down at the street, the girl spotted her wounded friend writhing in pain right after the sneak attack. Resuming the report, the witness details that the ones responsible for the cowardly attack were 3 thugs wearing hiking gear. The hairdresser states with total conviction that it wasn't a stray shot, leaving the former player certain the crew has a target on their backs. Clenching his fists in silent fury, the veteran feels his blood boil at the direct threat against his allies. Biting his thumb to keep his aggression in check, he mutters, furious about the audacity of them touching the people he chose to protect. With the cold eyes of a predator, the MC mentally reinforces just how valuable this squad has become to his master plan. In his calculating mind, he reviews the massive advantage of having an elite tracker, fast transport, and a dedicated doctor on his side. Wrapped up in absolute intent to eliminate the threat, the hero declares he's hunting the sketchy trio down, but admits a weird sense of satisfaction in having teammates worth caring about. Picking up on the violent energy radiating off the leader, the blonde asks him to chill out and not do anything crazy right now. With a gentle smile, the healer points out that, despite their differences, Everyone there already trusts each other like a real guild. Changing the subject, she asks why the director is missing from the meetup, since the big guy RSVP'd earlier. The student swallows hard and confesses that the duo on watch duty broke base rules and bailed without telling anyone. Trying to gauge the size of the mess, the doctor asks where those two went, but the guy sighs over the lack of solid info. Sighing, exhausted by everyone's incompetence, the veteran asks Yoo-hyun if remote viewing is still active over at the gym. The hero decides they'll drop by the friend's place if it's empty, telling the student to use his clairvoyance to check it out. But the second he activates his skill, the kid turns pale, utterly shocked, warning them that all three are at the base and a brawl is about to pop off. Through Yoo-hyun's clairvoyance, the hero realizes his allies are on the verge of taking each other out at the gym. Instantly, he turns to the hairdresser, telling her to use her magic and get them inside the base right now. The girl hesitates, thinking they should scope it out first, but the veteran declares they have to stop any brutal clash before it happens. Knowing the clock is ticking, Mikyung grabs the MC's arm tight, ready to make the jump. A pillar of purple light swallows the two of them as the teleportation magic fires up. The duel popping up out of thin air in the room startles King-kun so bad he falls flat on his butt. Getting his bearings, the loudmouth guy is totally lost on how these people just materialized out of nowhere. Hyung-jun looks over his shoulder, asking how his buddy got there, but Seonko says they'll explain everything later. The MC tells Jung-gun to drop the attitude, and the troublemaker fires back, accusing the intruder of talking nonsense. Full of rage, the civilian tells the hero to mind his own business, swearing that a few people leaving won't weaken the squad. Staring the guy down with ice in his veins, the veteran drops the news that he and Suyeon are officially joining the team. The loudmouth is floored by the announcement and accuses the former player of spouting garbage just to insert himself. Tired of the screaming match, Seonko sighs, asking them to start talking like civilized human beings. At that, the civilian challenges who the intruder thinks he is to give orders, but eventually caves to the pressure and drops his guard. Hyun-jun backs his friend up, pointing out that fighting each other is pointless, and tells his teammate to power down his physical buff. Quenching his glowing fists in frustration, the guy mutters that this constant meddling is exactly what he hates the most. Then Kyung-gun drops the buff and accuses the director of always agreeing with the former player while instantly rejecting his ideas. The big guy denies it, trying to explain that his buddy's advice just aligns way better with the team's overall strategy. Feeling completely wronged, the troublemaker shoots back that if he were right, everyone would welcome his ideas with open arms too. Waving off the argument with his hand, he declares he's officially sick of this same old song and dance. The MC steps in, stating that doesn't erase their responsibility to the squad, and the guy fires back sarcastically, asking if they turned into a corporation. Keeping a highly threatening stare, Sonko reminds them that they're sitting in the middle of an apocalypse, so loyalty is something to be taken deadly seriously. The girl in the group butts in, admitting they ditched orders and scoped out another crew just to get access to the auction house faster. The veteran looks at Hyung-jun for backup, but the muscle-bound guy just looks away, totally silent. Stressed out by the tension, the girl swears it's all a massive misunderstanding and that they only did it for the good of the team. She justifies it by saying the crew desperately needed intel and running with strangers was the only way to rack up points. The loudmouth proudly agrees, claiming it was just a difference in playstyle and that they basically sacrificed themselves for the group. The ally backs him up, saying they need to team up with veterans ASAP, which makes the hero heavily doubt that excuse. Rolling her eyes, the young woman points out that the director has been hitting up Yoo-hyun on the side too, putting everyone on the same level. Mikyun snaps at the ridiculous comparison, throwing it in their faces that the MC always hooked them up with free supplies. Pointing at the ungrateful duo, the hairdresser demands to know what those random veterans have ever done to help the gym. The MC taps his ally's shoulder, asking her to cool it, warning that dragging this out right now won't fix a thing. Looking bitter, Kyung-gun scratches his head, admitting he doesn't want to compare the former player to the outsiders they met up with. He finally brings the volume down and apologizes for that part, swearing they weren't just being greedy. Ticked off by the twisted logic, Hyung-jun crosses his arms, asking who put the guy in charge of making decisions anyway. The loudmouth argues that if the unhappy people walk and Songo joins, the balance naturally shifts in his favor. The director drops a heavy hand on a student's shoulder, cutting off that selfish speech right then and there. Keeping his cool, the big guy states he isn't acting out of anger, but firmly believes this is their last shot to end things smoothly. He suggests the trio pack up and leave for good, even offering to help them carry their stuff, leaving the troublemaker completely stunned. Staring dead at his former student, the musclehead reveals he knows exactly why the kid hasn't ditched the group yet. The director throws it in his face that the guy only stuck around because he wasn't sure if he could grab the stockpiled gear on his way out. Cornered after being completely exposed, Hyungun stumbles back, and his friend reminds him he was his personal trainer for 3 whole years. Young Jun claims he can read the guy like a book and offers a clean break, so they can at least nod at each other in the future. With 0 comeback left, the rebel trio takes the deal and heads into one of the rooms to pack their bags. The director tells them they'll handle the move themselves and tells them to only pack the gear they're taking. With the drama settled, Sang Yu-Honko thanks his buddy for preventing a disaster. But the big guy just laughs, asking what the heck he's talking about. Projecting total confidence, the director states he isn't that dumb, and noticed the MC was just testing the waters the whole time. The muscle guy admits he was already planning to kick the bad apple out while the allied duo was out handling their own business. Seeing his buddy stand his ground, the hero lets him know that if they give him some room to operate, he might actually join the squad soon. That epic news totally lights up young Jun and the hairdresser's faces, and they excitedly ask if he's actually serious. The veteran promises it's legit, but asks for a few weeks to size things up, demanding only that the team doesn't bail on the area. Seeing how hyped his friend is, Sonkel asks the girl to go grab the doctor and the student so they can chat properly after a break. The ally jumps on the mission instantly, and the former player pulls out a thick notebook, feeling massively relieved to see the team so fired up. Handing over the gear as a gift, the guy leaves the director absolutely speechless over the new goldmine of intel. The internal narration flashes back, recalling that absolute chaos would drop on Earth, turning the city into a burning wasteland. The MC reflects that the game that started it all always prided itself on being relentlessly brutal to rookies. Because of that, the journal he handed his buddy only had the old experiences, since a ton of mechanics got tweaked or added in reality. Despite the updates, the overall event flow hasn't changed, giving the hero the edge to predict the next disasters pretty accurately. The veteran's absolute certainty is the unavoidable spawn of red wormholes tearing right through reality. These monstrous gates work a lot like his special skill, hiding incredibly lethal underground labyrinths inside. Those portals act as massive event hubs, spitting out relentless monsters to ensure maximum chaos. Right after making sure the doctor was settled at the gym, the former player went heads down reviewing everything he knew about the invasions. Resting his chin on his hand, he remembers that the second the animal hunting event wraps up, the goblin hordes start flooding in. Looking at the twisted rules, the guy thinks it's wild how the system hands you meat just to send hunting freaks right after you. Scrolling through his computer files, the hero gets frustrated realizing the exact timer for this invasion was never officially tracked. But he figures the shift in how the scavengers act on the streets is the visual cue that confirms the next phases are live. Pushing his chair back, the MC hopes his buddy's crew is gearing up the right way for the incoming wave of problems. Since the little green monsters love using siege tactics, beefing up the building's barricades is going to be make or break to avoid a late-night wipeout. Standing up looking determined, the veteran decides that if the academy team fails to defend, he will personally protect the place. Aiming to be ready for the inevitable brutal clash, Sonko tests the weight of a spear, locked in on maxing out his proficiency. The guy also shifts focus to the heavy scythe, taking advantage of his downtime to keep his safe little paradise running smoothly. Grinding hard through the muggy afternoons to tend the greenhouse, the hero easily levels up his basic survival routine. The relentless work in the field pays off big time when the digital interface pops up, stating his strength stat got a permanent bump. On top of the manual labor, the former player pushes through the agonizing treatment, shooting the blue frog's paralyzing venom straight into his veins. The non-stop grind finally pays out when the magic screen confirms he scored the highly sought-after level 2 poison resistance. Staring at his glowing arm, the MC is a bit bummed he hasn't hit absolute poison immunity just yet. On day 10, right when he felt everything was locked in, he gets an emergency ping warning him a tiger just spawned. The veteran realizes the moment he's been waiting for is finally here, marking the real kickoff of the apocalypse. Outside, a massive tiger roars ferociously from the top of a wrecked car. Yuian stares at the beast in awe, while the director asks if the kid is just an optimist or totally clueless. Annoyed, the academy leader smacks the back of the student's head, demanding to know if that's seriously all he sees. It's blatantly obvious the beast is ripping the zombies in half, proving that anyone who gets too close will meet the exact same end. McKeon wonders out loud where the heck that animal popped out of so fast, and Soo-yeon guesses it's probably an escapee from a zoo. The doctor adds that the animal population must have taken a massive hit on the way over. Then Song Hongo explains that in the game the beasts were summoned, but in real life, nobody actually saw it happen. The hero figures the animal invasion event likely got patched to make sense in the real world. The hero flags down the veteran to ask what the next move is. She asks what they should do, leaving the student totally confused since they're just ignoring the official team leader. The director pats the kid on the back and admits the former player is the one who brought the whole crew together, faking a little hurt pride. Stepping into the leader role naturally, the MC announces he's going to assign everyone their roles this time around. The starting play is to target smaller game to lock down a solid food supply for the whole squad. He puts the student and the doctor on the back line, telling them to stay highly alert so they can move fast if things go sideways. Hyped up, Jun bumps fists, confirming he's taking the front line to handle the heavy hitting. The leader points out that Mik-young is the wild card, using her teleport to bridge the gap between the front and the back. The girl promises to go all out even though she's nervous, and the veteran calms her down, hyping up her crazy high potential. Happy with the setup, he claps his hands and asks if anybody has an issue with the plan. The two rookies shake their heads at the same time, leaving the hero confused, thinking he said something wrong. The guy explains he finally feels like he's taking a real order from an actual boss. Laughing at the whole thing, Soo-yeon reminds them the tiger isn't the target and asks what they're actually hunting. The former player shrugs, admitting he has no clue either and that the call is up to the real boss. Up ahead, Dingo is intensely sniffing the ground, tracking scents through the ruined zone. The little wolf barks excitedly after catching the scent of multiple targets nearby. Instantly, his quick paws start pounding against the cracked concrete in a high-speed sprint. Song-ho runs right behind his pet through the city ruins, keeping pace with the hunt. The pup takes the lead, giving off a magical glow as he guides the squad straight to the target. The little predator aggressively charges at a giant sheep that was wandering the streets. Using his speed, the pet lands a hit that makes the animal bleat in panic and pain. The wolf jumps back smoothly, getting ready to launch his next strike at the cornered prey. Growling low, the pup keeps the sheep in check so it can't bolt out of the zone. The woolly creature digs its hooves into the ground, trying to brace for the incoming attack. Without giving it a second to react, Dingo shoots forward like a lightning bolt right at the target. The MC hypes up his buddy's work while taking careful aim with his crossbow. Sticking a tactical landing, the shooter lines up his shot for the perfect takedown. The bolt nails the animal right in the back, making it let out a loud cry of pure agony. Annoyed, the veteran kicks himself for not dropping the target with one clean shot. The loud noise ends up drawing the infected's attention, turning the street into a massive hazard. Acting fast, the hero orders his pet to herd the catch toward the agreed-upon rally point. A bunch of buffed walkers start closing in on the area, drawn by all the commotion. Pulling a knife, the former player thinks he could wipe them all out, but the main goal right now is securing the meat. Seeing the perimeter collapsing, he decides not to roll the dice and yells the hairdresser's name. Answering the call, the girl pops up wrapped in the purple light of her magic, ready to roll. The hero grabs her hand, warning her about spamming the power, and the girl jokes that she's a huge fan of roller coasters. The duo starts flickering through the air, clearing massive distances to shake off the undead mob. Touching down safely, the veteran compliments her progress, getting a shy thanks in return. The director walks up carrying the heavy load of the downed prey alongside the wolf, bummed that one managed to slip away. The MC offers to help carry the massive weight, but his buddy turns him down, wanting to haul it himself. Feeling good about his physical grind, the allied leader says he wants to savor that feeling of a job well done. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt brutally pierces the partner's shoulder, making him scream out in pain. The guy who took the cheap shot steps out acting totally smug, throwing out a fake apology about his hand slipping. Sangho recognizes the shooter instantly, flashing back to their run-in at the supply shop. The hairdresser also recognizes the trio, confirming they're the exact same thugs who shot Yu-yeon. Keeping his cool, the former player asks what they want, sarcastically praising their nerve for tracking them down. The The troublemaker points at the meat and casually suggests they hand over one of the downed sheep. The veteran agrees to drop a carcass for them, leaving the director absolutely stunned by how passive he's acting. Tossing the dead animal on the ground, the hero states he just needs to ask one thing before taking off. The MC asks point blank if the couple in the enemy group just gave up on following the rules to pull cowardly stunts like that. Turning his back while letting off a terrifying aura, he warns them they're only walking away out of respect for the director, but next time there will be severe consequences. Deadly tension hangs in the air as the group falls back, leaving the meat for the criminals. Later at the base, the director, already bandaged up, cooks the meat, happily celebrating that nobody got seriously wrecked. The doctor calls out that toxic positivity, warning that they can't just keep taking hits without swinging back. The student tries to back up his buddy's peaceful take, but gets chewed out by Hyungjun himself and told to stay quiet. Stepping back in, the ally brings up the MC's old advice about taking down anyone who poses a threat. The hero nods, confirming he perfectly remembers his own brutal survival rule. The director clarifies he isn't questioning the calls, but firmly believes they shouldn't bow down to scumbags. Holding a cup, the former player calms the squad down, letting them know the current ceasefire is going to end very soon. Outside the base, a monstrous, giant praying mantis stomps menacingly through the ruined streets. The night vibe in the wrecked city gets incredibly heavy and dead quiet as the new beasts roll in. All of a sudden, a mysterious rift starts tearing through space itself, shooting out red sparks. The fabric of reality totally shatters, ripping open a chaotic red portal right in the middle of nowhere. The next day, inside the dimensional training ground, someone is blown away after getting dragged in there out of the blue. Chilling in his private zone, Sungwonko hypes up his little builder beetles, calling them the absolute best. Checking out his neatly organized stash, he's totally amazed, wondering where these little dudes managed to dig up such rare minerals. Right then, the helpers walk up carrying a massive wooden crate, leaving the veteran totally caught off guard by the surprise delivery. Popping the trunk open, the MC is completely speechless, asking if this stuff is actually real. The former player realizes the little blacksmith's already finished forging the gear using the scrap he handed over. Inspecting the finish on the daggers and the bag crafted from owlbear claws and leather, it's obvious they aren't your average crafters. Pumped about the flawless results, the guy scoops up the beetles, praising their insane work and joking if they're actually dwarves in disguise. Gripping one of the fresh blades, he calms the little guys down, telling them not to freak out over his hyped reaction. Wanting to prove how sick the new gear is, the hero steps back and announces he's going to run a quality test on the weapons. Squaring up with the wooden target, the shooter cocks his arm back and launches the dagger with everything he's got. The blade buries itself perfectly into the trunk, leaving the veteran floored by the weapon's insane performance. Riding high on the first success, he grabs the reddish pepper bomb, announcing it's time to test the explosive. The item hits another tree nearby and violently detonates, blasting a massive cloud of scarlet smoke everywhere. Watching the smoke slowly clear, the guy frowns, thinking the blast radius was a little underwhelming. Instantly, the tiny beetles start jumping around and buzzing in protest, totally offended by the boss's critique. Before he can even finish his sentence, the brutal pollen hits him in the face, making him cough uncontrollably with tears streaming down his face. The intense burn drops the MC to the floor screaming, while the helpers totally panic, thinking they actually took him out. Still on the ground catching his breath, the veteran admits the bomb is top tier and will be absolutely lethal against monsters with a sharp sense of smell. Wiping his face after the scare, he smiles in satisfaction, feeling that little demo was exactly what he needed to make his call. Standing hands on hips, facing the squad of little monsters, the former player invites the beetles to move in with him permanently. He argues that the magic forest is still way too sketchy. The weather is freezing and there's barely any decent food for them. The hero guarantees that inside his safe house, all those problems disappear and they can keep forging non-stop. Holding his hands out like a friend, he doubles down that this deal is a massive win-win for everyone. The tiny creatures huddle up, seriously debating the offer through a bunch of cute squeaks and buzzes. After a quick group chat, the red leader walks up and shakes the boss's finger, making the new partnership official. The MC shakes on it, confirming the contract is locked in and there's no backing out now. After squaring everything away with his new blacksmiths, Songko jumps back into the real city ruins with Dingo to run a patrol. Strolling through the dark rubble, the shooter explains he decided to head out because he felt it was about time the goblins showed up. A high-pitched scream grabs the duo's attention, and they quickly spot a survivor running for his life from a little green monster in the alley. Watching the scene from above, the guy notes that since the zombies pack a heavier physical punch, the new threat has started hunting directly on the streets. Up ahead, a bunch of those creatures are grinding away, dragging trash and debris to build some kind of nest. Suddenly, the wolf pup alerts his owner, growling at a specific corner after picking up a weird scent in the air. The veteran praises his partner for the catch and quietly follows him, figuring the lair creation event has already kicked off. Turning the corner on the trail, the hero's face lights up with an intense red glow that leaves him totally amazed. A massive red portal is pulsing right in front of them in the pitch black, proving the dimensional rift was smaller but impossible to miss. The former player loves that the target is super flashy, making his hunt easier, but knows it's a fatal trap for anyone clueless enough to walk by. Walking toward the chaotic energy, the guy predicts that pretty soon those nightmare gates are going to pop up all over the city. As soon as he steps through the magic barrier with his pet, he realizes the vibe inside is a carbon copy of the game. Checking out the rocky tunnels, the MC gets curious to see if his unique skill still works inside this lockdown maze. Focusing his mind, the blue rift sparks to life immediately, showing his beloved safe house chilling on the other side. The veteran smiles, realizing the layers run underneath reality itself, meaning he can use his perks normally. Proving his theory, he summons 3 glowing floating cubes, firing up his instant dimensional spaces. While the blue light bounces off the rocks, the hero understands that event dungeons act like a third neutral zone. Taking full advantage of the loophole, he pulls a glowing stone necklace from his inventory so he can see in the dark without an issue. Geared up and locked in, the shooter cracks his gloved knuckles with a sharp smile, announcing it's time to punch the clock. Diving fearlessly into a deep pit, the hunter figures these spots don't have traps since they're strictly low-level events. The guy lands silently at the bottom of the cave right next to 2 enemy guards who freak out at the sudden drop-in. Wasting 0 time, the former player blitzes like lightning, leaving a blue trail as he effortlessly wipes out the duo. Sprinting through the rough tunnels, he quickly hits a fork guarded by a massive crowd of armed little monsters. Using the shadows to his advantage, the veteran quickly draws his brand new daggers, getting ready to clear the room. With terrifying speed, the hero tears through the enemy ranks in a zigzag, dropping lethal strikes in every single direction. Sliding on his knees across the dirt floor, the shooter dodges the squad's clumsy swings while keeping a totally cocky smirk. The lethal dance hits its peak when the MC's razor-sharp reflexes slice through dozens of goblins in a fraction of a second. Shaking the blade clean in one fast motion, the guy is relieved to confirm that these basic mobs don't even make him break a sweat anymore. After blowing past the easy crowds, the intruder's heavy boots finally reach the end of the dungeon where faint lights glow. Peeking carefully through the rocky archway, the former player catches a weird detail in the boss room that completely grabs his attention. The hero is stunned to find himself staring at the back of a giant, jacked hobgoblin praying in total silence at an altar surrounded by torches. Sensing the human vibe, the furious beast spins around, gripping a massive wooden log, but the shooter just casually asks if he's flying solo. The monster answers by smashing the ground with his brute weapon, forcing the intruder to gracefully backflip away, feeling a bit let down. Taking full advantage of the massive opening from the slow swing, the MC slides right under the creature's arms with his sword glowing lethally. The flawless strike instantly takes the beast's head off, prompting the system to reward the hunter with points for clearing the lair. Seconds later, a bright blue screen drops a bundle of armor-piercing adamantite arrows as the random loot drop for the win. Gripping the heavy magic ammo, the hero checks out the hall with a smile, knowing the grind was 100% worth it. Strolling calmly out of the red portal as it starts to collapse, he plans to head back and check on the Academy crew's security. But the veteran remembers that before worrying about his friends, he needed to check on the moves of that criminal trio who ambushed them earlier. Taking barely 2 steps out of the glowing alley, the former player stops dead in his tracks after getting a strategic lightbulb moment. Turning his face, lit up by the chaotic energy, he realizes with a smirk that he might not even have to waste time hunting the enemies down across the city. The MC flashes back to the rival leader's arrogant attitude in the street, realizing their playbook wasn't exactly high level. That cowardly crew had a bad habit of acting super aggressive just to bully weaker survivors. With that reckless profile in mind, the guy strongly suspects they prioritize hunting monsters over actually locking down a base. Backing up the hero's hunch, the scavenger squad rolls up to the dungeon entrance at the exact second he finishes hiding up high. Completely delusional, the guy in the red jacket brags about his old 200 hours of playtime while his sidekicks call him boss. 30 minutes of tension later, the trio returns from the portal, throwing up, completely exhausted, beat up, and cursing because they didn't find anything. One of the thugs gets up in his own boss's face, reminding him he swore there were 0 veteran players operating in the zone. Another annoyed ally asks how somebody cleared the event first, and the girl guesses the sweep must have been done by some distant raid party. Kyung-gun presses the crew leader, reminding him he guaranteed there was a group living near the village, and calls the excuse totally pathetic. Bora piles on, asking how he claims to have played the game, but didn't know lairs pop up in multiple spots at the exact same time. Backed into a corner, the troublemaker just snaps a quick apology, while his teammate calls him an idiot. But quickly recovering his tough guy act, the criminal declares their objective hasn't changed at all. Snatching up a giant rat and brutally stabbing it, he explains they need to hit a lair to grab loot and take down a hobgoblin. Ripping the freak in half, the boss furiously announces that right after that, they are going to raid Hein Jun's group. The duo is totally blindsided, reminding him the original plan was just to swipe whatever supplies they had stashed. Kyung-gun tries to push his partner, saying he's morally against it, but just gets called a pathetic loser for his trouble. Grabbing the former gym member by the collar, the leader asks if he seriously thinks his old buddies still look at them as friends. He brings up Songho's cold stare, warning that if they don't take that guy out soon, he's definitely going to be a massive problem. Hesitant, the girl asks if taking someone down wouldn't turn them into actual mercenaries. The troublemaker reveals that taking out just one person is no big deal, confessing he already tested it before and still got 50 points from the system. Shocked by how cold-blooded he is, the two go quiet while the boss shuts the conversation down and tells them to start moving. Walking down the dark streets, the criminal warns they need to make up for all the lost time before they can finally crash. Watching the whole thing from the shadows, the MC realizes that trio was way more dangerous than he originally thought. Pulling his leg back into his portal, the former player decides to cut the problem off at the root before they cause any more damage. As he fades into the blue dimensional rift, the veteran notes he's going to handle this completely off the books. In another part of town, a civilian sprints frantically through the rubble, begging them to stay back. A group of survivors gets backed into a corner right in front of a red portal, doing whatever they can to hold the creatures off. But the little green monsters push forward without flinching, with one of them shooting a poison dart out of a blowgun. The projectile hits one of the guys dead in the neck, making him groan in pain. Feeling the venom instantly kick in, the victim drops to his knees, cursing his own luck as his body totally locks up. Completely defenseless, the survivors are completely wiped out by the horde right in the middle of the dark street. Watching the brutal scene from a distance, Kyung-gun clocks how aggressive the monsters are and wonders just how many are lurking around. The thug leader figures that tactic is going nowhere and tells everyone to gear up to push, but gets cut off instantly. Charging blue energy in his hands, the ally demands to know how he came up with such a suicidal idea. Flexing his skill, the guy locks the boss down with magic chains, making the criminal absolutely furious. The coward reminds him they hated the gym crew for being way too passive, warning that rushing in totally blind is just as bad. Snapping the chains in a heartbeat, the troublemaker calls his partner pathetic and says he totally gets why the director kicked him out. Intimidated, the young guy backs down while the leader threatens to leave him behind, forcing Bora to step in and chill things out. Spotting something weird moving, the girl tells the two of them to knock it off and points down the street. Stomping heavily through the wreckage, a massive hobgoblin rolls up, leaving the duo totally confused as to why he's wandering outside. The criminal immediately flips the script, announcing they are going to drop the giant beast before hitting any layers. Staring his partners down, he asks in a threatening tone if they're going to try and stop him from doing this too, and Bora just nods along. Feeling way better, Kyung-gun admits hunting a lone target beats charging blindly into a dungeon and dying for nothing. Completely clueless he's being tailed, the jack monster keeps slowly patrolling the zone. The trio creeps through the shadows trying to keep a safe gap between them and the beast. Stressed out by the setup, the girl whispers, asking if they are seriously going to keep following that thing. She points out that the monster's body is glowing, and he's just walking in circles, looking exactly like a rigged trap. The ally backs up her suspicion, but emphasizes that if the beast is already hurt, they have to land the final hit to score the skill. Charging glowing energy into his fists, he states with total confidence that this is the only way they are going to survive in this new world. With that, the guy tells his partner not to stress too much, promising he's got it all under control. Suddenly, the sound of fast footsteps echoes through the alley, leaving the young guy confused if the raid started without them. Jumping out from behind the walls, a bunch of armed survivors sprint at the beast, screaming out aggressive insults. Blindsided by the chaos, the ally complains bitterly that things are already turning into a massive mess. Ticked off, Kyung-gun threatens to walk away with Bora, but the crew leader tells him to cool off and look closely. Taking a second look, they realize the hobgoblin is already dead, and somebody just hung a glowing rock on him to pull them in. The troublemaker curses in frustration, realizing he walked right into a trap and should have popped his skill instantly. Right then, the girl lets out a terrified scream, pointing shakily at an arm floating in the dark air. A small cylindrical item gets tossed straight at the trio, leaving the boss totally confused about what it is. Stepping halfway out of his invisible portal, the helmet-wearing MC throws the bomb and sarcastically asks what they... Watching the gear hit the ground, the hero states in a dark tone that it's just some recyclable trash. The pepper explosive bounces on the asphalt right into the middle of the criminal squad. A massive blast burns the trio's eyes, making them scream in pure agony as they go completely blind. Scrubbing his face in a panic, the leader demands to know who the hell attacked them, and a veteran replies that he's just trash. Sliding back into his safe portal, the former player signs off, wishing them good luck surviving. The blinded thug screams in a rage, calling his attacker a scumbag, right as the goblins use the opening to rush them. Safe inside his dimension, the hero checks the system, confirming that the other random explorers ended up meeting their end in the chaos. Popping out of another rift down the street, he wonders if Kyung-gun and Bora actually managed to slip away from the monster swarm. Thinking back on the enemy duo's hesitation, he figures, since they still have a tiny bit of conscience, letting them walk this time is fine. Ready to move on, the former player tells himself it's about time to check on how the director and the rest of the squad are holding up. Far from there, young June punches a goblin right in the face, cursing that the situation has gone completely downhill. Relying on her elite combat instincts, Mi-kyung holds the front line, teleporting around and slicing through the enemies. Up on a roof, Yuyin fires off arrows and yells in a panic that goblins are pushing from the front and walkers from the west. Surian casts healing magic from the backline, asking if they are okay, pretty much acting as the sole reason the team is still standing. Bathed in the green healing aura, the big guy pants heavily, realizing the monster's power isn't the actual problem. He concludes the overwhelming numbers are what's going to end up taking them all down. Capitalizing on the fighter's exhaustion, a small goblin laughs weirdly while lining up his blowgun. The poison dart cuts through the air at top speed, heading straight for the director's face. At the exact same time, more wild monsters charge in for the takedown, swinging their rusty daggers. With a snap reflex, the ally blocks the lethal shot using his arm guards and grunts from the impact. Right after, he deflects another monster's spear thrust barehanded, cursing out the endless horde. Standing alone against a wall of creatures, the out-of-breath fighter wonders if this is where it all ends for them. But suddenly, a barrage of magic arrows rains from the sky, wiping out the front line of goblins, while a voice tells him not to say that. Stepping out of the shadows with his bow drawn, the MC promises that tonight nobody is losing their lives. Holding his weapon with absolute confidence, Sun Wangko doubles down that no tragedy is going down while he's standing there. Relieved, the director spots his buddy's bruised arms, but the guy explains he hurt himself on purpose to trigger a bonus skill when his health drops. Blown away by the details, the big guy realizes that terrifying arrow shot earlier was a direct result of that insane strategy. The former player details that the combo added a piercing effect and 20 strength, being so intense that it ended up destroying the weapon in the process. Surprised by the absurd number, the ally stammers, while the veteran confirms that passing 30 attributes turns a person into a superhuman. Right then, the hero lies, saying he learned the trick from a Kimbap Chawa video, making his partner admit he doesn't get it but is totally relieved. Confirming he already drank some magic apple juice to stabilize, the MC tosses an extra bottle of the exact same drink to his exhausted buddy. Drawing his sword right after, he takes over the front line and tells the fighter to focus purely on defense alongside McYoung until midnight hits. Without waiting for a yes, the guy launches into an insanely fast rush into the enemy swarm, leaving his team behind while saying peace out. From that exact second, the ruined city battlefield turns into a completely one-sided beatdown against the monsters. Moving with surgical precision, the relentless survivor slices through even the walkers that had already evolved and gotten way more dangerous. Right after, he charges straight into the massive crowd of weaker goblins, carving up the little green freaks without breaking a sweat. Unleashing devastating spinning sword combos, the young guy turns into an unstoppable force, clearing out everything in his path through the dark. When midnight finally drops over the massive pile of defeated enemies, a loud alarm echoes across the zone, signaling the end of the brutal grind. Pausing the carnage for a second, the hunter glances over his shoulder, stoked to see the main target finally decided to show up. Staring down the new threat at the end of the road, the veteran IDs the massive skeletal beast as a bone crawler. With a highly calculated plan locked in, he decides to kite the undead freak all the way to the barricade so he can blow it up all at once with the rest of the green horde. But before he can kick off the tactical retreat, a desperate scream for help rings through the rubble, grabbing the squad leader's attention. He spots a soldier carrying a woman while running from a nightmare creature and curses in frustration over the wildcard wrecking his whole setup. Seeing the blue window signal his defensive buff is out of time, the hero coldly decides he doesn't need to save randoms and shouts for his neighbor. Answering the call instantly, the hairdresser pops her advanced magic and teleports in a flash right behind the terrified duo. Gripping the two panicked survivors tightly by the shoulder, she promises she's getting them out right before the creature lunges with its claws wide open. Hitting the escape portal just in time, the ally vanishes into thin air with the rookies, making the Jack freak attack straight into empty space. Nearby, the director hypes up his partner's smooth save and tells everyone to hit the safe zone, promising they won't get in the way of the team's main brawl. Watching that flawless execution, the MC admits with total respect that these are exactly the kind of people you want riding with you at the end of the world. And precisely because they are ridiculously high-value allies, he sprints back into the clash, dead set on protecting them no matter what. While the monsters rush his position, the swordsman coldly analyzes his own twisted personality and incredibly selfish mindset. Jumping right into the middle of the swarm, he cuts down the enemies with a brilliant lethal strike, admitting he actually needs good people like them covering his back. Finishing off his deadly air combo, the relentless hunter lands smoothly on the busted asphalt, already teeing up the final phase of his crazy plan. With a quick, simple wave of his free hand, the guy summons his safe space, ripping open the massive glowing dimensional portal right in the middle of the mess. As soon as the system panel confirms his survival buff is completely drained, the mastermind decides it's time to pull the trigger. Outside, the bizarre giant skeleton and the stalker monster freeze up, completely confused after losing the hunter's trail. While the undead boss roars in frustration, snapping its teeth, the hero's mocking voice rings out from the dark alley, announcing that time is up. A colossal wave of fire swallows the entire barricade, with the young guy ruthlessly exposing the creature's own critical explosive weakness. After the toxic smoke clears out inside the private dimension, the team's doctor patches the guy up with green magic while he apologizes for taking damage. Totally chilled out, he explains that pushing that fatal technique too far always knocks him out cold, leaving the healer absolutely speechless over how reckless he is. Finishing up his full-body recovery, the girl guarantees he can get banged up all he wants, as long as she's the one running medic for the team. Back to 100%, the veteran walks up to the newly rescued military guy and suggests they have a very real talk about everything that just went down. Sitting on the floor looking extremely formal, the stranger introduces himself as Captain Kim Hyun-woo and gives a massive thanks for the heroic save. Curious about the details, the Jack director questions how someone so young has such a high rank, and the guy explains his official promotion was already locked in. Bitterly regretting his own terrible luck, the officer reveals the zombie apocalypse popped off the very next day, pulling a sympathetic sigh out of the trainer. Focusing on what really matters, Songol asks about the rookie's duty station, and the soldier confesses his post was at the Kori nuclear power plant. Hearing the specific name of that massive facility, the sharp leader crosses his arms, perfectly pinning down the location right on the edge of the province. Confirming the heavy geographic details, the survivor explains his daily routine was strictly focused on escorting and guarding the energy base. Suspicious of the flawless story, Suyen points out the inconsistency of a soldier running 25 miles away from the base he swore to protect. Pushed into a corner by the skeptical crew's bulletproof logic, Hyunwoo compliments the doctor's brainpower and starts laying out exactly why he went AWOL. His face dropping into a totally dark expression, the officer swears he made the extreme call to bail after spotting a massive cloud of smoke rising from the plant. The terrifying reality check drops like an absolute nuke on the two leaders, whose eyes go wide as they instantly demand to know if the main core melted down. Sweating cold bullets from his suffocating memories of that nightmare, the soldier just repeats his commander's terrifying order, screaming at everyone to run the second the plant started smoking. Totally lost in all that extreme tension and high-level tech jargon, the big guy raises his hand, asking him to break down exactly how heavy this new threat is. Stepping up to carry the brutal weight of explaining the invisible apocalypse, the doctor promises to dumb down the absolute nightmare so her buddy can grasp it. Crushing dust between her palms dramatically, Suyeon states that if the machine overheats, lethal radiation will simply explode into the atmosphere.